Hey yo, look like I'm going for a swim. Dunked on him, now I'm swinging up the rim. Bitch ain't coming off the bench, while I'm coming off the court fully drenched. Here goes some haterade, get your thirst quenched. Style doing him in this Burberry trench. These birds copy every word, every inch. But gang got the hammer and the wrench. I pull up in that $250,000 off the lot. Oh, now she trying to be friends like I forgot. Show off my diamonds like he's signed by the rock. Ain't pushing out his baby's telly by the rock. Hey yo, I been on, bitch you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. I mean I been on, X-Men been on. He keep on dialing Nicky like the prince on. I been on, bitch you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. Hey yo, I been off, Laura been crossed. Play say Chang-Li, drop the Benz off. Oh, I get it. They painted me out to be the bad guy. Well, it's the last time you're gonna see a bad guy do the rap game like me. I went and caught the chopsticks. Put it in my bun just to pop shit. I'm always in the top shit. Box seats, bitch, fuck the gossip. How many of them could've did it with finesse? Now everybody like she really is the best. You play checkers, couldn't beat me playing chess. Now I'm about to turn around and beat my chest. Bitch is King Kong, yes, this King Kong. Bitch is King Kong, this is King Kong. Chinese ink on, Siamese links on. Call me 2 Chainz, name go ding dong. Bitch is King Kong, yes, I'm King Kong. This is King Kong, yes, Miss King Kong. In my kingdom, with my Timbs on. How many championships? Why 6 rings on? They need rappers like me. They need rappers like me. So they can get on their fucking keyboards and make me the bad guy, Chang-Li. Hey yo, I been on, bitch you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. I mean I been on, X-Men been on. He keep on dialing Nicky like the prince on. I been on, bitch you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. Hey yo, I been on, Laura been crossed. Play say Chang-Li, drop the Benz off. Hey yo, I been on, bitch you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. I mean I been on, X-Men been on. He keep on dialing Nicky like the prince on. I been on, bitch you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. Hey yo, I been off, Laura been crossed. Play say Chang-Li, drop the Benz on. King Kong, yes, this King Kong. Bitch is King Kong, this is King Kong. Chinese ink on, Siamese links on. Call me 2 Chainz, name go ding dong. Bitch is King Kong, yes, I'm King Kong. This is King Kong, yes, Miss King Kong. In my kingdom, with my Timbs on. How many championships? Why 6 rings on?
What's happening? What's happening? Hold on. Okay. I'm trying to escape Black Booger Rat. And she just won't move the fuck on, honey. So I'm always a sucker. A sucker. A sucker. So y'all, I was asked to do a review, right? And I don't know about this one. No. I don't know. I know the last time. Last time, baby, it got pretty heated before I even pushed a goddamn button, right? Got pretty heated, right? There's a lot going on. And now I need y'all to understand now. Okay. Okay, now listen. Now listen. Y'all make sure you understand who's speaking. Who speak. Okay? Understand. Alright. Where I'm from, right? We're real laid back. We don't fuck with nobody unless somebody fucking with us or somebody, we love or somebody we take care of, right? We don't really fuck with nobody. We really don't get all up in arms about simple shit, right? So if my demeanor is cool to the touch, that's because I'm cool, right? So understand this, okay? And I understand out here you have to be um you just have to be mindful that you are in the midst of all kinds of people that got a whole bunch of shit going on, right? And some may not. And some may be just like you, just laid back, just click on shit and watch and whatever. Just don't want no trouble. Some want no trouble. I want no problems. I want no problems. Okay? Got to say all of this before we get to where we're going. Yeah, so, and before there's a lot going on. They came from my ass. I hadn't pushed the button yet. And even after I pushed the button, it wasn't even that bad. I'm like, well, goddamn, man, a lot of people try to, they don't want to look bad. So, I don't know. They do a whole bunch of shit. They deflect, they blame you. They, all kinds of shit, right? And that's fine. I'm just trying to tell you. So this is a warning, okay? So it's not going to go the way like it went before. Okay, it's not going to do that. We're not going to, we're not going to do that, right? Because of people have ulterior motives and whatever. I hadn't said shit yet. I just set up a lie, and I'm sitting there looking like, what the fuck? Everybody named Mammy came. You understand what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck is this? Goddamn ambush. Well, you always have the right person if you fucking with me, okay? Because I'm beyond all of this. I'm just going to get to the point is what you're going to do. If we can skip to that part, I'm great. Other than that, back and forth, this is going to raise my goddamn blood pressure. And it ain't necessary, right? Not necessary. It's harmless. It's harmless. We're just reviewing content, right? Now, what you can do if you worried about how you look is put that preset in and try not to look like a fucked up individual. It's the only thing I can say. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm just reviewing. There's a lot of motherfuckers going to review your content, people that you don't even know. They're going to have an opinion about it. Have you ever thought about that? Before you come fucking with people for reviewing your shit. And that's why people hide their shit and all this extra shit, right? And I get it. But like I said, and if I want that, my shit goes down. Either some idiot done showed a gun, and I got to try to take the gun out, or YouTube takes it down. But y'all know where to find it. Y'all know, try to find it on Facebook or Twitter. If I don't get to it in time to try to, edit it and shit, because that takes time. Because especially I have long videos, right? So, that ain't me. I ain't trying to hide shit. Okay, pour some shit out here. Now, my personal, whatever, that's my shit. They ain't none of your goddamn business. I ain't trying to hide it. I just don't see where it's your business, right? You ain't got to pay for it. for me for nothing. So I don't understand all of that. But I'm just telling you now. I mean, if I get it wrong or whatever, I have no problem about it correcting me or whatever. Just make sure you come to black and white though, because I'm going to show you black and white, and or I'm going to show you credentials where I can say what I said. Now, if you got credentials to say what you said, pop them up, pop them out. Or also, I can listen to hear your credentials. I can also listen. So I don't really need all of that proof. I can listen to hear your credentials, right? Nobody's stupid. Not me, anyway. But yeah, I am arguing with a black Mongolian Easter monkey on here, child. Just ghetto. I don't want to be dealing with no shit like that. Mad. Man, I'll get in your ass. You leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone. Yeah, I graduated from Hurt Your Feelings University. Leave me the fuck alone. Okay? Now, my thing is, if you don't have tough skin or have whatever your skin is made out of, whatever, I ain't got nothing to do with that. My thing is, don't come fuck with nobody. So, anyway, I got to say all this disclaimers and all this shit. This abnormal ass place. So, listen, right? So, somebody suggested. I don't know why, because I earlier on somebody, say you gotta listen to this shit. I think this shit is, I don't think it's right, and I was like, oh boy, here we go. And so I was like, immediately when I heard that law being all fucked up. Hey, and I'm hairy. Every hair on my goddamn head stuck up. It was start waving from left to right. I'm like, why they go fuck up somebody else's profession? Go fuck up moles on. Why don't you go talk about psychology? Fuck her shit up. Shit. So she can go to trembling. Notice when it's somebody's psychology that ain't quite right or somebody, you see how quick she hit that motherfucking line. Yeah, because she be trembling. She be laid out. Go fuck up somebody else shit. Damn. I always got fuck up shit. I'm almost gonna get my ass. Oh, I'm just being me. I can't be nobody but me, baby. I tried it, but it ain't don't work. I tried the media training me. Okay? Fuck that. I'm down here in the belly of the beast, baby, with the worst. Trying to tell you, it's 2 murders. I know. 2 murders out there. Some of them touch a feely motherfuckers. Yeah, that's why y'all always trying to goddamn free people that allegedly was touchy feely. I don't trust you motherfuckers around the goddamn cats. They boys. What up, purple? We gotta go fuck up somebody else shit. Anyway, it's very long. Some parts I hope I don't know. I didn't listen to it. I skip. You know what I'm saying? When I saw somebody, I saw all these people, oh God, oh, Jesus. Ooh. And I own my problems, right? Okay, I own my shit. So I am a perfectionist. Like I said, I only got kind of lax with it, but I'm a perfectionist, right? Perfectionist. And, I be looking for, you to get it right, be perfect too, right? I'm not perfect, but y'all understand what I'm saying, right? But there is so much. There's so many phrases, so many things that you use as a pretext. What was this? In my opinion, I'm not sure. I think. Let me go look. Whatever. And it is so beneficial. I'm not just saying this just because to be saying it. I'm saying it because it is beneficial to have the paperwork for the instant case, meaning the case that's going on now. Not no motherfucking no civil lawsuit and all this extra shit. None of that. What would that got to do with the price of tea in China? They make things complicated when it's not. I understand why I get it. I understand why I get it. Well, understand that there has been people over here that got it. Some of it. I want the people that claim to be the smartest and know the most about the law to get it. When that's gonna happen? I swear for God, y'all better go check to see if y'all got that Wendy Williams. That what is that dementia aphasia brought on by, whatever it is you do. Cause I was confused. I was like, these motherfuckers done took us back beyond slavery. We in bondage. We in bondage. Like, oh my God. And then I can't escape it because you got to understand, I'm a professor. And a teacher on this motherfucker that is going to hear something, especially in their wheelhouse, and not be affected by it. Be like, what? Oh no. Just shut up. Just please. Give me a goddamn break. They always fucking up my shit. There's so many other subjects y'all can fuck up. Y'all can get fucked up and go fuck somebody else shit up. No, you always got to come for my shit. I don't go fucking up y'all shit. Shit. Damn. Okay, let's get started. Because it's a long ass live. And it gets crazier and shit. The fuck? Know how hard it is to use the paperwork. Use the paperwork as your guide. Can you do that? I mean, to the ones that went to school. I know one of them went to school. I can hear that. One of them went to college over there. One. I know that. Maybe two. But one for sure. One for sure. Let that motherfucker do the most of the talking. Let that person be the representative. I ain't saying everything was right, but it was more right than the rest of them. That goes back to something that is quite basic. The one with the education usually is going to be the one that is correct or more correct than the ones without. The one with the education and the sober-minded one probably is going to get it more correct than anybody. I'm just saying. But as Steve Harvey said, they always manage to elect the ignorant boy be the spokesperson. when it's time to rob the store. He's the one that will make the announcement. Okay? Try something different. I know for one of them. Probably did all right in school. One of them. Shit. How hard is this? Damn. No, we went all the way back. All the way back, all the way back. All the way back, all the way back, all the way back. Michael Jackson back, just sliding all back, sliding all across the goddamn YouTube streets. Slide. Shit.
Transcripts, or I listen to the ABC News or TMZ. TMZ, it comes on, like I said, every Friday on Tubi, and it gives us a whole week, update on what happened in court. But anyways, so I'm not for or against Diddy or Cassie, because like I said, I'm a victim myself. I do understand how you can find yourself in a situation and not leave. But then I still be like, but wait a minute.
Let me see if I can get it up on the screen, so I could advance it and all of that better. Because I tell you, my fingers are, too big to be trying to. I hope people. I don't know. Don't start no shit. Don't come fucking with me.
People was already gunning for him,
Hold
and
on.
people were still party. So much I'm gonna do. Gonna be 10 guys there, and we don't. Once you grew, hey, man. I get it. Like I said, I truly do get it. I'm just trying to figure out how long do I. Okay, if I got to be honest, and I think about the abusive relationship, I was in the physical abuse of relationship, and with that physical abuse, I had emotional, mental, the physical. So I had those three with that person. I didn't have the sexual abuse. He never sexually abused me. And he didn't financially abuse me. But we were most emotional, physical, and what was the other one? Mental, right? It took me 5 years to get away from that situation, right? I dealt with it. I lived my life. I had children. I moved on. I got married, I'm 56. This is when I was in my 20s. I was 20, actually. 20 to 25. Red Bunny said, you grow and mature and start thinking more clearly. And you realize that what he is doing to her is not normal. Right. So once you grew and you mature and you're thinking clearly, and if you get away, you leave, right? So you're saying now she has left. Once you left, and let's say it's not someone that's going to hunt you down. Like, yeah, they threaten you. They threaten your family. But, that's just talk maybe. Sometimes it's not. People lose their lives and get unalive. Got to get those, what they call PFFs or whatever they are. And those papers don't mean nothing if somebody want to harm you. But you get away, right? You never went to the police. You never reported it. Maybe you never even told anybody. So let's say hypothetically, this person that abused you, I'm going to say my abuser,
let's say he hits the lottery, and now he's a millionaire. Now we're talking, like I said, I was from 20 to 25. And now he hits the lottery. He's a millionaire. Do I have the right, 30 years later, to come and try to say what he did to me? I done got married. I done had children. I done had jobs. I done moved from different states. I done so many things and moved on with my life. And had some good times and some bad times. How can I now say I was abused 20, 30 years ago by this man, and it just messed my life up so much that I can't even sleep at night. When he was poor, I was sleeping good. That's, I think, it's the issue I have when it comes to these cases with men with money. Because I'm trying to understand, okay, men get abused too. Here are women out there that can whip some behinds. Why don't we see that coming up? Red Bunny, you said Diddy was sending his assistants and security after her to go bring her back. Cassie is definitely a victim, in my opinion. She is a victim. I mean, I've seen the tape. She is a victim. The only problem that I have with Cassie, if I understand it right, like I said, I haven't heard the transcript readings yet from the court on what she testified to. But if I want to believe on the true reportings of the YouTube creators and their content, she kind of, I mean, and like I said, it's like, there's people that say, well, she was saying those things because she was up for it because she wanted to please him, because if she didn't please him, he would do this and that to her. Yeah, that's a possibility. I think that is a possibility. My whole thing is, even if that's a possibility, that I'm going to say things that keep from getting my behind whipped and act as though I'm really enjoying this. I don't know. It's just so hard to. There's not a gun to my head. So even if you say suck that, yeah, you might be able to put that thing in my mouth. But I got control over my jaw muscles, right? I don't know. Y'all know what I feel about this stuff. I tell you, I'm not good at it. So if you got it there, that don't mean do I gotta do the motion? I don't know how to do it, y'all.
Okay. All right. We gotta go back again, right? Because this is where a lot of issues came when it came to the R. Kelly situation. And you're hearing it now with regards to Diddy. What people don't realize, or maybe they do realize, and they just still think a certain way. I don't know what else she's going to say about it, but if it's more of the same, I'll skip through it. Okay. There were, I put it in the chat, Adult Survivor Act, right? Sexual Victims Act that came out, right? I think it started back in 2016. I believe maybe, don't hold me to that year, but it kind of began part of the process for these people now being able to bring lawsuits against people who they claim abused them. Right now, let me look up the act again. It's like we could keep going back. Right. So there was this act, right? And it was widely discussed in New York. I forgot when it came out. That I mean, the act. I think the original act came in 2016. Different variations came out later on that would allow these people to file claims. I just want to make sure, because I know the New York Sexual Abuse Act came out, the one that's in New York came out. New York. Let me put Cassie in. Give me 1 second, because I like to be as accurate as possible. So it's called the New York Adult Survivors Act. Okay, you remember that? I think it came out maybe in 2023. Remember, there were several acts that came out different places that allowed alleged victims to file claims of sexual abuse. Okay. Some of those acts had a look back window, which gave them a specific amount of time, so on and so forth. Now, so they came, they sued. Understand this, right? While I understand what she's saying, like, I done moved on with my life, did this, then why would I, she's not going to come back and try to sue somebody for some abuse. I'm not either, right? I wouldn't do that either. What up, Jason? I'm not going to do it either, right? However, I can't speak for people who qualifies for that act. What happens is, just because people start saying, okay, well, I wouldn't do it, most likely the claims are false, he shouldn't be held liable. You start rolling it over, your emotions over into the law. Uh-uh. That doesn't, just because you wouldn't do something and because took so long to do it or whatever, it doesn't mean that he shouldn't be indicted for what he has done according to the law. Or he shouldn't be made to pay out money because what he has done according to the law. I don't understand. Oh, now you got me clapping. I just don't understand this. Like, your feelings is one thing. The law is the other. The law don't give a fuck about your feelings. And when they modify the law, amend it, whatever you want to call it, and it allows for such claims to go forth, and they can establish the elements, because you got to establish elements over there in civil court as well, then they may hold him liable for the things that he allegedly done, if they can prove it or whatever. It's not complicated. But you can't roll your emotions over into the law. Your feelings, whatever, they don't give a damn. Your name, your feelings, your emotions, what you think, whatever, is nowhere written in the law. It's not in those penal codes. It's not in the ones they're going to put out, or none of that. Unless something happens to you and it is of national importance, like magazine, all of that, yeah. Other than that, no.
No one is inside of my mouth to make these muscles work, to do what it do, to do that do. You follow what I'm saying, everybody? So, unless you got that gun right to my head, cocked and ready, I'm like, okay, it's in there. Which now what? It's got to be some kind of resistance, even if you're afraid. Everybody got the paragraphs for me. It's going to be hard for the jury, but I think once his security, Roger Bond, D-Rock, and his assistant KK and Capricorn get up there, then it might be a wrap for him. And I hope so. Because like I said, even though, like I said, I truly believe he needs to be in jail. For that tape alone, he needs to go, right? Okay, let me start it this way. When it comes to the racketeering, I don't try to get into all that, but I just think it's sad for the government to keep putting these racketeering charges on R&B singers, rappers, athletes, whoever, because in our minds, as long as we all can remember, they were for crime families, gangsters, mafia, so now we're in this world of rappers and R&B singers and athletes getting charged with this racketeer. Not
okay. Well, my temples. I already took my 2 Motrin. At 1,600 milligrams of Motrin. Ibuprofen. Okay. The statute, I understand from a long time ago. I get that. That RICO was established. Pretty much go after crime family, right? And I don't know if it has ever been amended, but from the language that's written in that particular statute, it's not limited to crime families. It's limited to anybody that fits the description. The statutes, the penal codes, it tells you really specifically who can be charged. Another thing I left out that I've said 1,000 times, y'all need to get a pen and paper and write this down. Please, in the name of Jesus. Because he needs to send a nigger savior. That's the new thing. Send a nigger savior. Now, please, Lord. All right. Statute of limitations run with the feds, maybe some state crimes. I don't know every state and state crimes or whatever, but when the crime is founded. You understand that? Let me apply that to something that you'll understand. Just say a murder happened. They don't statute murder, so that's bad. Just say you knocked over a bank in 1981. You ever heard of that guy? Who they be advertising? W.D. Du Bois. Just say you knocked over a bank, 1981. They have enough probable cause, reasonable suspicion, lowest bar. I mean, they got some kind of evidence in that said that you look good for the crime in 2025. That's when the crime was founded. They have 5 years to charge you. And it's usually 10 years for financial crime. I may be wrong on the years. Let me see. How long they got charged? I think it's 10 years. It may have changed because the law changes every day and this information does change. Let me see. So it's 5 years. But like for bank frauds and things of that nature, it's potentially 10 years. Okay, so it's the same. It hasn't changed since I've been there. Okay. 5 and 10. Right. If your crime fits the bill, you get charged. Okay? Now, sometimes the statute of limitation can be challenged, right? They do it all the time, right? They challenge it as time barred. But with most federal crimes, that's not going to work. With state crimes, yeah. With federal crimes, that's not going to work usually. Because I told you, when it comes to statute of limitation, when it comes to time of filing, when it comes to anything like that, there is an imaginary clock that the judge controls. Sometimes it's told, sometimes it's not. It can be told for, reasons that's already, reasons to toll the clock, like somebody's filing for an appeal, but they have a habeas corpus, something like that, and one of the other process tolls the clock or whatever. But it's a clock, right? Statute of limitation clock. when it came to those crimes, remember, against children or sexual abuse crimes, that act they put out that was amended, remember, it was 18, and then they said for the lifetime of the child, whatever, and that's how R. Kelly got hemmed up for some of that old stuff. It is the same. I don't understand. Now, if you don't believe me, you can always go check it. Have no problem with that. But an intelligent person would say, okay, let me go check and see what she's saying. And then, and this is just what I do, okay, I try to curate my opinion around facts. Facts. If I have a separate, like, I'll say, okay, well, this is what it is, and I understand, blah, 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 blah. But personally, I think maybe that law should be changed, or I have a problem with that law, or something like that. Not to confuse the people, because then it'll be like, well, damn, don't you get it? Because the information, I don't know how you may be able to Google legal information, because y'all probably don't know what to ask. And then it's not 100% sure that whatever Google returns is correct. I've done it. I'm like, that ain't right. Then I have to go to the other source, But yeah, and I'm not saying, I understand that she's just speaking from her personal feelings or what have you. But I don't know if this rolls kind of into the law, because a lot of times, and I heard some of that, but I don't think I heard from her, but where they started acting as if the law was wrong. Now let me say this: if the law is oppressive, then it's wrong. But remember, back in the day, there was a law that we could be slaves, and it wasn't wrong; it was oppressive. And I hate when these things get like this, because that means I have to get technical and probably confuse you or lose you. You understand what I'm saying? And that's not that's not what I want to do. And I knew I shouldn't have done this, but I'm just saying. Right? You understand what I'm saying? Let's keep listening.
I understand the enterprise, the people that work for you, the organization. I get it. I get it. But I just think it's a little bit too much. But if you can prove it, so be it. As far as the sex trafficking, yes, I understand. Sex trafficking is illegal. It's against the law. I got that. But when I'm looking at it, just like with the R. Kelly case, and we're going to hypothetically say that's all he's dealing with his woman. You take your girlfriends, your wife, your girlfriends, multiple girlfriends out of town. You have sex. You could buy them gifts. A car, whatever, while you're out of town. That's a payment of something for your woman, because that's your woman. And we traveling. Rather if it's a girlfriend, a booty call, whatever. That's your business. So what, you went to a different state and you had sex and he gave you some money or he bought you some gifts. So what? I don't believe in that sex trafficking mess. I mean, I do believe in it when it's legit, but not for stuff like this. The prostitution, engagement to what is it, traffic prostitution or whatever that charge is, but I know it's engaging in prostitution. I said this before. If Diddy said, Cookie, I got $50,000 for you. I need you to get on a plane, come to California, meet me at the hotel, and it's going to be 10 guys there, and we're going to fuck all night. It's up to me to decide if I want to take that offer, right? So I said, Rather I'm a prostitute, call girl, just a regular girl, or whatever.
Okay. So, all right. She doesn't see the sex trafficking and the prostitution. But not one time did she refer to anything in black and white that told her what sex trafficking and prostitution is. Again, we're dealing with the court of law. We break laws every day. We don't even know. When it comes to indicting someone, remember I always say, build a house, use a house, build, or use a tree. He's already. Let me pull up that indictment. Hold on. I'll say that. Okay, where it is. Hold on, y'all. Let me do that. Okay. He has several overt acts. Now, I don't know if it's pronounced in the indictment, but based on what is being alleged, he definitely has, and all of this is alleged. So, but if I don't say alleged every time, just but y'all know that and the indictment is alleged. Okay, so everything is alleged. So he's definitely have behavior that he's done that's in furtherance of a crime. Okay. So he has a pattern, allegedly. So the sex trafficking comes in is once you go across state lines, you're taking illegal drugs, you're having sex. It's, if the people are high, it's looked at as being not consensual. Okay? It's kind of hard to explain. But you need to understand what makes it sex trafficking. Because if you just go to the statute itself, you're going to read, okay, this is what sex trafficking is. But there's a combination to other things. This is a RICO. It's a patterns of behavior. This is why whenever you do something, right? If there's already, you start at the top, at the tree, the top. Okay, let's see. Well, what would be at the top? Going across state lines. That isn't illegal, just taking your ass across state lines. But when you go across state lines, you got male prostitutes, you're taking drugs, you're having sex, and she's saying that, maybe she said she didn't want to do it at some time, maybe she did. Both at that point are crimes. Okay? That's where the whole sex shit becomes a problem. How she's saying it, no, it's not a problem. I'm saying back in the day, not your girl. But it still continues on now. And I'm just waiting for the damn shoe to drop. For all these, there's a lot of people that get down. But again, I keep trying to bring y'all back to that live I did. I think I talked about it maybe. I know one live, but definitely maybe two. But I know it was one for sure. But I was trying to figure out. I said, well, damn, they done moved to going to prostitutes? Or they just using the regular people that they normally use? Well, everything they need, there's some kind of handler, enabler, whatever you want to call it. So a lot of people, a lot of celebrities, a lot of business people, especially business people, a lot of people can be caught up with this shit, with a RICO. So it's not, you can't look at it and say it's for a particular set of people. That was back in the 70s, 80s. That law, that the statute is written in a broad sense, meaning that anybody that fit that pattern of racketeering, yes, you got those two predicate acts, yes, your ass may be committing a RICO. So you got to understand, combined with all those things, makes it unlawful.
But now I'm a prostitute because you're paying me for my service, okay? I know it's illegal, once again. I understand that it's illegal. So I say, sure, Diddy, send me the ticket. He sends the ticket. I get on the plane. I go to California. I go to the hotel he told me to be at. I get there. There's 10 guys there. I already know what's expected of me because he told me what he needed me to do for that $50,000. He hands me my $50,000. I'm going to do because I signed up for it. I agreed to it. I got my money. I leave. I'm happy. I'm going home on the plane like, yeah. I understand it's illegal. Please, nobody come at me. I'm just talking about I'm a consenting adult who choose to render my service for a payment, right? Now, the difference in that is if when I get there and you slip me a drug unbeknownst to myself, and then now instead of 10 guys, there's 20 guys and you're videotaping me and you got all this and I wake up and you showing me this tape, I didn't agree to that. I didn't agree to be a drug, and I didn't agree to those extra 10 guys.
Okay. What she's missing is the fact that whether you agree to it or not, okay, this is the complex component of it. We're not talking about the single sex issue, okay, where it's consensual or not. Talking about the complex, the going across state lines, the taking the drugs, the prostitution, all this, whether you agree to it or not, based on that statute, it is a crime. It even sounds like a crime. I'm trying to understand what we missing here. Doesn't matter if you agree to it or not. You know how many people agreed to take work across the state lines? If y'all don't know what work is, that's that dope. That's a crime. Let me tell you, when those little text messages come out and calls go out or whatever, they're very specific. I told y'all this. They tell you what they want, what's up, what they're going to do, whatever. They even tell you they want to take drugs and shit. They tell you that in the little thing, in the little text. Now you can tell me I'm lying, but you just gonna have to take my word for it, because I ain't getting none of that. But I'm just saying, there ain't no way that I'm telling y'all some shit and it comes out later. Okay, now either I can predict some shit, or it is what it is. Okay, you get your plan. You have your plan B. They know this stuff, right? 8 out of 10 times that those girls they lay low, they're not gonna come forward with this shit, right? However, if an authority get winds up of what's going on, they can force them to testify, or do what? Put their ass in jail, because what you're doing is illegal. I don't care if you want to do it or not. It's illegal. I don't understand what the problem is. It's not that hard. It's not. They tell you on the little text message, they want you to if you down with taking them drugs, if you down with getting with the get down, if you down with getting with a girl, if you down with this, whatever, they it's explicit. They lay it out. They tell you beforehand. Because somehow they think that because they telling you beforehand and you agree to it, that it's legal. So she's not the only one with that mindset. It's a lot of shit going on in this world. This is not. I mean, that this is normal. You understand what I'm saying? This is normal. So, hold on. Hold on, y'all. So, okay, yeah, that's normal. That lifestyle normal. I told you about that. Some time ago. I just didn't know that they was hiring prostitutes. Because to me, a 304 is a 304 anywhere you go. But I think they probably go to prostitute because they probably, maybe I remember I said, I don't know if they getting tired of the regulars. But now I'm thinking maybe the prostitutes do more than the regulars. I don't know. I just know everybody. And then you got people that be wanting those that kind of drugs and stuff like that. And if you're getting them from certain people, whatever, it's I guess supposed to be safe. Everyone that strange drugs and shit like that. They've been needing guns, they've been needing protection. And they also just need entertainment. Like people that just wanna that they can keep people that come in town company. Got that too. That's not illegal. But, it is what it is.
So now, yes, I'm calling the police. Now everything's illegal because that's not what I signed up for. Now, maybe I'm thinking a little crazy that way. But like I said, I'm a very unconventional type of woman. And I understand that there's different things in different worlds that a lot of people live by and live in. Me, myself, if you are understanding what you are signing yourself up for with no pressure, no enhancement of any substance, I feel like nobody ain't got no business telling you what you can and cannot do. Because me selling my stuff, especially if I ain't got nothing, if I'm clean, me traveling to sleep with somebody, I'm not harming nobody. Who am I harming? Maybe myself, but that's what I choose to do. Red Bunny, you said, I only sign up for 10 days. Yes. We had an understanding. For 50,000, yes. That's what I said. Okay, I ain't got a problem with that. Send me the ticket. The problem came in when you added 10 more guys. The problem came in when you put something in my drink or gave me some baby oil. You know what I mean? So I ain't signed up for that. If you want to add something more to it, you could have asked me and added some more dollars to it and see what my answer would be. Because, look, I can be freaky. I was freaky in my days. I like to have a little fun. There's a what they call it, a deal breaking line. It's only so much I'm gonna do. But in a relationship, I will probably try almost anything within reason. I will most likely let you try anything with me within reason. You know what I mean? Because we're in the privacy of our own bedroom. Even if that means bringing other people in. I had a conversation with someone and we got on the subject about freaks and freaky activities and,
Oh shit, this ain't no legal part of it. Oh shit, I ain't know it got to the freaky deaky. I ain't know it got this freaky, y'all. Oh, baby, listen, the 50s right here, we run shit. Hey, baby, we keep it hot. We keep it on and popping. Like my baby Chris said, oh, I ain't know about all this. I ain't hear this part. Woo! Child, child, they be talking, baby, some of this shit they be talking about make me think I ain't live my damn life. Hell. Yeah. Child, the worst I done is the pigs, child. Oh, child, they talking about, oh, Lord. That's it by this.
When I say freak, y'all, I'm not saying something's wrong with you because you're freaky. Because like I said, I used to be freaky in my day. You know, I don't know if I still am. I'm sure it's there. I just don't get to play that part too much anymore because I'm a married woman. And, you know, he's very subdued type of guy.
Take him with
so my freakiness is mostly going to be in my head a lot. Or when I'm talking to y'all, I get to get my little moisture on, you know?
Think about it when you're talking to us.
And from the conversation that I had with this person, it made me think, or made it sound like they were saying that the only people that are freaky and do freaky stuff is people that drink, do drugs, you know, that has some kind of substance in them that alters their emotions and minds to make them do freaky stuff like that. And it took me back a little bit. Like, no, you don't, no, I don't believe that. Because you could be sober and just be a freak. Do you agree with that, Red Bunny? I mean, Red Bunny, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. First, let me ask you this, Red Bunny. Are you a freak? Do you like freaky stuff? Do you like to get freaky sometimes? So if your answer is yes, now my next question is going to be, do you indulge in alcohol or drugs? And if the answer is yes to that, I'm going to say, is that when you are freaky? Or can you be freaky without? I was a little lost because I don't know if you might do more if you're under the influence, and you might try.
Yeah, they gets down, honey, under the influence of that shit I ain't never even heard of. Okay, cause baby, and they abbreviated and all. Them people know exactly what it is. And if you ain't gotta believe me, ask them people that be on them. I ain't gonna talk about it, but anyway, yeah. Listen. Oh, we drop some names, child. I ain't gonna do it.
Different things more deeper if you're under influence than you would if you were sober. But I would like to think if that's who you are and that's what you're that's who you are, you don't need anything. Me, I don't need anything. When I want to be a freak, I'm gonna be a freak. Sober, drunk, high, don't matter. That's who I am. So you said yes, you can be sober and be a freak. Yeah. So I was a little thrown off from that conversation we had, because like I said, each is own. Maybe that person has to feel as though they would have to be under the influence of something in order to get their freak on. And if that's the case, okay, baby, you know, but you don't know what you're missing. Because, see, I want to remember. I don't want to be guessing. Did we do that? Yeah. Why is her back?
Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you bring one of them?
Why is her back here? I want to remember why something is hurt. I want to remember why something feels good.
Yeah, do that intercom thing.
Excuse me. So it was I wanted to. So when I played that tag, I'm so mad I messed up my intro song. It was a mixture of. You remember Rick James? Everybody know who Rick James is? It was a mixture of his song "Super Freak" and "Give It to Me, Baby." And I had mixed it so that it could play so much of each song through the whole songs. And I wanted to, like, I think it's a verse that says something like, you can't take that person home, that's somebody a woman that you don't want to take home to mama and stuff like that. So we already know, I think men already know, just like women, if the person that you meet and you get involved with or start some type of relationship with, if you're going to bring them home to your parents, male or female, So I want to play this song. And y'all probably heard it before, but every time I listen to my cousin sing, and that's with any music. Like when I listen to music, it takes me somewhere. I get these visions in my head of, I personalize it, which I think a lot of people might do, So when Rick James was talking about Super Freak and Give It To Me Baby, you're thinking about the nasty girls, the girls, that he ain't trying to take home to mama, right? And then I start thinking about how I was trying to put my mind, because I guess I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm both sides, like I said. I'm trying to figure out where Cassie might have been. And then when I was listening to my cousin's music, and it's not really have anything to do with, well, I guess it do. But she talks about, she wants to give this man her all. She's trying to figure out what's wrong with you. Are you a man or you're a mouse? Like, I'm trying to give you me. And you want to hang out with your friends. So is this what Cassie was doing while she was trying to please and do these freak offs and get Diddy to love her better or more, or make her number one, or make her wifey? It just made me think about, I wonder if that's what was going on in Cassie's mind. And like I said, hopefully you can relate and understand where I'm going with this, Red Bunny.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I hope I don't miss nothing, but I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Yep, that's that ginger ale.
Was a nightmare. But I can't. I just can't, because the same thing I said when it came to Kels, if he was doing all this to you, like when I think about these celebrities and they be on the red carpet, right? And they be doing these photo shoots and they be doing these interviews. They're on TV, they're at the Grammys and the Oscars, and everybody's looking so beautiful. If I'm getting my ass whooped like that, I'm sorry. You got millions of people watching. You're on everybody's television, TV. You got security and police and other entertainers out here on the red carpet and at these events. If I'm being abused like that, I'm sorry. One day I'm going to get the strength up and say, he beats me. I'm going to break away from his arm and be right there in the middle of the red carpet. He beats me. Look at this black eye. I'm going to take my shades off because he going to think I'd have made my face up. Everything's going to be made up except for with those black eyes. And I'm going to take those shades off. Let me take my camera off so y'all can see. So I'm going to take these shades off and show these black eyes, that lump on the side of my head, the bruise on my cheek. To show, like, this is what he's doing to me. So what's he going to do? Pull out a gun and shoot you right there on the red carpet? Drag you by the arm and pull you back in the car? Because he's going to be shot like, what the fuck? No, she ain't just do this. What?
That's what I.
Okay, well, in addition to the law, apparently she missed the psychology when it comes to victims of abuse. There's no one way to get away from your abuser. It's not scripted. It's not a certain timeline. So this is why we're here. Just keep going back, going
I
back.
can't understand. Even because then people seeing that this is going on, the authorities, that is, they're going to get protection for you if you want it. Now that they know what's going on and he knows what's going on, that is out of the bag, you think he's going to come and try to track you down and send his people out there or unalive you when you done told the whole world what he did on the red carpet? Red Bunny says, that's because we are grown. Wait a minute. That's because we are grown. She was too young to realize the power she could have had. Bertel, you said, you never know what you might do when you're in a situation. Red Bunny says she was terrified. And like I said, I tried not to take that away from her or anybody. But at some point, I mean, and then after, okay, so this happened in 2016, right? And they didn't truly break up to 2018. And if I want to believe what has been reported, that at one time when, I don't know if it has something to do with the Kid Cudi thing, but he met up with her to talk about, I'm going to say the Kid Cudi, could have been something else. So don't quote me, people. And they went up to a room or something and things got out of hand and he raped her. He raped her. And then the next day, she met up with him again and things went nicely. So they had intercourse. And she said he was very kind and nice and loving and it was a great night. That's the problem I have. Today is Saturday. It could be my husband. And he raped me yesterday. You think I'm just going to... Tomorrow, I forgive you. Because like Bratalia said, once you say no, you're supposed to stop. You stop. You could be great by your husband. You could be great by someone you know. You could be great by a stranger. You could be great by anybody. But like you said, when you say no, so you say the drugs. We can't, Fred, buddy, no. Okay, but so 24/7, I'm drugged up. 24/7. All right. No, I mean I get what you're saying, but for 11 years, you were drugged up, doing unthinkable things. Okay, I got one for you, Red Bunny. So I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know all the details of this case. You said she was an addict. She would make up with him just to feed her. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you don't have to make up with him to feed your habit. Cause you go get it anywhere out there in the street. From what they say, he was telling the drug dealers in, I think it was Los Angeles, don't sell to her. So now was that because so he can keep feeding it to her, or was that because he was trying to get her sober? An addict was.
Okay, so I'm confused now. Okay, because she said that she was a victim. Did she put a timeline on when she got out, how she got out, or whatever? Apparently around this, same age or maybe not. No. I'm gonna listen a little bit more than I'm gonna fast forward.
Do anything for their next fix and feel. Yeah. But it's too much. It's too many. It's too many corners. It's too many corners. He was supplying her with the drugs. Yes. But no, because she also testified. I can't remember where it was at, but for the sake of just sitting here trying to knock my brains out, we're gonna say Mexico. Okay, or we're gonna say Mexico. She testified that she would go to another country to pick up drugs for herself without him. So now, what you got to say about that? He wanted to feed them to her. She said he only wanted her to get high with him and not even her friends. So she says. Okay. I can see that happening. But a drug addict ain't going to wait for you to give her nothing or him nothing. Because let's say that he's out of town. He's on tour. He's away from home. Because I'm pretty sure he probably left her a little bit and then that's gone. And he's somewhere at the studio or doing a show or out of the country or wherever he may be, right? Excuse me. Where do you think she's getting her stuff from then? You think she's going to wait? An addict now, remember? She's an addict. She gonna sit there for days waiting for him to come home, going through withdrawals. He was okay. So him dead. So she was a prostitute. She's a prostitute. Well. Yeah, but your pimp daddy still gotta make sure you got the dresses to wear, the outfits, and especially and his caliber. He ain't gonna sit out there. I've been wrong before because I didn't think that the orange man was gonna be in office. But I don't know what I'm gonna bet. I'm a bet of Newport that he ain't getting out. Because that would be like, y'all went through all of this. I don't even know how people would feel. Like, I just can't see it happening. If they was not willing to take $50 million for bail, I can't see it happening. But I know his bail bond hearing thing ain't got nothing to do with what the juries will see. And I think for nothing else, no matter what those jurors say, nobody is going to be able to get that image out their head of that videotape. You agree with me on that? What? Wait a minute. Whoa. Oh, girl. I was just looking at the last comment you made. I'm like, wait a minute. You said you wish he would get out. You talking about Kels. Yes, I do too. I think he's done enough time. 30 years, no. 10 years, no. I think, but that's just it. He shouldn't have went to jail for nothing. And I mean, I know it sounds hypocritical that I'm saying that, but think Diddy should. I feel like when it came to Kels, like he said, from his way back past, people was already gunning for him. And people were still going off of that P tape. And people were still going off of the Leah. Which those things shouldn't have had nothing to do with these so-called new charges. So when it comes to those other girls, like, I don't want to hear, I'm sorry. I've been through some shit, Red Bunny. Trust me when I tell you.
Okay, there wasn't any new charges. What is she talking about? What new charges? All of those charges were old. I mean, what the most recent ones was with Azrael. I'm putting something on the wall about Rico. The latest charges was Azrael in that case. So let me let it keep playing.
Yeah. I've been through some shit. And I know everybody is different. Everybody deal with their grieving and their closure and all the healing process that they need to go through. I get that. But I don't want to hear nothing about nothing that happened 20, 30 years ago. I barely want to hear about 10 years ago. But I get it. You know, you got out of a relationship. You was with somebody for, let's say, 10 years. You get out of that relationship. You go to therapy. It may take 5 years for you to get, work through what you need to work through. And that's probably as much as grace I want to give you is 5 years. R. Kelly was domestic violence, and he had done enough time for his crimes. Yes. Now, if they had charged the other guy for domestic violence, I wouldn't say 5 years. Like, what Kelton now? 6 years for that tape. He deserved 10, 15 years for that tape. For that case, Cassie, because that was sad. It was really sad. For so-called domestic violence. I see it's been so long, and I try to wipe it out my memory his cussing out his girlfriends. I guess he hit a couple of them or one of them. 6 years. Yeah, you're right. 6 years is enough. 6 years is enough. But and maybe the same way they thinking about how people was holding the P tape and the Leah thing over Kel's head. You know what? We could be holding over this one's head, even though we ain't got no proof. Allegedly, shoot, Tupac, and I think Biggie too. Hey, DB, wow, how are you? Oh, yo, what's good, baby? I'm here. I got that. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if you want to come up, but I'm not talking about the case per se. I'm not going into any details. We're mainly talking about how you feel about freak offs, people being freaky. Normal people. I mean, you can say a few little things, but I'm not doing no legal talk about nothing. But what was I saying, Red Bunny? Damn, I'm getting old. But yeah, okay. So I could say that's what I'm holding against him because I believe allegedly he had something to do with that. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, but mainly it's that damn tape. It's that tape, baby.
Okay. Listen, man, that's you. You can't say dead no more in America. What is this unalive business? No. That's a YouTube thing. Okay, where somehow if you say dead, they'll demonetize your channel or not promote it or something like that. I don't know. I'm not worried about no that chump change they may give you. You know, you got to get up to $100 for them to cut you a check. Okay. So I'm not worried about that. But yeah, so that's a YouTube thing. Everybody's saying unalive. They got even people, now I won't say celebrities, so like reality stars and people like that, they saying unalive and shit. That's crazy. But okay, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I swear, I feel like we just going back in time, and this is it's really hopeless. And I'm only doing it because somebody asked me to do it, and I him and hawed over it for a moment. But well, somebody mentioned it, and somebody else asked me to do it. And I was like, oh, okay. So listen. And those of you who are professors, who are teachers, who are deans, who are instructors, who whatever, trainers or whatever, right? You know how you react when you hear something that's wrong that we've gone over 1,000 times, and you're just not understanding what's going on, whatever. You understand what I'm saying? You know, when you hear something, whatever, and somebody gets it right or close to right or whatever, and you're like, yeah. So, wow. And then this incorrect shit bothers me anyway. Uh, Not none of it's small, like little, little technical things like that, right? But it's gonna bother someone who used to be. I can't even call myself a perfectionist no more, but I used to be one. So it bothers me a little bit. Um. Okay, people. Although they are playing the hell out of that tape, right? Out of that tape. Understand that he is not being charged for that tape. Y'all heard that? At Thunder Lightning? He's not being charged for that tape. Understand that that is just a piece of evidence to support a fact in their case. It's on the indictment. That's it. Because they have a whole dialogue about him not being, it's just domestic violence is all we see. That is not the scope of the case. It's just a piece of evidence for it, to prove a fact in the case. An indictment is built, meaning it starts at the top and it just branches out. That's just a piece. That's just a branch. It doesn't represent a penal code on the indictment. Why don't y'all go fuck up Mo's profession? I'll tell you what it is. Do psychology and sociology and go run her goddamn pressure up. Do that. Shit. I ran out of candy and stuff. I mean, the candy I use the get through these lives. Shit. You'll hear a whole situation going on and on about the tape. The tape, bud, the tape. It's not just about the tape. And what kills me, we done went through this. We didn't go through not just one. We went through one trial out of New York. It was a RICO case. Also, it was a different type of RICO, but nonetheless, it was similar, right? We've gone through other cases. We played games. I talked about the elements. I spoke on all of that. I spoke about it. Basically, I broke down. I have read that indictments up and down, back and forth, side to side, round and round, put it in circulation. Yes. And here we go back again to the beginning. It's 2025. Shit. I mean, I ain't trying to, there's no shade at nobody because I get frustrated with everybody. My child tell you that.
Well, hello, DB. Wow, how are you tonight?
What's up, Big Cookie? I'm gonna come up here and talk about what I want to talk about whenever I'm ready to talking about and everything because you don't run nothing.
Okay, go ahead. What you want to talk about? I need this smoke.
Oh,
I might have to go to the bathroom.
Cookie, I'm echoing.
Me too.
What?
I'm echoing. What the fuck?
No, did you close down your YouTube? Did you close out YouTube?
I'm not even. Hold on. I wasn't even on YouTube. Wait a minute. Hold on.
You had to be on YouTube to hit the link.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. Hold on. Let me turn it off on my.
That's what I'm talking about, on your phone. Close it out your phone. Well, hello there. Keep speaking. Hello. How are you? But yeah. So that's my whole thing about it, Red Bunny. It's not, to me, like I said, I'm not judging nobody when it comes to their sexual lifestyle. You a freak, you're a freak. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Brother Jojo, hit that link. I'm ready. I'll give you 15 minutes. Okay. There's my pop-up. You call your pop-up, Red Buddy? Yeah. But if like I said, a grown little boy, he made sense. I agree with what he was saying. But he can explain it better than me. And I'm pretty sure you heard his live already. Are you still echoing?
Yeah. Cookie. As soon as I came up here, I got an echo. I ain't never had an echo over here. Yeah, I am.
How you sound now?
Uncle Jojo? I still got an echo. I ain't never had echo over here, Cookie. What you did to me? You poisoned me.
How you sound now?
See, if that is fixing echo. You messing with me because I'm on the top of the floor.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
Okay, we gonna get it.
But I think that you know how when you hit the link, then if you go to your back button, you take away the YouTube where the chat is at, not your StreamYard.
So you saying what you saying? Come through StreamYard instead of the what you telling me to come through StreamYard instead of the
You know how you hit the button on the left side of your phone, and it's gonna show you all the stuff that you got running. So if you
I don't have nothing running. Remember, I just came from an event. I don't have nothing running. I wasn't. Listen to me.
I'm talking about your YouTube channel.
Right. Listen to me, Cookie. I don't have anything running. Remember, I just came from an event. I wasn't even on my phone.
But you opened up YouTube to get on this link, right?
Yes.
So that YouTube channel that YouTube page that you had open, close it. Not the StreamYard one.
No, I'm not on StreamYard. I said this is your page.
Oh Lord.
Okay. Anyways, here, this is for you. This is for you, Red Bunny. You tell me if this is you.
Now, wait, do me a favor. Mute your button right quick. Now, wait, do me a favor. Mute your button right quick. Because it's still doing it a little bit. Okay, just mute your button for a second. Okay. Now, what I want people to understand is, during this case,
Blessings, beautiful Carla.
I said mute your button right quick. What's up, Carla? What's good, baby? Okay, now mute your button for me right quick. Okay, now listen. What I want people to understand is, right, that during this trial, right, this is a case of 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 a, of a woman that's scorned. Not just the woman that's scorned, but a woman that has been through a traumatic distress. I admit that. She has been beaten on and everything. She's been um she has been through a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of things that she has done has been through she has been through things that through just the simple fact that it's been on her own. She did it by choice. And that's what people got to realize. It's been by choice. We knew she stayed there. We knew that Cassie stayed there, right, with Diddy for 11 years. We knew she could have been left. We understand that, okay? But at the same time, that doesn't mean that just because, okay, you dealing with a man and the simple fact that you say it's time to stop, it's time to go, then that means that it's not time for the man to go. No, it means that it's time for the man to go. You as a woman, you say stop, no, don't, I don't want to go, I don't want to keep going on, I don't want to keep doing this. I got that, yeah. But how can you stay with a man for 11?
Yes, ma'am. You up
Hey,
there,
yeah,
ma'am?
yes,
What's in?
can you hear me? It had me muted for a while.
Yes,
I'm just
ma'am.
listening, but because this is my first time. I've had a lot going on this past week for family stuff, so I'm listening. I'm shocked at some of what I'm hearing.
I'm glad. Yeah, it's in your realm. Yes, that's why I said go
Yeah,
watch it. Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna keep listening, but I can't. I have so many thoughts already. So I'm so glad you shared it because you also know I don't get most other people's alerts or anything. Sometimes I don't even get yours, and I didn't even know people were still having these conversations, especially people from this sector who we've gone through it all, and they still. And some of these people had different opinions on the other side when it was the R. Kelly case, and the circumstances aren't at least the mental health and how things were to transpire, those circumstances aren't very different at all. So I'm going to
Yeah,
keep
that's right.
listening. I just want to, I'll chime in whenever whenever there's a break, but go ahead and keep playing.
I don't know if you want. Just let me know when. I mean, if you wanted to
All right.
posit
All right. I'll
something.
keep listening and jump in whenever it's a something pertinent. Let's put it that way. Cause you know me, I'm over here kind of low key worked up.
Okay. Thank you. But go. That's why I said go over there and get her hands because she. her hair's gonna do the same thing when you start fucking up her profession.
I stay worked up fooling with y'all anyway.
We're like, huh? Girl, yeah. All right, let me hit it.
Years, 11 goddamn years, people, and then consider that as sex trafficking. You don't. How do you sex traffic a person for 11 goddamn years and then want to turn around and call it and sex trafficking? How? That's not possible. How do you do that? You
Okay,
don't.
well,
You can't. No. Cookie.
Okay, again, y'all. All right. It doesn't matter if it was 1 year, 10 years, 11 years. But I said when Cookie was kind of, she didn't say that, but it was something similar. It doesn't matter, okay, if the pattern of behavior fit the penal code, whether you consented to it or not, you can be charged with a crime. The person that is seen as the victimizer. And sometimes you as the victim could be also charged with the crime. That's why sometimes they're offered immunity, because they maybe want the victimizer the most. So it just because prosecutors have what? Prosecutorial discretion. I mean, they pick and choose who they can charge, who they cut deals with, what have you. So it doesn't matter the length of time. That doesn't mean that what they allege didn't happen.
Hold up, Cookie. Hold up. Stop. No. Don't do. No. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
But I'm saying we had this conversation before you came.
No, don't. Okay, I'm gonna get down. Okay, I'm not gonna. Let me. Don't interrupt me.
Well, I'm not gonna sit here and let you talk for a whole 20 minutes. It's a conversation. Go. Like, don't come in here thinking you're gonna keep repeating the same thing over and over. I'm trying to tell you, it's called engaging in a conversation. So we had that conversation about that because I said the same thing almost.
Let me just speak right on that real quick. So, she was kind of too early to cut him off right then, because we could tell he on the cups, but he hadn't even gotten really into what he was going to say. I know he had repeated about the 11 years. He only repeated that twice. And it's several people, as we'll hear, go on to speak long and say whatever and repeat stuff that, is back from the R. Kelly time frame, whatever, things that we've constantly heard. So, I don't know what the deal is with that, but, again, I'm just trying to sort out the legal part of it.
Oh, and I understand what you're saying, but I didn't forget. But okay, you're with somebody for 11 years, and now it comes to the point of, how can you say, hello, beautiful?
Hey, Cookie Boo.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, baby. I love you.
I love you too. I'm on my way home, but I wanted to chime in on this conversation because I think what people are missing, because they want to keep equating it to another case of a similar kind. I think what they are missing is that Cassie was Diddy's artist. So I'm gonna give a brief rundown, because people keep talking about this relationship that she had with Brian Leslie as if she was using Brian Leslie to get a career. She was not. I don't need to no, yeah, thank you. She was not attempting to get a music career going. She was a very, very vibrant, well-paid model at the time that she met Brian Leslie. she started to engage with him as a young woman, and she wanted to create a song for her mother for her birthday. So Ryan helped her to do that. She didn't realize that she was going to have to keep going back to the studio in order to keep mixing down. And so she wanted to get back to her modeling job. She wasn't really interested in singing. And so Ryan was like, he laid down the rest of the vocals so that the product could be done for her mother's birthday. So she went to the record label to go pick up the CD from Ryan. And when she went to go do that, Matola was in the office that day. And he saw her and he asked who she was. And he saw the CD in Ryan's hand. And he was like, do you sing? And she said, no, but really I don't. This was just for my mother's birthday. And so he was like, well, let me hear it. And so when he heard it, he said to Ryan Leslie, if you don't sign her, I'm going to. And that was how her music career got jumped off. And then there was a bidding war for her. And she came onto Bad Boy as an artist. She did not come onto his record label as his girlfriend. And I think that is what people are missing.
I didn't interrupt you, but what's the part then when they say she lied to, what's his name again, Ryan?
She lied to Ryan Leslie, but it would be similar to, okay, first of all, this is a 19-year-old girl, okay, 19 to 22. So let's keep that in mind. Uh-huh. Second, for all of the people who are bashing Cassie for how she got involved with Diddy, I don't see that same type of time for Kim Porter because it was the same thing. She was L.B. Short's wife. Uh-huh. When Diddy came and got her, Sarah Chapman, Chance's mother, who Kim had a huge problem with, but Diddy was seeing Sarah Chapman and Kim Porter at the same time, and that was confirmed by Misa. So the issue and the jealousy that Kim Porter had behind Sarah Chapman was not really warranted because he was seeing both of them at the same time. And yes, thank you. And Misa confirmed that. Misa is the first baby mama. And she said that Puff was cheating on her with both of them. So if she could get along with both of them, surely they could get along with each other. So Kim had some of the same jealousy. Had some of the same traits as Cassie. So this is this man's MO. Not to mention that Sarah Chapman was a girlfriend of Tupac. So you cannot talk about what Cassie did without talking about what Puff did, because he was known for taking somebody's girl. And this is why he don't even need to have a beef with Kid Cudi, because he was known for doing this himself. He was always doing this. Look at him. He ended up with Future and Bow Wow baby mama. Like, this guy wanted to date Lori Harvey. He ends up with Lori Harvey. You can't slut shame her or call her a hoe without calling him a hoe.
Okay, well, answer me this then. Like I said, I don't take nothing away from her being a victim because of that tape. But if you take away the tape, let's act like we never seen that tape, right?
Uh-huh.
Would you still feel as though...
Absolutely. I didn't need to see the tape to believe her. I did not need to, on a first-hand account, I didn't need to see the tape. Second-hand account, I didn't need the tape to believe her. This has been this man's MO. This is what he has been doing. And what I can say is, I am a little bit disgusted with the state for thinking that they could rely on Gina. Because what Gina is doing right now, as victim 3, as Jane Doe 3, she did this with Tasha K, with the Tasha K interview. Uh-huh. So she was never going to be reliable in this case against him. Because the minute that she either gets some favor from him, she gets too scared. He offers her something. she is going to fall back into that. She is not ready to move past this, whatever this thing that he has on her. But yes, I absolutely would believe that. What
no thought that you see where Cassie had any control over anything? Because why I say that is because for you to be fearful to leave this man and he's threatened to release tapes and he's beating your ass, he's doing all these things. How do you find yourself involved with other people other than
because she was trying to break away from him. She was trying to find a way to get away from him. That's a cycle of abuse. That's no different than any regular woman out here on the street. There's lots of women who could tell you this story. That's not nothing new. It's lots of women who could say, I got tired of being cheated on, I got tired of being beaten on, I got tired of doing this and that, and so I went and did my little secret thing on the side. It's a lot of women who could say that. Some of the very ones who are judging her.
Cookie, I thought you didn't want to talk about something.
They are forgetting that this is a under 25-year-old girl who is signed to this powerful man that she is his artist.
I thought you didn't want to talk about P. Diddy.
I don't, but if I'm going to talk about it, I want to move on.
I thought you ain't. But what was wrong with the way? What was wrong with me talking about it? I mean, I thought you didn't want to talk about it.
Ask a question, but you don't want.
But I thought you ain't want to talk about it.
Oh my God.
DV, do you want to talk? But when somebody, if I say something to ask a question, just take a pause and answer. Not tell me to be quiet and let you talk. That's how conversations go. That's all I'm trying to get you to understand. Like I don't do drama. There's some people in life that like drama. I like to have fun. I like to have a conversation and talk like a normal person. Not just sit here.
Well, I'm not taking up for nobody or whatever. I'm just pointing out because she did originally say she didn't want to talk about the case and get into any specifics, but that's exactly what happened as the live goes on. So,
I think that was inevitable, though.
Yeah, well, look at the title.
Oh, let me see. Where is it at? What does it say?
The title says freak off. If you say freak off,
yeah, that's gonna forever be associated with Diddy in this case. Yeah.
In this case, I mean, that's just like, you must be want to talk about the case. That's what I would think.
Can I say this one? I just want.
Go ahead.
I agree. I couldn't agree more with a lot of what Carla just came on and said. Because a lot of it is just spot on accurate. I feel like, however, where people are dialing things back, or there's two areas that I feel like people are overlooking the true situation at hand. And they did the same thing as we know with the R. Kelly case, where people just focused on Azriel, as if there wasn't more than Azriel. That's the most prominent case, maybe the star witness, whatever you want to call it. However, we're talking about more in both of these situations. We're also setting a standard that the person who says that they have been victimized, or one of many victims in this particular case, has to defend themselves and their behavior and choices far more than the person that we're hearing the evidence about. The person who can't even cross-examine her mother about the few things that the mother came forward with. The person who has an attorney or an entire legal team whose arguments are, yeah, he's a tough person, he's a bad person, he's an abusive person, he's a drug addicted person, but he's in this case, they're not even trying to deny what's been shared there. But everybody else is trying to find some sort of loophole there when his own team is not denying a good majority of these things did indeed take place. They're just trying to parse between whether it's DV or not. So that's one of the main things that for me has been the most troubling through both of these cases. And I know, I have talked to Cookie many times, and we, haven't always agreed on stuff like this, but we've always been able to have good conversations. So I'm not knocking her, nor am I surprised at all by her stance on it based upon this. But I keep going back to her on why is it that there are so many concessions and questions made for her and Cassie or whatever she's reporting, and not the other way around? And then the other part of this is that it is not just a Cassie case. We've heard from personal assistants that are saying that they had to get medication for being overworked. That's human trafficking is making another body work for you for nothing, or for, it's low key like slavery. It's slavery. And then we're also hearing personal assistants who are being sent to make drug deals and acquire prostitutes. These are illegal acts that are being asked of by employees. That's the racketeering. That is what the mob does. On top of that, blowing up cars, demanding $20K in order to break up in a relationship without releasing a sex tape, which he did release. He sent it to 50 Cent, right? Those are mob sorts of behaviors that everybody's overlooking because they don't want to acknowledge, and they constantly want to blame women for their own abuse. Even if she consented to 100 of those acts, if he did 2, 1, 3 of them when she said no, or had her pressured and coerced into engaging in this more than what she wanted to, that's where the buck stops. That's where we have a problem, and it's not okay. It is possible even for a prostitute. With all due respect, we all remember the days of the prostitution documentaries. People chose up, right? So, and you're saying, well, why is she going to the next person? That is a natural human response because you're now normalized into this behavior. You also know the person that I'm with is capable of beating me and coming after whoever. I need to be with someone else who I feel is going to be able to protect me. Just going to Joe Blow down the street who works in marketing or is an accountant at the bank is not going to make me feel like I have the level of safety for what I'm dealing with when I'm seeing cars blown up, and I've been beaten on for days at a pop, and I've seen the guns, and I'm sorry to say that on your chair, but the weapons and all of these different things that are on the table. So like, why is it that we're holding, and also why are we focused more on, so why did she go to this person or that person instead of why did he pick someone of this nature? Why is he sending people to do these things? Why is he why are those same questions are not being pointed back to him?
Right. Well, I mean, again,
I don't agree.
Well, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I skipped through it, and baby, when I tell you what you said, you way ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I'm just saying, but you're way ahead because that is exactly what it leads into. And also, and y'all understand this again, I told you, even though both Kelly and Combs are both charged with RICOs, 2 different types of RICO.
Yeah.
And the thing is, even though, and as most say, when you say no or whatever, that is not giving your consent. All right. Another thing is along what I explained to you guys earlier, along with the going across state lines, the boundary, having the male prostitute to come across state lines and to have sex, whether she consent or not, that is also a crime. That's because he has committed several overt acts. An overt act is in furtherance of a crime. The overt act, I don't think is plainly stated as overt act written in his indictment. Sometimes they will write it in the indictment like they did in one of R. Kelly's indictment. Also, if you are an attorney or whatever, when you hear an overt act, you see how the indictment is built. So I'm looking at how the indictment is built, and that is also how he's being charged with the crimes he's being charged with. That I'll get into, because it got to a point, y'all said y'all didn't see the predicate acts, the pattern of racketeering, you didn't see the enterprise and whatever. And although Mo have already skipped to it,
I'm sorry.
That you could. The enterprise is the same as the R. Kelly enterprise. Remember the enterprise? Yeah, because he had his affiliates, his workers, all of those people make up the enterprise.
Cheryl Mack is no. Cheryl Mack is. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, you got
I was going to say Cheryl Mack is no different than the Kaplan man that got on the stand. They worked in the same capacity and were doing similar things.
Yeah, and it doesn't. And every job, every particular person's job does not. They don't have to be committing illegal crimes. It's the pattern of racketeering activity. It's the predicate act within having an established enterprise where the people who work for him or he's associated with are helping him carry out crimes sometimes or helping him manage his regular day-to-day business. Okay. It can be infused into, it could be separate. However, a pattern of racketeering activity does exist along with carrying out his normal everyday business associated with him being a celebrity. Same thing. And that builds out. Y'all hear that?
Yeah, I heard like a thunder or something.
Okay, yeah, thunder. And it builds out the enterprise. So the enterprise is there. So the prosecutors have established that there is an enterprise. They've established half of these elements thus far. Okay, everybody, I don't know. Y'all keep focusing on the tape. The tape. He's not charged with domestic violence.
No.
Okay. The tape is just a piece of evidence
to corroborate.
Exactly, her testimony. That's it. It's not a charge.
The same way that people got hung up, not to cut you off, but the same way that people got so hung up on age and underage stuff with the R. Kelly trial, and they kept bringing that up, and parents and all of that stuff, when that was not the relevant portions of the trial. The part was about the trafficking. It doesn't matter the age of a person. If you're trafficking them, you cannot hold and use people for your personal needs and gain. And if you're doing it and trying to do it under the behind the scenes of a company, which clearly he showed that he was not, he knew that something was up, being that he told one of the people, make sure it don't come out of the business account or what, get cash so that it could be hidden. The money was still being pulled out of the same place. He knew that he was trying to use the business as a cover to do the other illegal stuff. The same way that if any of your jobs or my jobs, all of a sudden you're being asked to use cash to cover big expenses and to go run down the road and pay off this person, you're going to know that you're being asked to do something that's not business related.
Exactly.
And you would feel very uncomfortable to that. At the same time, if that check is right, you're going to have a hard time, especially some of these people who seem to be very obsessed with getting money and anybody else getting money any kind of way that they can. And money is the number one thing of all. Okay, then if you were being asked to do that and your check was a good, strong 6 figures, and the option elsewhere is to never be able to make those same 6 figures again, at least in that industry, you're going to have some problems and challenges with pushing back as well.
Yeah, no, right. So the human psychology, or human, whatever you want to call it, being a human, it comes into play. Everyone understands that.
Thank you.
But here's the thing, right? I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but when it comes to the law, they write it in broad terms. And remember, I said it earlier before I even posted it on the wall, just a few minutes ago. They write this language in a broad term so it can apply to more than just mobs, more than what you think is the traditional prostitution, more than what you think domestic violence, because it can all, it could be, and I'm just using this as an example. You can be charged, just say you charged with, in the state, you charged with domestic violence. But say along with that, you were abused financially, you were abused mentally, you were abused in some other areas. They're going to present all of that in a trial. They have to go to a trial. They're going to present all of that to support the claim of domestic violence, as well as to tell a little story, just a little story of what happened. Okay. And also to explain why your mindset, maybe it was a situation you can get out to 10 years, after 10 years. They prepare for the defense because they know the defense probably gonna come with a question like that, or something similar. Why did you go back, or something like that, right? They
Yeah.
want to make sure if they introduce the psychological portion of it, then they can bring on a psychological expert. So it goes on and on and on.
We
That
have
you
to keep
guys
this
are
stuff
not
in
going to care.
context. It has to be in context.
Exactly.
And that's the reason why I think a lot of people miss the point, or they're not able to justify it because their only context that they can process or
One thing,
accept
yeah,
is
just
money.
take
And well, money. They believe that as long as
money
somebody's giving you
and take,
money, that means that
yeah,
everybody's agreeing to this stuff. Money does not persuade everyone. There are
legal agreement. Yeah,
no, we know even
money
when
does.
it's not, it's maybe it is, I think, for a lot of people in this sector because it's a main salient point, and we have a lot of people who are even, money, 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 money. I'm getting money. Who
Yeah,
has money? Who don't have money? All that. That's not actually a realistic view of the world. There are
right.
plenty of people, even think about it. The whole thing started off in mob situations because people would be like, the money ain't worth it. It ain't worth it to go out here and be bam bammed and this and that. Even in a young thug case, there are people who like, I backed out. I was good. Like I didn't want to do that anymore. And I'm being forced, or I'm being pushed, or I'm being harassed, or I'm now have to run for my life because of this stuff. This is it's showing the context of how deep it goes and the effects.
Right, right. You just understand. So just when you see they playing it, and also keep in mind that it is a strategy as
Yeah.
well. I
Yeah.
told you, prosecutor, when you see them standing up there and questioning that witness and that stand, they have a lot of things that they got to do in a short amount of time. They got to establish their case. They got to make sure they went over the jury. They got to make sure the evidence is admitted at the right time at the right place. They got to make sure they ask the right questions. They got to make sure if they don't ask the right question, they pivot. It's just a lot of stuff they got to do, and they also got to anticipate what the defense is going to come with. So it's a lot going on. So if you're just going to think that the case is about domestic violence and sex, you're going to miss the point. Okay,
Yeah.
because they're just establishing the facts in the case. They are the ones that put that in the case. Okay, if they would have never put that tape in, talk about any violence, whatever, we would have never seen that tape. Okay, we would never seen it. Okay, they would probably just said we're gonna go in another direction with the case. We're just gonna stick to the freak offs. We're gonna stick to going across state lines, out of the country, so on and so forth, blowing up the car, whatever. If they would have never put that in the case, we would have never heard about, seen that tape about her getting beat like that. But no, that is a powerful, powerful visual piece of evidence. And again, you got to win that jury over. So it's a lot of stuff going on. That you may not understand, but don't just reduce it to one or two or three things: money, tape, and sex, and then say, "Now she agreed to it," and boom,
Yeah.
let Diddy go free.
Also,
No,
people's this, I don't understand why people are going, well, she agreed to it. It was a willing sort of thing. Okay. Everybody knows, and even saying, well, I wouldn't put up with it. It's the same thing that we say to women and quite frankly, people who've experienced DV in general, not about wow, but I ain't want to say the word.
yeah,
People who experience that, well, it couldn't be me and this and that, and well, I would have done and I would have done. Okay, maybe you got a little more fight in you. That's different. That doesn't mean that person is now willingly doing it. That video shows us a person clearly leaving.
right.
So she was
Leave it.
doing what was in her capacity to get herself away from the situation, and we watched a person get physically brought back. That one suggests that this is a person who was in their own way. And truth be told, you shouldn't have to fight. This is one of the things with, especially in Black culture, we should not, and we're still programmed. And I think part of that comes from slavery, and there's books about that. We still feel like that you should be able to fight your way out or whatever, as opposed to we all have the right to walk away from any situation without people following you, without people stalking you, without people impacting your career. Because here's the thing, he wasn't just a music mogul, he was an entertainment mogul. Let's think, Sean John, he had alcoholic beverages, he had TV, everywhere she would have tried to go in that industry would have been a major stumbling block or being totally frozen out. So stop trying to say that we, especially Black women, let's go there. Especially, it is always assumed, well, you should have just been able to do this and fight your way or whatever. She is describing to you him sending security guards after her when she has said, I'm gone. She is describing to you, even after she gets in new relationships and he finds out, he's having people go into people's homes. That's not normal, and it's not okay. And I don't understand how we can keep glossing over that and suggest that that's not coercive in nature, and that's not intimidating in nature, and that's not something that would cause people to feel like, okay, that's what they did, quite frankly, to slaves. I go ahead, you run away. When you get back, I beat you into submission, or worse, I make life even more difficult, so then you don't think about going away again. That is like, this has been in books since the slavery days, and the fact that we still accept that as who we are, and that's just the norm, is very disturbing to me, that people would hold to that.
Right. It's just, it's weird. That's the thing I can. It's weird because we're in 2025, right? 2025, and there have been a number of studies, and y'all know I'm a strong person, right? So I'm saying, I understand if someone is in that type of one thing about it, you got to understand the way oppression works with regards to psychology. If you understand it from that standpoint, then maybe you be like, oh, okay, okay, because a person can start to control every aspect of your life. And then when you want to break out of that control, they'll punish you. They'll make it harder for you. They'll ratchet up the abuse. And I mean, then you really can't move. You can't do anything, whatever. So you become oppressed. There's nothing you can do. You're just, at someone's beck and call. You're at someone else's will, right? That is against the law. If you can think of it that way, it's against the law.
Mm-hmm.
And you begin to think that, okay, there's nothing that I can do. I have no recourse. And you start to go along and do whatever you can to make the beatings less severe, to get them to loosen up the reins a little bit.
Exactly. If I can figure out a way to make them happy enough, if I can keep them pleased enough, it'll work. And again, there's no different in that than when the mob used to go to companies and say, oh, you got to give me this cut off the top just to have this job, or just to be able to have business in this town. There were some people who would just say, well, I just keep paying them, even though I'm in the hole or whatever. I just keep doing whatever so that they don't come and hurt me or hurt my family. It's the same mentality. It's coercive in nature. What is there not to see?
Right. And the thing about it is, they make so many allowances for Diddy, this and that, but none for someone we clearly see is the lesser vessel, the person that's being victimized. I just don't get it. That I don't get. If someone was making the same amount of allowances, for Cassie or whomever that's in a situation like that, I'll understand. But you're talking about a man who is in control.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
And and as Carla said,
I don't want to say that, but
I even as Carla said, and the fact that it's like, okay, well, can we take this piece off of the table? even okay, you can't, but why is it that it's like, okay, can we modify the scenario now so that it can be more palatable? It is never palatable. Human trafficking is never palatable for me. It's not. Like, and so there's no circumstance that you can tweak and change here that says it's okay to have people working 24 hours a day, and you know what I'm saying, and sending them to sit on drug runs and sending them to set up spaces where people are now being beaten and pulled back into the rooms, and so on and so forth. Like, I don't understand how that could change it. I didn't need to see the video to hear the stories over and over again. And it's not just the Cassie story. It's the Danity Kane story. And it's the story about the band. And it's the story about Mace. And it's the story about all of these other artists. They just happen to pick the ones in their discretion that made for the case right now. We know, we have always heard of corruption deep within this camp. Why is it that we have to discredit Black women at every turn when there is wrong? Where is there at least an acknowledgement that this is wrong? This is not normal. None of us would work under those circumstances. We would not. And we would be terrified.
Exactly. And do you know how your psychology has to be set up? How your psyche, let me say it right, how your psyche has to be set up for you to plan out to do all of these things, because a lot of this, it requires forethought, it requires planning. That also plays into this indictment. It
Cunning planning at that. Cunning planning at that. Not just any old everyday, ain't just like, oh, I'm planning for my dinner tonight. No, you're planning on how you're going to keep people under your control, and how you're going to have drugs there, and how you're going to have cash, and how you're going to have a special bag there, and how you're going to have security to do. You're planning this to cover your tracks.
Right.
What?
And that plays into the indictment. That plays into it's special sentencing factors on the indictment, so that means that they want them to deviate from the sentencing guidelines and consider an upward departure. That's where he could face life in prison. Okay, it is the mindset, Sometimes in the state you see depraved heart in a charge. It's the mindset. It means that you don't. Just oh my gosh. So I just like I'm going over it again, but we're going from starting from the bare. It's sometimes when people have gone through situations like that, they look at it as if it is normal, and because it started off saying, I wouldn't come back and say anything or whatever because of, I got something out of it. It's a long time ago, so on and so forth. But that does not mean that it's not a crime. The law just doesn't work that way. And I think people get caught up on the fact that we are held by the system of law, not by the system of your emotion, your feelings, what you think the law should be. Who should be charged? That's not it. And we commit crimes every day and don't even know it.
That part.
That's how it's set up. So when they come knocking or when they find that you have done a crime, that's why they write it like that, from when a crime is founded. Okay, that is to, give, this is in my opinion, an excuse for that statute of limitations, because they say, hey, you might have committed the crime in 1990. We didn't find out about it until 2023, and we got 5 years to charge. So, but that's legal. According to the law, you might not like it. It doesn't make it illegal because they're going back. You just don't like it. And it seems unfair. And that's the part where that just really like, oh my gosh, who doesn't understand that if it's written, then that means it's legal. You might not like it. It can be changed. It could be amended, especially if it's oppressive, if anything like that. If it's unfair, anything like that, right? It can be amended, changed, whatever, when it's brought to the proper, go through the proper changes, right? But check this out. We were once slaves, and that was legal.
Yes.
That was my example earlier.
It's perfect.
Okay.
Example.
So, so that's what I'm trying to explain. And I definitely understand, but check this out. If it's on the book, whatever, then they even get into, well, how much time do you get for if somebody was charged for domestic violence? Once again, he's not charged in his state. He's charged by the feds. So how much he'll get for domestic violence is that question is mute. Like what?
Yeah.
It was the same stuff from Arca. Oh, it gets better. Wait till child. I'm almost.
All right, I'm gonna mute back up.
I almost want to skip through it, child, so it get real good, so your pressure can meet mine.
Oh gosh, let me go and get my other device because I see now it's gonna be a long one. Let me. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute up.
All right.
Somebody keep rambling on the same thing for 10 minutes. Move on and let's make new points. So talking about Diddy right now, we didn't hit on so many different things other than about staying with somebody for 11 years. Why? Go ahead, Carly. I'm sorry. I do apologize. And I apologize to my guests in the chat.
It's okay. But so this, what I'm saying is that Cassie's story is not uncommon. People, I don't know why people are trying to seem so shocked or surprised. And this is the thing. This man has way more power. He has this is what gets me. The people who are saying that they don't see the RICO are calling the people who can see it emotional. But I think people who aren't seeing it are the emotional ones. Because if you look at the law and look at what the testimony that has already been provided, that has not been disputed by the defense. The defense has spent a whole lot of time trying to create smoke and mirrors. That's it. They haven't really addressed any of the real crimes that he's committed because they know they have no defense. They know that he did commit these crimes. And so they create all of these smoke and mirrors to try to distract people from the crime. But when you...
Okay, so on that point, she's absolutely correct. Okay, so let me elaborate on that. So when you cannot... when you cannot challenge the evidence, right, with the legal argument, okay, the next best thing to do is to try to increase the reasonable doubt. Try to increase the reasonable doubt. So that's when they start asking, I call them silly little questions, right? Well, why did you go back, or it's things of that nature. So she's absolutely right. They can't challenge it. They've come up with either an affirmative or exculpatory defense, one that excuses or justifies the behavior. Same thing they did with R. Kelly. Remember, y'all walk around and say they ain't come with no defense. They came up with an affirmative defense. One excuses and or justifies the behavior. Thing about it is, so I'm not sure which one would be, because if it's one, then that means that the burden would shift to the defense. That means that they will have to prove what they're saying. Okay, so it may be just an exculpatory defense, but I'm not sure yet. But she's absolutely right.
When the jury receives the jury instructions, the crimes are already there before they even finish, and we only in week 2. The main paid prostitutes, when people want to know about these wire transfers and they are saying, oh, well, what does that have to do? He's not being charged with financial crimes, he is absolutely being charged with a financial crime because the money that they picked up from these Western unions was used to pay prostitutes. That is what the prosecution is showing. And I know that there are a lot of people, especially men out here, who think that prostitution is okay because everybody does it, but that's not a defense against a crime.
Okay, well, wait.
That's a crime.
Blessing, brother Levi. You're welcome to hit the light. I just explained that thing about. Yes, I understand.
I don't know if he's been charged with a financial crime. I don't see it on this indictment. I don't think he's been charged with a financial crime. I think that's just a part of the facts in the case. But I don't see that on the indictment. Just give me 1 minute to scan it. I'll continue to play it because it's quite long. I'll continue to play it while I scan.
It is a crime. But honestly, Carla, if I decide to, if P. Diddy or anybody say, hey, Cookie, I got $50,000 for you. I'm going to get you a plane ticket. I want you to come to California. And I got a hotel set up. I want you to be in room 321.
And you might end up in jail with him.
Huh?
You might end up in jail with him because it's a crime.
I understand it's a crime, but I made a choice. I'm a consenting adult. Take away the illegal part of it being a crime.
Well, Cookies, the law says it's a crime. So we're not talking about your emotional position.
Girl,
Angie.
I'm gonna make that if I ain't got a problem coming to that hotel, come to California and get bucked by 10 minutes.
Go ahead.
This is where I always differ with Cookie. For whatever reason, she tends to overwhelmingly believe that any sort of sexual interaction, if that it is she leads from this place of assuming that it's consensual if there's money involved. She doesn't always process.
She done said that before?
Well, the same argument. I'm not saying she used that exact language, but that was a lot of what she said. The same stuff about R. Kelly case was, well, if somebody's paying you money and you want to be freaky and you go and do it. This is, again, the problem with consent, that I don't understand why she can't hear that part. Because even a prostitute has the right to say no. You can pick me up 25 times and give me $1 million each time. If on the 26th time, I don't want to. If on the 26th time, halfway through, I change my mind. If on the 26th time, that's what we're talking about. It is possible. And I can even rap with people on the Cassie that perhaps she was into a little bit of freaky sneaky and that was her thing. And she was into it once upon a time and she's giving him recommendations and I want to do this and we need to set up this or that. Okay. But when she didn't, that's where it's illegal. And that is not consent. And that is what the crimes are. The crimes are not the times that she engaged with him and wanted it or liked it. The crimes are the times when he did not. And when she was being forced or having to be convinced or coerced or what have you. When she's sending text messages, some of those text messages clearly suggest that she wasn't cool with it anymore, at least for some of them.
Right. But now also, hold on. Also, because that is absolutely right. Also, in this situation, because of how this indictment is how it is built, remember I told y'all earlier, because he has several overt acts hidden in this indictment. When he went across state lines, called a prostitute to go to meet them, or called a prostitute to do whatever, get the drugs, and even if she agreed, okay, how this indictment is built, it seems like they are charging him for the times she agreed as well. Mm-hmm. So it's for when it was consensual and also when it was non-consensual. Mm-hmm. But that's another thing, right? It's a big issue when it comes to you guys understanding the non-consensual part of it. So I know you're going to flip the roof when if he gets found guilty times that it was consensual. Okay, I know you're going to flip the roof then because he has additional charges. Okay, he has the RICO, and then he has count 2, 3, 4, 5, and that also charges him with sex trafficking, coercion, all that extra stuff. Okay, because of how it's built. So it's both ways. But
and it also aligns with, again, some of the original purposes of RICO. You had the Teflon Don who was able to skirt his way out of crimes over and over again because the laws were written in such a specific manner that these little loopholes were getting people off with major crimes. You know, dozens and dozens, if not hundreds and hundreds of bodies literally laying in the streets and kept getting out with it. However, then you have the people like Sammy the Bull. Yes, I agreed to it. I was a part of it. I did it as well. And I'm coming forward to say I was a part of it at one upon a time, but now I don't agree with it anymore. That's what it is. It gives people who were complicit and out, or an ability to acknowledge their crimes, their own engagement, while also pointing to the mastermind and saying, this is really the person here who had had their finger on the trigger at all times. But I just was the person who pulled it.
Right. And yeah, you've ever seen those cases where the person that is also involved, he may get a less amount of time or maybe probation, but that's done because of his involvement with the prosecutors. He is willing to cooperate, right? So that's why he gets maybe a lesser amount of time or probation or something like that. So yeah, just because you are willing to commit a crime, that doesn't mean that it's not a crime.
Or they get immunity, kind of like an assistant who went and bought drugs and prostitutes and is on the stand now. And they asked him, are you going to plead the Fifth? Yeah. Why would people evoke the Fifth Amendment? To not incriminate yourself. So he was offered immunity to confess to his crimes in order to, again, point to the mastermind. The same way that Cassie has come forth. They have opted not to charge her. She's serving as a witness. Come on.
Yeah.
Carla is cooking, though. Carla is cooking. I got to give it to her. Yeah. She's cooking.
Yeah, she did good. But the thing about it is, who's this Christina? It's too much drama, breadcrumbs, and bipolar shit for me. I quit. If you want to leave me out, then leave me right out of it. Thanks. It's a wrap for me. Okay. But yeah, the one thing I have with her is she's gonna have to stand on her answers a little bit more, stand on her answers, and then and also grab the paperwork, stand on your answers, but you'll see what I'm talking about when we keep going on.
Like I told Red Bunny, I signed up for this, but once I get there and you done bought me the plane tickets, I done got to California, I done went to the hotel, and I get there and it's 20 minutes, and you done drugged me up. Now we got a problem because I didn't agree to that.
And you want to know what? And you're right to have a problem. You want to know why? Because it's a crime. It's a crime. So you have a right to have a problem.
Who's gonna know it's a crime? It's just us in here.
It's a crime. Well, in this case, we know it is because it's a trail. It's evidence. So we know it's a crime.
Hello, Brother JoJo. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Ryan.
I know it's a crime,
but that's what is the emotional part? See, the people want to fool people to think that the emotional part is the people who can see the RICO. No, the emotional part is the people who cannot see. Because your emotions are saying, well, what's wrong with a little prostitution? Because the law says it. That's what's wrong with it. And you cannot go in court and say, well, everybody does it, so it should be okay. You can't do that because it's a crime. So when the jury gets those jury instructions, Their job is to determine whether he paid prostitutes, whether he transported them across state lines, whether he distributed drugs, whether he exploited her mother, whether he blew up Kid Cudi's car. And a hair found in Kid Cudi's car is not evidence that a woman committed a crime. That is evidence that a woman sat in his car at some point. That's it. Point blank, period. And if people don't believe me, wait until the detective who investigated get on the stand next week. I can guarantee you that's what he's going to tell you. And that's why nobody's been arrested. They putting up smoke and mirrors. They putting up smoke and mirrors, right? So they talk about that hair follicle was found was a female hair follicle. Well, that's just like your hair follicle being found in your car. Does that mean that if your car blew up that you did it? No, that means you sat in there at one point.
Okay, so that's what they found, a hair follicle, right?
Right, a hair follicle. And they didn't even find it on anything that had to do with the actual blowing up of the vehicle. So when the detective gets on the stand next week, he's going to say the same thing I just said. That's why the LAPD is coming in order to give that report after Capricorn Clark testifies that she been a witness to the whole situation.
Say something, Carla, because I'm trying. We got a echo when Mr. Levi came up. I'm trying to see who it is.
Oh, sorry. That's already more than 2 predicate acts for the RICO. Already, way more than 2. So that part should already be done. The people who are emotional are the ones who don't want to see that the law already has convicted him based on the testimony that's already been given.
Okay, hold on for a minute. Mr. Levi, do you have anything open?
Well, I just closed it out. Is it still an echo?
No, you sound fine. Say something, Carla.
You need me to go on mute? It might be,
hey,
but
can I be heard?
Yeah, but do you have anything open, JoJo?
Do y'all hear?
I got an echo.
You got an echo. Let me see. I'm going to let me see something.
Well, I need to probably turn.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm driving, so I don't know.
Am I echoing? Cookie, I think everybody is echoing. Did you put your echo thing on?
Okay, say something, Carla.
Okay, what about now?
You sound great.
Okay.
Levi.
How do I sound?
You sound fine, but when somebody else talks, it's an echo.
Okay, well, Carla didn't echo, did she?
No, only
okay. I'm not echoing. Is JoJo echoing? No, it is. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Is JoJo's turn to speak? I'm about to.
I'm trying to see if I'm echoing.
Oh, here comes the sergeant. Here comes the sergeant.
Hold on. It's JoJo's turn. Listen, I'm about to sit here, eat my stir fry. I'm about to have me a beer as I listen to this, and I'm going to drink my hen. And I want Brother JoJo to speak. I'll be back in 15 minutes because I want to psychoanalyze Sister Carla.
Oh,
because I want to psychoanalyze her, and she can psychoanalyze me if she chooses to. But what I want to know is she's a perfect specimen, quote unquote. She, as a Black woman, I've been pondering this for the last week. I'm trying to get inside of the mind of Black women like Carla, and I'm listening to her very closely. I'm not going to be judgmental. I'm just going to continue to listen. I'll be back in 15 minutes. The sniper JoJo, the sharpshooter JoJo, he's on the roof. So I'm going to listen to you guys, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Brother JoJo, talk. Let me see how you sound. Hello? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, but JoJo
must be eating this chicken.
Somebody put me on mute.
I did, because I'm trying to, when I mute certain people, it's no echo. So when Levi was
Well,
talking.
you got to remember to come take me back off.
I just did. You're off, baby.
I took myself off. I can't even hear. Hold on.
You're off. So what difference do it make?
Because listen, I gotta have I have to have full capacity when I'm driving. I ain't at home.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, baby.
You know what I'm saying? Who is that talking this trash like this?
You know.
You know, shit, show some love. But nevertheless, man, hold on, because I pulled over. Let me make sure this shit is right.
What you pulling over for?
Because I was pulling over to make sure when I pull off that I can be heard.
Okay,
and it's coming through my speaker. You listen. It was coming through the speakers in the car. And I don't know if that was causing the echo, so I pulled over. The responsible thing to do instead of trying to do it while I'm driving. You understand me?
Yes, sir. So, is there anything you disagree with that you heard so far?
I didn't hear everything because, like I said, I was ordering my food in this restaurant and I came out and I seen your live, and that's why we finna get this thing popping.
Okay.
Because I don't know what was said.
I'm in between. I go both ways.
Okay, can you give me a brief synopsis on what's been going on?
I want to know, do you feel as though Cassie is a victim? Do you think there's something wrong? See, I've been on for almost 2 hours. You want me to recap all that? But
no, you don't. That's why I said a brief.
Okay. I want to know what's wrong with being a freak. And when I say freak, people, I do not mean something's wrong with you. I mean you're freaky. And I understand, because so am I. Whereas I don't feel as though a person, the government, should come into anybody's bedroom and tell them how. And I know, Carla, it's illegal for sex trafficking. I understand it's illegal for prostitution. But if nobody knows that those illegal activity is going on, what's wrong with it? It's in my bedroom. Until it's not, I guess. That's when it becomes illegal.
Because it's illegal activity going on.
Okay, so once again, if I choose to do that, and as long as nobody ain't passing me no drugs illegally without my consent and knowledge, I'm good with everything I'm doing. I'm getting
if you're good with it, Cookie, it's no issue for anyone because it's not going to go beyond your bedroom unless y'all two get caught. Unless somebody catch you and set you up like they thought was going to happen because they knew what they was doing was illegal when they was going on Craigslist and Backpage. That's what I want to know. What the type kind of nigga is he to be going on Backpage and Craigslist to find somebody with all that money he got? Like this, all the shame that they are giving to this woman, what is his shame at? What is his shame at for that all this money you got and you having her search Craigslist and Backpage to find niggas to have them come on her and wipe it on you?
Okay, so
let me explain something. Okay, so you guys will know. So he is being charged for the consensual and non-consensual. So under USC 2421, it's not any force in that, right? It's not any illegal sexual acts by force or sexual abuse by force. It's not anything like that in there. So he's being charged for what she agreed to do as well as what she agreed not to do. Well, as they put it, by force. So you guys know. So this is it gets a little involved. Okay, his particular case gets a little involved.
You can't find no better than going on Backpage and Craigslist.
Okay, so what do you think that was? Because that's what I was saying to the Red Bunny. Because when this first happened, right, when they raided the house and they found the baby oil, next thing you know, we start hearing about the celebrity freak off. What happened to all that? Where did the Cassie thing come in other than the fact that the tape came out?
Well, Cookie, this is the thing. There is another victim. And
Because that goes all wrong. Okay. Lord. Okay. This is where I don't know what to say. I really don't. All right. Now, I don't expect no one to have taken her lawsuit and what we've heard of Little Rods, and apparently now what Don Richard put in their civil cases, right? And for some of it to appear in the indictment. Okay. And I'm just alleging with Don because I really don't know what she said, but I know she took the stand. So if anything she said in her civil lawsuit appeared in the indictment, okay, right? I don't expect no one to be able to really do that. All right. Okay, so but since then, this has been a while. When we got the indictment, I went over and I said, oh, okay, this is coming from Cassie and Summer Rod, right? You know, anything. I didn't know Don was going to appear appear in court. So after I said it, and I'm not saying others wasn't saying it, but you started seeing more and more like Law and Crime, other shows, other places, other news articles, media outlets started, and they had legal analysts. Nobody believes me, so you can go and believe the white man or white lady, and they were speaking as if the indictment was related to Cassie, at least to Cassie. Now, the trial has already started. Cassie has hit the stand. The video of Cassie getting, a beating in the hotel has already come up. What do you mean? How does the charges relate to Cassie? How does this case relate to Cassie? What are you talking about? Who are the victims then? If one ain't Cassie.
Exactly.
Who?
And can I say this? It also diminishes her testimony and the evidence. The video is evidence. Her testimony is also evidence. She's describing extremely disturbing conditions. That is not a part of these consensual freaky acts that that Cookie envisions. I don't know why Miss Cookie struggles with conceptualizing freaky behavior as being potentially non-consensual, coerced, intimidated. What her thing is all freaky. Everybody's having fun in her mind because she can only see it in her lens of freakiness is fun. Yeah, when everybody's consenting and enjoying the freakiness. That's not what is being described. You don't take somebody who's having they have all these clubs and stuff in different parts of the world or whatever, in the United States as well, where people go, they do what they do, and everybody comes out smiling and they're happy. Yeah, great. What they are describing, what has been described, you even have the prostitutes, all of them saying, I was afraid for her. I stopped taking the money because I heard and saw things that made me uncomfortable. I took Jonathan Odie. I took recordings of it because I thought a body was going to be pinned on me. That is not just happy-go-lucky freakiness. And that's all, for whatever reason, I think Miss Cookie keeps reducing everybody down to, they're just all having this great, intimate experience. That's not what we're talking about. Those experiences, if they had any of them, and I believe they certainly may have over time. She even said, I engaged in consensual intimacy with him at times. Great. Those times we have no issue with, and we agree the government has no place there. But the government also isn't there. The government is focused on the times and the things that were illegal, inappropriate, put people in a compromising situation, things that are not okay. And if they result in trauma, consent can't be there. That is the number one thing that we learn in with anything related to trauma therapy. If trauma is the outcome, consent cannot have possibly occurred, because when you're consenting, there's no trauma that can follow it.
Right.
Why is that not an option? Why can that not be conceptualized by people? And why does some people's brains just tune that totally out? I wish so much I could have been a part of this conversation. I love the conversation, but I wish so much that I would have been able to be a part of this, because there's just so many things there. I'll shut up and keep listening.
Yeah, and another thing, right? Maybe I can simplify it. If in Georgia you decide to, well, let's not say Georgia. Let's say Louisiana. If in Louisiana, if you decide to have butt naked sex on the beach somewhere, and that is against the law, I don't care if you're having fun. Apparently, both of you, consented to it. Y'all just having fun. You're going to jail.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. A lot of this is that, everybody don't think like 304s, right? If anybody don't know what 304s is, it's a hoe. Okay?
Yeah.
Everybody don't think like that. That's number one. Everybody don't have the whole, background, the whole mindset, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. So everything, we can do a whole lot of shit. Okay? Right. A lot of shit we do in our life is not healthy. What happens when it's not healthy? Most times it ends into some health problems. So a lot of things we do, we're not supposed to be doing, but we do them. And just because we don't get caught, or we doing it in the comfort of our own home, or we agree to do whatever, doesn't mean it's illegal or something that we shouldn't be doing. Mm-hmm. I don't understand this whole concept, this whole mindset. Like, okay, let me play, because I'm gonna say something else. Let me just click the button. I get some trouble.
And he was doing this with her all the way up to rumors of investigation. So the prosecution in the when they did the opening statement, said less than 11 months ago. So while people are just harping on Cassie, just wait. Another victim is coming. He also has another victim. Also, Tuesday, Capricorn Clark will be testifying. Who is going to testify to some more things? And then in addition to that, there is a Mia who was another personal assistant who he kidnapped and went in the bed and did stuff to too. So this is not just a history of just Cassie. They are trying to make people think that, because they want to get ahead of the narrative. So the people who are jumping on this bandwagon of, oh, we don't see the RICO, and they are trying to formulate this with this Diddy campaign, they want you to believe that the RICO is not there. But there is another Jane.
Okay.
There's a Jane Doe.
I'll ask you this. If it was not for the tape, okay, do you believe any of these people, the Jane Doe, the Gina, and anybody else would have been coming forward to say, oh, this happened to me?
I think that they would have, because the lawsuit preceded the release of the video. So the video got released a few weeks after the lawsuit, because remember, initially people would not believe in Cassie. You know what I'm saying? When the lawsuit got settled, when they went to that first arbitration, and whatever it was that Cassie's lawyers displayed before them that made him settle in less than 24 hours. And before he was a hard staunch, no, we can take this to court. I'm not doing this. And whatever they put in there, he settled within 24 hours. People still didn't believe Cassie, but people started to come forward. And then a few weeks, then the video was released. And then that's when everybody believed her. So it wasn't the lawsuit. The filing of the lawsuit preceded the video release.
So you believe that nobody believed her when he paid her that $20 million in 24 hours?
I'm not saying nobody did. I said there were a lot of people who didn't. There were a lot of people who didn't believe. I think we had a conversation on Levi's channel where lots of people were doubting it prior to the video release. And then when the video was released, then that's when all of these excuses came and justifications came for what might have happened that transpired in the video. Well, now through the testimony, we know what really happened during the time of it. So it was no money in the duffel bag.
Okay, let's talk about that. Is it a possibility? I want you to just think.
Okay.
Been with him. This was 2016, so she's been with him for about 11 years, right? No, 2008 they met. 2007.
I think it was about 10 years, 10 to 11. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That was right.
Getting her ass whooped, doing these freak offs, drugs and all this stuff. She sets up these meetings. These, that's because she set them up.
He taught her. He taught her.
Do you think that she set up this whole thing with the hotel?
No. Okay. Cookie. Let me stop you right. Let me stop you right there because it's the same thing I want to present. It was an argument in the other situation. His defense in questioning her did no questioning to dispute her series of events the day that incident happened. That was their opportunity to question her in a way to dispute her series of events. Instead, they put up smoke and mirrors to talk about her past sexual history, her promiscuity, how she got with him. All of these things that are irrelevant to what the crimes is that he committed. His defense has not done anything to defend him against the crimes that are being alleged. They are throwing up smoke and mirrors. They didn't even question her mother about the extortion. That's another predicate act inside of the RICO that is proven.
That would have made him look even worse. Not only
it doesn't matter. If you didn't do it, you put up the defense. It don't matter who's on the stand. If he didn't extort the mother, try to extort Cassie. He had his lawyers questioning her in a way to try to debunk the fact that he was trying to use those sex tapes to blackmail her. Well, through the mother's testimony, now we got confirmation. The mother rehabilitated Cassie's testimony, just like most of the other witnesses getting on the stand. They have, through their testimony, rehabilitated what his lawyer tried to do in order to break down her character, but they never defended against the crimes that were alleged. They never went after Cassie about the series of events of the crimes that they said that he committed. When they asked her, whose money was it? Mr. Combs. His lawyers didn't come up and say, oh, that was your money. That wasn't Mr. Combs' money. They didn't dispute that. You want to know why they're not disputing it? Because there is a financial record of Western Unions and all kinds of other wiring transactions that show the amount of money that was distributed to these escorts, these quote-unquote escorts, better known as prostitutes.
So the Western Union transfers would have his name on it?
It's coming from the company. It's coming from his company, and that's the RICO.
He has assets or any kind of hand in that she can't give an approval for it?
She cannot. She couldn't even give an approval for them to pay the hotel. You want to know who was on the name to approve the hotel transactions? Christina Korn, his manager.
Welcome, Brother Larry. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Larry.
What's up?
First, let me say this before you start. You inspired me. Your first live coming back, I said, oh, I got to get him up because I'm with you. I don't care what nobody think about me. I'm a woman, yes, but I'm with you. Everything you said, I agree. I'm on the fence about a lot of things, and I do feel like he should be in jail, though. I do believe that tape was very damaging, and he needs to pay for that. But that's
just a few months ago, Larry was calling Young Miami a sex worker.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now, I've been listening to you for 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to respond to what you said. I want to respond to what you said so far. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
We can.
Okay. From a emotional woman perspective, with a view of a worldly woman perspective, from a view of domestic violence, and a view from that videotape, I can understand how you could come to what you have been saying. He's charged with male prostitution across state lines, charged with racketeering, charged with blowing up that car, extortion, a couple other things. Off the top of my head, I can't name. He's not guilty. Hold on. No, 25 minutes.
No, I just want to correct one thing because you're saying it wrong. All of the things that you mentioned are the predicate acts under the RICO.
Okay, so, and you know, you gotta know who you talking to.
I know, that's why I'm correcting you because I'm shocked.
Talking about, okay, all right, they haven't proven any of it.
Made that mistake.
Okay, okay, they haven't proven any of it. You want to know why? He's not guilty of any of it, and they don't have.
Well, actually, let me correct y'all. Actually, he has the RICO, and those behaviors are listed under the RICO. But he's also charged with count 2, 3, 4, and 5. Count 2 is also sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. Count 3 is transportation to engage in the prostitution. Count 4 is sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. And count 5 is transportation to engage in prostitution. Let me go back and see what Larry said originally.
To pay the hotel. You want to know who was on the name to approve the hotel transactions? Christina Korn, his manager.
Ooh, and she tried to get out the third.
Brother Larry, how are you?
Hello, Mr. Larry.
What's up?
First, let me say this before you start. You inspired me. Your first live coming back, I said, oh, I got to get him up because I'm with you. I don't care what nobody think about me. I'm a woman, yes, but I'm with you. Everything you said, I agree. I agree. I'm on the fence about a lot of things, and I do feel like he should be in jail, though. I do believe that tape was very damaging, and he needs to pay for that. But that's
just a few months ago, Larry was calling Young Miami a sex worker.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now, I've been listening to you for 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to respond to what you said. I want to respond to what you said so far. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
We can.
Okay. From a emotional woman perspective, with a view of a worldly woman perspective, from a view of domestic violence, and a view from that videotape, I can understand how you could come to what you have been saying. He's charged with male prostitution across state lines, charged with racketeering, charged with blowing up that car, extortion, a couple of other things. Off the top of my head, I can't name. He's not guilty. Hold on. No, 25 minutes.
No, I just want to correct one thing because you're saying it wrong. All of the things that you mentioned are the predicate acts under the RICO.
Okay, so, and you know, you gotta know who you talking to.
I know, that's why I'm correcting you because I'm shocked.
Talking about, okay, all right, they haven't proven
I'm shocked
any
that you
of
made that mistake.
Okay, let me. Okay, They haven't proven any of it. You want to know why? He's not guilty of any of it. And they don't have to prove any of it because Cassie herself said that she and him were the only people that knew about the freak offs. Therefore, there is no enterprise assistants or managers that assisted in the racketeering charges.
Lord have mercy.
Okay, so off the top of anything, kill the racketeering charges. You can kill.
Did you hear that?
Angie, what is going on right there? What is he
I don't know. I don't know, honey. I don't know. You tell me and we'll both know. Huh? The same person
it can't
that
even be
used to
possible.
say they got managers, such and such. Same thing as in Diddy's case.
Yeah, what are you talking about? On top of that, clearly there's at least one other person who knows about all the freak offs. The prostitutes who were paid to engage in it. What do you mean?
Yeah, like what
do you
going
mean?
on?
The Punisher taking the stand is a witness to, yes, these things did happen. Yes, I was paid. And then you have assistants who have got, like, why when it comes to these cases, do people choose to hang their hat only on the evidence that they want to hear and see and then throw aside the other one? We've now had 13, 14, maybe 15 or so witnesses, all of which have gotten on the stand in some capacity. Well, let's exclude the few that were like detectives or Homeland Security, stuff like that. So let's take it down to 10. All of those people have gotten on the stand and corroborated the account of these things happening. Why then would he just get up there and say that there's no additional evidence? Also, just because even if it had only been just the two of them who knew about it, you can still potentially have a RICO. Like, I don't understand what he's saying that. Maybe I need to hear him out. I'll hear him out. That's on me. I need to hear him out. That makes no sense to me, though, just off the cuff. Or either you couldn't have been following the cases closely, because why are you now saying that no one else was knowledgeable of it beside her and him? And we know that's not true.
Right. And then he talking about no one else was in the room. Huh? There were people helping with making this stuff possible.
The assistant said he had to go into the room and set it up exactly, with the oils or, whatever it is that they were going to do at that night. He had to go in and set it up. He also had to go and acquire drugs for the event. He also had to help clean up after these events. Like, the hotels are saying that the rooms were clearly taken over. And then, and to me, the coup de grace is just the videotape, the tip of the iceberg. It's not like everything that everyone has said thus far says that there were multiple people who knew. The security guards who had to go and get Cassie, I think she described security guards going and getting her from an event that she was at and forcefully bringing her back on site. The security guard, the off-duty police officer that worked at the Intercontinental. What are you talking about? Why are you saying that?
And then on top of that, the enterprise doesn't just consist of just the people who know about the freak-off. As I explained earlier, his enterprise, the octopus, exactly. Mm-hmm. As I explained earlier, a RICO can be both, the enterprise portion of it can be both for illegal and legal acts. Mm-hmm. But it has to have a pattern of racketeering. Okay? So it doesn't mean that the whole company was just carrying out illegal activity. No. It means that it could be, there's a secretary there, there's a that person, whatever. There's a structure there. Okay? And he is charged with racketeering conspiracy. It's different from what R. Kelly was charged with. R. Kelly was charged with a substantive RICO, which means that he had to participate. Mm-hmm. All Sean Combs need to know what was going on. Okay? And that he didn't necessarily have to commit the acts, but we know that they allege he committed the acts because he was a part of the sex acts and stuff like that. But and the drugs and all of that. Mm-hmm. But that two or more knew and plotted to what? Carry out crimes. They didn't even necessarily even have to carry him out.
No, because in conspiracy, Angie, can you confirm? So my way of thinking of conspiracy as a lay person, not a person, who knows much about the law. My thought of conspiracy is when you're trying to plan it, you're thinking about doing it, you're trying to put the pieces of the puzzle in place, and you're a part of it. Whereas the actual act itself would be the racketeering. So they're saying he was, even if whether he did fully do it or not, the biggest part that they're charging him with is even trying to put the pieces together. Is that accurate, or is that not, or am I missing a major component?
That's accurate.
Okay, so again,
to commit a crime.
Yeah.
But the rest of it,
that would be all of those text messages. That would be, the emails and different sorts of things. Those will be the conversations behind the scenes. Those will be a lot of those things.
Right, and it's easier to prove for the prosecution. With R. Kelly's substantive RICO, that's harder to prove. With this is easier to prove.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. We hit the button.
Kill it, because she got on the stand and said no one knew. So having that man on the stand saying that he is a CEO of a enterprise that colluded and structured and went out and did all of these things to multiple victims when we are yet to see but one, okay, based upon a video that's taken out of character, sort of like Surviving R. Kelly, okay, and a rush to judgment and lies in the grand jury to withhold him on bond and basically paint him as a monster for 5 days because he be whooping bitches' asses. That's his thing of whooping bitches' asses. Okay, charge him with 300 counts of domestic violence. But don't come out here to the public and tell us that this man is running a racketeering enterprise, because he's not. Okay, and there's star witness in this case. There's been so many holes poked in her character and her testimony and her lies of setting niggas up, opening up doors for other people. She's cheated on every man she's ever been with. The entire black community of women is defending this woman, but when another black woman was getting domestically getting her ass beat, it was her that was laughing and taunting. This person with this baby face that America has fallen in love with is the fucking devil. And I've seen too many of them in my lifetime to get away with shit like this and to make niggas crazy to sit by and side with it. Yes, she is a victim of domestic violence getting her ass whooped, but she had every opportunity to leave. But you want to know what? You know how I view her? She is a lazy person. You want to know how I know? Because before she got this lawsuit money, she had a book, she had a tour. As soon as they gave her the money, what she do? Quit all of that shit because she don't want to do anything. Yeah, she might have wanted to sing this and that. You got to understand why people sing in the first place. They're not singing because they just like to sing. They're singing because they want to make a lot of money. So if somebody is giving you a lot of money, more money than you'll ever see singing, guess what? You're going to go along with the program. I think she is a nympho. And you're talking about the defense. They didn't go into her, they dug into her past. No, they didn't, because the prosecution told the judge and they ruled on it that they couldn't talk about her past. But if they could talk about her past, they would have found out that she probably was a whore in Connecticut. She was a whore in New York. And when she got with that man that was 11 years her age, she lived with him for 3 years and had a tattoo. We even, back when the baby doll stuff started coming out in her lawsuit, this is what kills me with this lady right here. She filed a lawsuit just like Dawn, and in her lawsuit, she said that Diddy put together a flyer and tricked her into coming to Miami, and it wasn't an event she was going to perform at, and then he kissed her in the mouth. But when the trial started, it came out that her and Diddy put this shit together after only meeting him for 2 weeks to turn her back on the man she had been living with, that was giving her opportunities, that was taking her to the studio, that actually had money, that got her in that room with Diddy. She fucked him over in 2 weeks, set that up with Diddy, and went down there. Now, the next thing, drugs. He got her on drugs. He taught her this, he taught her that. You don't have any evidence of that. And so far as drugs, what did her best friend say? Her best friend say that when we first met Diddy and we was hanging out with him and partying, they asked her what kind of drugs, what you doing. What did she say? Opioids. So Diddy didn't get her on opioids. When the first 2 weeks of Diddy, her roommate, the model, they was on the boat in Miami doing opioids with Diddy. Her friend, the one he hit in the head with the clothes hanger. And why did he hit in the head with a clothes hanger? He wanted to know who the little bitch was cheating with. Because she is promiscuous. There's not a man he ever introduced her to that she didn't fuck. And the only reason why she just stuck it out with this motherfucking white man, because she don't have anything else left. And as soon as she get this money and she get back out here within a year, she's gonna leave him. Everybody's like he.
So once again, as in the R. Kelly case, they believe that information such as this, right, which is speculative. I got the transcripts, but I don't have them open. But anyway, that information is something to prove the elements or the facts in the case. All of that that's not on the indictment. Okay. Now, her story, and that's told through by the assistance of the prosecutors and is challenged by the defense. That's up to the jury to decide whether or not she's credible or not. Just because, she got a little history of cheating on people and all that type of stuff, whatever, that does not mean that she wasn't a victim of anything. Doesn't mean that. A lot of things, is speculation. We don't know that. I mean, they live by speculation.
He gonna leave her? No, she's going to leave him. Okay? Because the gig is up. That man don't need to be in jail on no racketeering charges, facing all this motherfucking time over. And you want to know why he was ordering those men? You notice that none of the men has came out in the court that's ever touched him. Matter of fact, when the men look at him, he said, "Don't look at me, look at her."
They affirmed it.
You want to know? No, you want to know why? You want to know why? You want to know why? Because he can't handle her in bed.
Their body fluids.
That's why. Hold on, I ain't cut you off. You talk for 30 minutes. You want to know why? Because she couldn't handle him in bed. He couldn't handle her ass in bed. He could not handle her in bed. And that's why he was taking the They said he was taking the blood pressure medicine. You cannot live.
What is he talking about? Who said that is he just assuming that? Because there is no evidence that suggests that he can handle her. I think so many people who are speaking now, to me, I can't help but feel like they are assuming what the circumstances would have been for them. There's no evidence of that. What there's evidence of is a fetish that is a known fetish type. I'm not going to say the word because I know YouTube will not have it. But CUCKHOLD, he has that type of a fetish. That is a common thing that people have. So why is he just assuming? Again, so many of these things are tropes of the Black community, the male community, the patriarchy of it all, the misogyny of it all. This stuff is not based in fact. It's based in your opinion, and the logic of it is greatly flawed, like significantly. What are we talking about here? Like, I'm shocked at some of what I'm even hearing.
Mm-hmm. I'm not, but I
am.
This is what's going on. This is the new thing. I mean, to even take some of this speculation and attribute it back to the R. Kelly case, it goes there. Yeah. Let me keep learning.
Mhm.
Weirdest shit I ever seen.
If you continue taking Viagra every day to try to fuck this little bitch. So he had to bring in some help. That's how much of a horse she is. When she went to Canada, Drake got a song
Ooh.
about it. Didn't she fuck Drake? She was fucking with Michael B. Jordan. She was fucking with Chris Brown. And through all this abuse and all of this hurt and all of this shit she was going through, it ain't never stopped her from fucking. It ain't never stopped her from getting into other relationships with men. So you don't go to the police. You're fucking everybody every time we break up. You're laughing at the back bitch getting bopped, but you want to run into court and tell us you got bopped and want us to feel sorry for you. I don't even think she wanted to be there. She just wanted the money. The feds just want to take down a black billionaire at this point. And everybody that's taking that stand, they got subpoenaed and they didn't want to be there. It ain't nobody that took that stand so far that want to see him go down. Nobody. Dawn want the money. She want the money. The assistant was doing illegal shit, smoking weed, doing drugs on the job. The Punisher is trying to sell books and see this as an opportunity to push his book on Amazon. He even said both sex workers said, one said she want me to she the one told me to piss in the mouth. The other motherfucking sex worker said, they was like, well, how do you know she liked it? Because when I got through eating her pussy, she put that motherfucking pussy up there and said, I want you, it's time, put that motherfucker in here. Every female on this panel listening right now know what that means. After you come down on a woman and she's like, I had enough of this shit, put that motherfucker in here. So the victim shit, all of this shit, man, come on, dog. Come on, man. Come on. Yeah, he throw apples at bitch. He gonna whoop your motherfucking ass. But guess what? If he wouldn't be a billionaire, if he went around being nice to everybody and gave everybody some motherfucking money, they still embrace this smoking on the job, doing cocaine, ketamine, all that shit too. It's a big ass rock star lifestyle party shit. What didn't happen is a bunch of nerds and a bunch of motherfucking dykes that got in this nigga business. Just because you don't understand somebody's sexual preference or how they run their household or a black household or a black billionaire household, don't mean it's a fucking crime. And I'm sorry that I'm sitting up here and I'm talking about Babyface and everybody think this motherfucker is a gliding angel or some shit. But if she was ugly, we wouldn't even be in this case right now. If she was an ugly black girl, we wouldn't even be in this shit right now. And you know it. You know it. You know it. But they view her as something else. But it's starting to come out. You're starting to learn her character. You're starting to learn that this motherfucker is conniving, ain't you? That
So, Larry,
all good.
I couldn't get nobody to do all this good stuff for me. You said because she pretty.
Man, listen, man. This motherfucker is right. This motherfucker ain't worked a job in her fucking life, and she gets in the door with a billionaire. Can't no ugly motherfucker get at no table with Puff Daddy and be in his peripheral view for that long. This motherfucker got one song in 30 years, ain't worked nail job or nothing. Nothing. She ain't did nothing but get high and fuck, and somehow she the victim. It's been men taking care of this little girl since she was 19 years old. Buying her shit, paying her rent, giving her drugs, and fucking her. And that's who she is. I don't know why people try to make it out to be like she's something else. She's not a fucking singer. The nigga got her in a movie. Act like he didn't do shit from her. She's in a movie with Terrence J.
He gave her a contract.
He got any, and that's all she's ever had. She had. So he taking this little bitch on $500,000 shopping sprees and paying her rent. She ain't even live with this motherfucker. He ain't even live with her.
That he could not sing when he gave her a contract.
No, he didn't want that nasty motherfucker around his sons because she would have fucked him. Every man he ever introduced to.
So that's why he gave her a contract?
He gave her a contract to sign her in the beginning. He give everybody a contract. So total, he gave them a contract.
Why ain't they in the court?
I don't know. Hold on. Where's the previous abuse? Where's the motherfuckers that is okay? If I did all this shit to you, why the fuck it ain't nobody else up here? Why it's just you?
If this was a regular job, let's just say this is a regular job, a regular corporation. She is entitled by the law to do exactly what she's doing right now.
And what's that?
Yeah, but you can't do it when it's
what she's doing with him financially, and it will be criminal.
Carla, slow down. if this were if he was a corporate CEO, please explain, because we're about to really compartmentalize these things and not just say stuff. What would she? Let me ask the question, sweetheart. Let me ask you the question, because you just said it. If he were the CEO of a regular corporation, you said she would have the right to do what she's doing right now. Could you explain that, please?
She would have the right to do it because number one, she is his subordinate. Number one. Why do you think you get sexual harassment training and things of that nature on the job?
Would you agree that for a CEO to sexually harass or do anything inappropriate, that has to be proven? In other words, the CEO of the company, I agree with you. Listen to me. As it pertains to policy in most corporations, you're not allowed to have any sexual interaction or date your subordinates. I get that. However, if that subordinate chose to date the CEO and it comes out later that he dated the CEO, that she dated the CEO, in order for her to file a sexual harassment lawsuit, in order for her to file a sexual assault lawsuit, she would have to prove that he sexually harassed her or sexually assaulted her. The fact that the company policy was violated, both of them are responsible and equally guilty of that, because you knew not to.
No, that is not the case, Levi. And this is, let me say this. There is proof. There's proof in her mother's testimony. That was undisputed.
That what?
That he harassed her. Because
hold on. Number one, her mother is in connection.
Before they get lost in translation, let me correct something. So I'm not sure why they went down the whole route of if that was his employee and so on and so forth. Yeah. That's neither here or there. The thing is, I think she's trying to say that he is the one that's, in control. She's up under him. So I think she's right now. I'm looking for something. I can't think. I think she's thinking about it's on the darn sentencing guidelines. If someone is seen, it's just like when you guys see stories about cult leaders and things of that nature. If the person is seen to be a leader or in control, then that can be an enhancement, right? Because that just means exactly that. So and that's just another way of strengthening their claim that a person had a control over you, and because of that particular dynamic in their relationship, then that person should get more time. I believe she's speaking of that. But I mean, that's not an actual factor. I wouldn't say it's just a part of the facts in the case, not an actual factor that would contribute that has anything to do with his particular charges. But if on the job situation, and if both people was messing with each other, and it is in the handbook, in the rules, that you cannot date an employee or whatever, then both of them would get in trouble. Now, and but he was talking about if the manager harasses the employee, then that manager would get in trouble, not the employee. Like, am I hearing this right?
I think why Carla even initially brought it up is she was trying to articulate that the power dynamics between people do matter in terms of the law, as well as in terms of just what those interactions look like in general. And we know that specifically in the R. Kelly case and in the Diddy case, it does matter, because these are people who were seen as having significant power and control, which then does have an impact to the consent. But I think they took it, or Mr. Levi took it, and so did Larry, took it a totally different way. Because I agree that in this particular case, it's not a matter, it's really not as relevant to the charges in the case and all of that. But I think what Carla was picking up on was the justification that it whether that was intended or not from Larry and Mr. Levi, there seems to be a justification of, and this is just the common narrative among especially Black community and Black men especially, these women, our penises are just so magical that these women just cannot resist. And then when they, then later on they try to change it up. That's not what was described. And to continue to push that narrative is disgusting. This is what they're not bringing up is the sores in her mouth. The fact that she's saying, I am someone's child. You're using me like a punching bag. I don't want to do this. I'm taking drugs in order to numb myself. That's not a person who's saying, I love this. I'm eating this up and I want every other part. He also, what Larry is leaving out is the fact that multiple people who've taken the stand have talked about she's out there. He pulls her aside. They can hear her being assaulted. And then she is sent back out, and all of a sudden she's complying in a totally different mood. That does not suggest to me that this is a person who just couldn't get enough. The pain that would have physically happened would have been unbearable for a female to take on. And the evidence is suggesting that. But what it is that so many men have convinced themselves that, again, the power of the penis is so incredible that's all this all comes down to. We can dismiss everything because women just are so, there's certain women who are just so loosey-goosey that I can dismiss the fact that there were prostitutes involved. I can dismiss the text messages where the person is clearly saying, hey, I don't want to do this. I can dismiss the fact that the person had medical condition. Like, how are you, put it in full context. Tell the story how it was, not the parts that you want and not the fantasy that you're trying to live and justify in your head.
Right, yeah.
Oh,
so that's I kind of So, I mean, it was a lot of stuff got infused into this. I'm like, the indictment is real simple. It's not even as complicated as R. Kelly, and all kind of stuff got thrown in. I was like, oh my gosh, my head was. I was like, please don't tell me to do that.
They're in a relationship, so yes, he's harassing her because she's fucking everybody, just like she had Kid Cudi there for Christmas.
I'm sorry.
Hold on a second. When she colluded with the manager at the job with him to deceive her boyfriend to go out of town with him, the sexual harassment shit you talking about, it goes out the window.
No, it does not. Because
yes, it does.
It's not a one-time event.
Yo,
it does.
The only
it's not a one-time event.
The only way
a relationship with him that day.
The only way we're going to make headway in this is not cut each other off. Everybody should be able to speak what they have to say without being cut off. Carla, you were just saying. I asked you a question and you went off in another. Here's my question. Even though company policy was broke as it pertains to the ethics policy of that company, the young lady cannot sue the CEO for sexual harassment or sexual assault unless she's able to prove that he sexually harassed her or sexually assaulted her. Would you agree with that? Would you agree?
I agree with that. And I just gave you the example of that harassment.
Okay, tell me wait. So your interpretation of harassment, to make sure we clear, then Larry gonna speak, y'all gonna speak, is that because the mother said wait a minute, excuse me, man. Because the mother said when they broke up or when it was turbulence in the relationship, he said, I tell you what, give me my $20,000 back that I paid for your project.
Hold on, Levi. And why did he want $20,000 back, Levi?
Because she was cheating.
Because she was fucking Kid Cudi, who he introduced her to.
That is
what
was said.
And
because she's a what?
Cannot do that. As his employee, he cannot do that.
He
That's
cannot
what
do
I'm
what?
trying to explain to you two.
Explain it, please.
As his employee, he cannot do that. She has a contract with him. But she has a contract with him that includes studio time. If she decides to break up with him and go for someone else, he cannot send an email and to extort her mother for $20,000 of studio time that she's entitled to under her contract because he's upset about a personal matter. That's why the burden is more on him because he's the one in the position of not her.
When he sends the money back to the mother, it proves that they're in nothing more than a torrential relationship.
No, that doesn't matter.
Yes,
The act
it
is
does.
already
They were in a relationship. They were in a relationship.
Carla. A man buys you a brand new car. He pays cash for it, right? Not no real expensive car, but he pays $45,000, $50,000 for a regular car. He pays for it cash, brand new. The man, and you are kicking it. The man finds out that you fucking around on him. So the man tells you, I want my motherfucking money. Either bring that car back or give me the money. And your mother, you go to your mother and you say, he is tripping because of what he bought me and what he purchased me. And your mother said, I would just take a loan off the house and I would just give him this $45,000. Is that a crime? Yes or no?
If I'm not his employee, it's not.
Okay, stop. Now, when you say as an employee, listen, as an employee, does she as an employer, she as an employee, and this is why most corporations that we talked about have that ethics policy. You're not to date those who work for the company. If you're the CEO, you shouldn't be doing none of that. But I'm gonna ask you a simple question. As the employer, and she's the employee, because they're fucking, does she have a right to say, oh, you never made me wifey. You was fucking all these chicks around me, Mr. CEO. So I'm going to bring all of our sexual lifestyle, all of that out if you don't give me some goddamn money. He's saying to her, I want the $20,000 back. You fast forward, she said, I want 20 million, nigga, or I'm gonna put the shit out there.
She's not even alleging that she's a victim of sexual abuse. She just wants to get paid.
I want to get paid. Like he wanted his $20,000 back.
Lord help me, Jesus, mercy. Okay, so most times prior to someone filing a lawsuit, they send a demand letter. It looks in the form of a lawsuit. Pretty much is a summary of the lawsuit to come, but it's called a demand letter. It lays out why they are suing you. Apparently, the behavior she sued him for, the damages, okay? She was awarded, not awarded, but she was given. They appear in the indictment. So they were actually crimes.
Thank you.
Okay, they were crimes, which means that they would have been proven in court. Mm-hmm. He knew that. That's why they didn't go to court. Okay? So, if he would have said, with the scenario that Levi gave, that would have been extortion, right? That would have been extortion.
That's not what they describe at all in the court case.
Exactly.
I'm shocked.
Exactly. He does it all the time. Why are you shocked? He makes analogies
Larry
really not comparable.
Larry,
it's terrible.
I don't understand.
I don't know what the fuck is going on. When I tell you, my people picking process is usually be dead on. Until I got to this sector, I am shooting blanks. I'm like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking like, okay, I usually pick good people. Y'all hear all them good people I talk to. Y'all heard like my last friend, the good man. And I'm sitting there like, they Trump supporters, all it's a bunch of shit going on around here. And I'm telling you, at least 2 of y'all in here are murderers. Y'all gonna tell me, yeah. I know it. I can feel it in my soul.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, I don't think you should make that kind of accusation.
Well, I ain't say who it was. I got a good idea.
Here's the thing. If I recall the testimony correctly, and I could go back because I've been following channels that are, following the real time tweets and your channel and stuff like that with you. From what I understand of that testimony, it was that when she attempted to leave, that's when he used the, okay, well, now you got to pay me. And it wasn't just you got to pay me the $20K so you get for studio time. It was, or else I will release a sex tape of you. There was this threat to prevent the sex tape from coming out, which was why her mom said to protect my daughter and all these things like that. And then, of course, she also had the video, the pictures of the bruising, which is not being articulated or discussed here. But also for Larry to say, pretty much for him to justify the harassment of it is shocking and very disturbing. Because what do you mean? Oh, well, that's just because they was in a relationship. She was a whore, so that's why she got harassed. That's not acceptable behavior. That's not how this game goes. If she's a whore, especially a millionaire, should be able to let her go whore in peace, if that's what you believe. Not harass her, not come for $20,000, or else I'm going to release a sex tape that was absolutely sent to 50 Cent. And we heard that before this court case even came out. So what are you talking about? Why are you recreating the facts so that they align with a narrative that you can digest? That's not what happened here. And also, why is it assumed, again, this whole idea that Black women should just suffer through, or if they are too promiscuous? This is the person, he was in the corner getting stuff rubbed on him. He's just as promiscuous, if not more so than her. She's saying, hey, I don't want to do this. And he's saying, why is it not assumed? Well, he's just so loosey-goosey that all of this happened to him. The $20 million is the price of doing business because he couldn't keep himself together. That argument never comes forward. It only is for the women. It's only for the Black women. Yeah. And it's, again, pushing this narrative that women are so loose and that they don't deserve protection. If she was that loose, let her go. You had Kim Porter sitting at home, ready to be a mother. You had Gina, who was willing to ride around with you. You had Young Miami, who was willing to do whatever, and every other woman, quite frankly, in the industry who wanted to get on. If that, for those sorts of personalities, and I 100% believe and agree that there are the quote gold diggers or the people who just want to get on, they want to have fame. Okay, go find them then. You don't have to harass them. You don't have to argue them. You don't have to beat them. You don't have. They're down for whatever. The freak sneaks of the week that Cookie says that people are out there. Find you one of them, and trust me, you have more than enough access, and they are out there in plenty. Why then are you still doing it to this person? And this person is the one who y'all are focusing on and creating a narrative that aligns and justifies being able to abuse someone, to stalk someone, to harass someone, to blackmail someone. What are you talking? Why is that? Where have we gotten to as a country? There's something that broke in this society around COVID. I believe that. I believe there was a permanent break because now I'm serious. I think there's something permanent. There's a permanent break in society that happened around that 2018, 2019 year. And everything since then is backwards, is all get out. How are you even fixing your mouth to justify harassment as if that is a proper thing? And again, these are people who have children, who have daughters. Yes. How are we okay with that? Let that person
abuse
go.
Is just, I don't care. And y'all know how bad I talk about the hoes, the 304s. I don't care if they're a hoe, without a actual title. I don't care if they titled as in a prostitute. I don't care. I don't care if you're a drug addict or any of that stuff. Abuse of any type is not okay.
No.
You can't even abuse animals.
And Larry is one of the main people that I often look to in this sector who often says, leave people alone. Leave people alone. That's one of the main things he'll say. And mind you, sometimes he's saying it in jest, but other times he's saying it because he's referring to alleged harassment that's happened in this sector even. And he sees it as this is harassing. People are calling this. They're doing this. They're doing it. They have been the main people. Mr. Levi as well. I'll call him out. And y'all know I love Mr. Levi. I love Larry, all of y'all. But how is it that you can say that harassment is unjustified over social media when you could literally just block these people and never know that they exist at all? But this person who actually had physical people coming to her home, videos and so on, you can figure out a way to justify that because she was, you decided that she's a prostitute or she's.
Oh no, they'll put your ass in jail in this sector. Oh, your ass going straight to jail over some words over the YouTube.
Some of y'all have reached out to federal authorities because somebody has harassed. And I agree, the harassment of it, that's the difference between me and maybe many people here. Harassment of any kind is inappropriate. It has no place, and there is no justification. Point blank, hard stop. Let's end it there. Whether that is in this sector, I don't want to name names because I don't know who's in with who, but whether it's certain people that those people don't like, that they feel they have been harassed. There have been times, quite frankly, where I do feel that Larry has been harassed, and I do feel that Levi has been harassed. I do feel that these other people in the other sides as well have been harassed, and people have called the police and CPS and all. There we have it, and we look at that, and immediately I can say that behavior is abhorrent and inappropriate, and there's no justification for it. But you're sitting here arguing justifications. There's no justification for harassment, whether she's loose goose or not.
Right. I don't get it. I get it. I get it. And I don't expect you to get it because, like I said, you don't I had got some bad news the other day. My little AKA friend has cancer. She just came out of the hospital. But very stuck up. We was laughing, not her and I, but her and her husband was laughing about some of our ventures and how stuck up she is. And he was like, well, what, but yeah, she's very active in that Greek life, but. You know what? But I have come to peace with where I'm situated, where I'm located at in this sector. I've come to peace. These are the lowest motherfuckers on the planet.
Oh gosh.
Low belly ass caterpillars. You hear me? I've been arguing a week or so with a Mongolian Easter monkey. Okay? And I'm here to tell you, just ghetto as hell. So this is what you get. Anytime when education is bad, like what? You be looking like, I don't understand none of this, okay? So I've come to peace with it all. I'm not shocked at what I hear from who says it. I don't give a damn who I like what I'm saying.
I still am, because these are people that I've engaged with. I've heard some of their other arguments about other situations I've seen, and I know you've done it even more than me. I'm just shocked that this is the mindset of anybody, quite frankly, but of people that I know, and of people that I've heard argue, like some of the arguments when I first, because I never knew Larry's channel really until after he got out, right? And some of the arguments that he made and things, prior to all of him finding out about Mr. Angelo and all of that stuff, and then he changed very drastically. But some of his arguments were so just spot on, and and even some of the other conversations we've had about different stuff, spot on. And Mr. Levi, some of the things, I hear his logic. At least I can follow the logic. This is just a true justification for absolutely horrible behavior. And if we can't meet there, if you can't see that, what are we doing? I don't understand. How did we go from all of OCOV at that point, which I guess he would have been considered the leader of that, being a group of advocating for right, regardless of what was going on. It was about whether people should be mistreated or not, to now he's in a place where he's willing to justify the exact behavior that he kind of started that group to be against. What happened?
And a lot of times people don't understand that the internal scars, there's no price you can put to that. It's no price.
I mean, you're talking about to have to do EMDR, which is a very extreme, intensive. There are very few people even out in the mental health community that even have that credentialing to be able to do that effectively. That is for severe trauma. And it's very effective, by the way. If anybody does have it, I highly recommend it as a form of treatment if you can find a practitioner. But this is not something that somebody's making up. This is not. And why then, again, even if she hadn't been traumatized by it, people should not be followed because they left a relationship. People should not be harassed. People should be able to have another boyfriend or girlfriend and not have that person's car blown up and their gifts gone through and their homes broken into. What are you talking about?
People don't understand that you can be both a whore and get your ass beat.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that either one of them are good or the right thing. So I don't understand. I don't understand the concept.
And in the sex trafficking,
like what?
And to take that a step further, that some of the things that he's describing are common behaviors that we see among prostitutes, for instance, right? You can do all these sorts of things, and then you still get beat, and you still give them your money, and you still keep coming back or whatever. And then if there's another prostitute who's in your stable and they're not doing something, you might fight them to beat, on behalf of the pimp that you have. Like, what you're doing is you're describing pimp-like behavior, and which again confirms sex trafficking. Right? Yeah. Nothing about that. The only difference is they were a high dollar sex trafficking ring versus the one that you see on the corner, which might be low budget in comparison.
Right.
What he just described as justification of, okay, well, why was she doing this and why was she? That's what they do. Go on and find a. You go on and find an app. Make sure you get out there with me. All these different sorts of things. That's what happens within those circles. All of those people are put in a situation of control and fear and drugs and all of these other things that lead them to continue to engage in it. And quite frankly, what happens within these sorts of scenarios as well is that the whole point is you put together a group that enables each other, that controls itself, because you can't be there to control it 24/7. So you put the factors in place that will keep the group under your control and keeping you knowledgeable so that you can control it. Right. What are you talking about?
And a lot of these women who get rescued from the street, so they're coming from the street, they often go right back out there.
Yes. Yes.
And because that is just how their psyche is set up. That is why. Something deeper.
Yes. Even when I talk about that choosing up stuff, oftentimes they'll choose up and then go right back to the person that they were with. Or they'll choose up with one person, stay with them for a while. It's even worse there. They go up to another person who's even more brutal. This is the site. This is what happens. That's the reason why it's illegal.
Right. Or it'd be so crazy. They'll get a good one and go back to the other thing.
He's a simp. He's a simp because he won't beat on me. He won't do this. He won't do that.
They don't know they don't know the effects it has on a person mental. Like, and I don't know. I've told this story a couple times, but after that idiot kidnapped me for a day and a half, almost 2 days, and I was 17. That's when I started having my episodes with my sleeping and stuff. That was almost 40 years ago.
Yes.
I haven't had. I've had 2 in the past, maybe a year and a half. But that was almost 40 years ago.
Thank you.
So, and that's not something, and that's not even something I can control.
Yes.
I'm not, getting jittery and this, that, and that. I'm gonna fight, right? I'm gonna fight my way out of anything. But I go to sleep, and I don't know how it's triggered. I don't know what exactly is the trigger, but I started having those episodes after that ordeal. And that day I saw that man at grocery store, and then by the time I was married to the second husband, I saw that dude in the grocery store. And when he passed by, he looked, and I was like, oh my God, I hope he ain't see me. And I was frozen. And he backed back, and he saw me. He walked up to me, and my mouth was open because I was thinking, I got a crazy one here, and if I don't be home in about the next 15 minutes, I got a crazy one that's going to come looking for me at this store.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just saying, my mouth was open. I could not move. I'm big bad. Yeah. Who shot the bad John Brown? Let's get it cracking. Yeah, I could not move. Instantly. That fear came over me instantly. Like, what in the hell?
That's a trauma response. And
exactly.
It happens. That is a trauma response. Your body is either going to fight, flight, or freeze. That is a fact. Yeah. That's anybody. That's a dog, a horse, all of that. That is a normal thing that your body does without you even thinking about it subconsciously.
Without me thinking. Yeah. I was just standing there in the same position that I was like, I couldn't move. I couldn't say nothing. I was like, oh my God. Yeah. Because this fool is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's a cop. But they said they made him retire. Y'all heard me talk to my friend, and she told me, yeah, they made him retire. Because she goes with that's the fake ass girlfriend. She goes with a guy that worked. They used to be on a force together. Yeah, crazy. Ain't that something? Yeah. Girl, guy. Yeah, this got interesting. Let me hit play. It got interesting.
Right. Now, Carla, am I right? Yes or no?
Well, her allegations are not that which y'all are saying.
Wait a minute. She said to him prior to the book being written,
right?
If you don't break me off, I'm about to do a book. I'm about to talk about how you used to beat my ass. I'm about to talk about our sexual lifestyle with freak offs. You have more to lose because your reputation is everything. If you don't pay me, I'm going public. Had he paid her, we wouldn't be on this live right now talking. He said, I ain't giving you shit. So my question to you, when she told him, I'm gonna put this book out on you, is that extortion, yes or no, Carla?
No.
Is that blackmail, yes or no?
Obviously it wasn't, because this was done through a legal situation.
No.
With no legal situation.
It wasn't no, this is a
no legal situation at all.
Wait a minute, listen to me. I'm asking you again simply.
Which door has been involved in this?
Let's not rewrite history. Prior to an attorney, like Larry said, or a lawsuit being filed, there's a conversation. Hey, yo, I'm about to put this book out exposing you. Not I'm about to go to the police and tell them what you did to me. Not about I'm going to go to the police 6 years later and show them this video you beat my ass. No, I'm going to tell all of our secrets. Unless you give me some money. You give me the money and all of this goes away. I'm going to ask you again. Before the lawsuit was filed, that conversation that she had with him, that communication that she had with him, is that or is that not blackmail from your standard and extortion? Yes or no?
Apparently the courts don't think so.
No, we do.
No,
see, we didn't talk about no courts.
We're not talking about the court.
The courts were involved. You can't talk about it without the court being involved.
You can, because at one point the court wasn't involved.
She retained Whitdoor.
But you didn't answer my question.
I'm not talking about no lawyers.
I'm asking you, if one of your ex-boyfriends said, oh, I see you with this millionaire now, bitch. I got all of our freak tapes. I got you on tape sucking, eating bitches out. You getting hit anally. If you with this millionaire now, I'm over here struggling. I tell you what, I expect $3 million to be delivered to me by next week, or all this shit's gonna be in that man's possession to know that he married a hoe. Would that ex-boyfriend be extorting you and blackmailing you? Yes or no?
If he was threatening to release video, yes.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. No,
and that's another piece. That's another piece of what he did.
So was she threatening?
Excuse
me. Was she threatening to release video before any courts got involved? Did she say, I'm asking you a question? Slow down.
I'm answering it.
Okay, let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question now. Yes or no? Did she have the video footage from the hotel that she was using as leverage? Yes or no?
No.
Okay,
that was an officer who had that.
No.
That was an officer who had that. He testified.
No. She had it also.
Where is this information from?
She had it herself.
There was an officer on the stand. I mean, the security guard in the hotel on the stand who testified that he turned that video over to CNN.
No. Let me do this.
No. Because you get to explain. So let me explain. There has been testimony put forth that there was a security officer at the Intercontinental who had that video footage and released it to CNN, and that's how it got released. It was not in Cassie's possession. So y'all are interjecting your opinion, but the fact in the case say that it was done by the security officer at the Intercontinental.
I'm not going to. I'm at my computer. I'm about to Google it.
Okay,
we gotta go. Okay, wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Who put the transcript?
No.
Because it was his video. Wait a minute. Listen to me, Levi. Because I listened to the whole thing, the transcript, not just tweets or hearsay. Okay. The transcript, the security officer who came to the room that they had to beat me, they got that video. It came from his iCloud. They compared it to the one that CNN had taken video of during the testimony, and then the one from his iCloud, because there was allegations by Diddy and his legal team that they sped it up and did all of this stuff to try to doctor up the video. So what they did was they played both videos to analyze to make sure that both of them look the same. One was a little slower. No, don't tell me to stop. I like to explain.
What happened to Larry? Where you go?
One was a little slower. The one that he had was a little slower because that was real time. I guess CNN might have sped the video up, but the same events happened in both videos. His video so happened to have additional footage because it went beyond what CNN released. So that came from the security officer in the Intercontinental, not from Cassie. And that is testimony. Now, that might be your opinion that Cassie released it, but that is not what's entered into the facts and evidence of the case.
Stop, please. Stop. So we agree that we're going by testimony. You agree with that, right? You go by testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay, stop. I'm going to ask you again to make sure we're clear. We agree that we're going to make our positions clear, but we're going to make them we're going to assess them and make them based on what was testified to. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Well, what else can you do?
No. In the course of this discourse and conversation, we both agree that we're going to allow the testimony to be the final measuring stick by which we hold this conversation. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Levi, what else would you use in this part of the discussion?
Can you? No, not this part, because you use the testimony.
In this part of the discussion, I'm saying is because it has been factually testified.
Okay.
That's how we say it.
So in the game of spades, nothing trumps the big joker. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, now as we have this conversation, we're going to say the testimony trumps everything. Would you agree? testimony is a transcript. It's transcribed. So
right, but some of the stuff y'all have been saying has not actually been what's entered into evidence.
Excuse me.
Do y'all have the transcript?
So let's be clear. The big joker in this conversation is what has been testified to, correct?
I would agree.
Okay. So when Larry said 25 minutes ago, that Cassie, which was deposited into the testimony, the transcripts, testified that no one knew about their freak-offs. Would you agree then that there could be no enterprise or no RICO? Yes or no?
I don't agree because that's not what was testified to.
Oh,
that's not what was testified to. That wasn't what y'all was on. Y'all was on the question about the goddamn tape. That was, see, I don't like shit like that. See, when he ain't winning and all that extra shit, he want to play the game, move the goalpost, change the subject, deflect, or bring up something else. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing. So, but I mean, if they got the transcripts, it should be in there. Yeah, I got it. I'm looking for it now. It's ridiculous shit. Can't talk to nobody like that.
Again, when the goalpost gets moved like that, again, it suggests that you're trying to find a way to uphold behavior that you know. Now I kind of feel like
find a way to be right.
I feel like that because even to suggest, and again, you're changing the facts because you won't believe that things go bump in the night. You can't do that. She never said what he's describing and what Larry's describing is this whole, it's just a prostitute, a loosey-goosey person who's just walking around harassing people and trying to get money. But you're leaving out all of the facts and you're twisting and quite frankly, just creating a story that is not aligned with anything we know to be factual about this case. And you keep disregarding the bigger fact is that his attorneys then come up in their opening statements and in the questions that they've been asking and say, yeah, all of it happened. You're going to hear horrible things. He did them. Exactly. But it just doesn't rise to the level of this particular charge. They're not negating it. But my thing is, you all, however, are creating scenarios for them. If that was the case, that would be what his attorneys would be putting forward. Those would have been major things that they said in their opening statements. They never did because they know that those things don't stand and that they're not true.
Right.
And then on top of that, to be like, okay, if this scenario happens, this big payout. You know who else was accused of similar things recently? Jay-Z. And you know who was able to say, look at this documentation right here. I wasn't even in that city. Get me up off of this. And then coming after people for doing, you know who else did it? Cardi B, when she said, hey, Tasha K, you said that about me and it's not true. Let's go to court and let's fight it out. There are absolute recourse. Mm-hmm. If they're claiming that poor helpless Diddy was just taken and raked over the coals by this little evil sexual deviant Cassie, that's not how this works. That's not how it happened. Because if it was the case, I can promise you, he would have absolutely taken her to court. He'd have raked her through the coals and watched her go broke behind it. He would not have paid her out, and he would not have attorneys who are now sitting in a courtroom and saying, yeah, he did it, but it wasn't that big of a deal, right? Yeah, he did it, but you were a part of it as well. All they're pretty much trying to lay out right now is, hey, all of these criminals were being criminals together. No big deal, right? That's what they're trying to do. They're not saying he has never put his hands on you. Is that correct? He never threatened you, right? Ma'am, he never asked for that money for that reason, correct? That's not what happened. You're saying that he used $20,000 for studio money. At that point, he would have had hundreds of thousands of dollars in the project just off of the video and the song and the album and producers alone. So why would y'all think $20,000 would have covered those costs? $20,000 was for what he was doing, was trying to intimidate her and to blackmail her because of the tape and because she had left to see if she would come back. Stop it. Like, we can't keep making up things as we go along. And this is very similar, quite frankly, to Mr. Levi, who once was saying that all of the producers from the R. Kelly documentary came forward and said that it was all a lie. I read that from cover to cover, and we come to find out that too was not true. So I'm glad that Carla is trying to keep us to the black and white and to the facts of what has actually come out in this case, because none of what Larry and Levi are saying occurred.
It maybe occurred in the case they watching, but it ain't occurring in Diddy case. I don't know what the hell is going on. I have no idea. But same thing occurred with R. Kelly case. This is just crazy.
She didn't say that?
That was okay. You want to let me explain?
Please.
Because I listened.
I didn't
listen to Armand. I didn't just listen to Armand.
No.
I listened to the transcript.
I've read the transcripts, ma'am.
Okay. So when she said that they only wanted the two of them to know, that was at a particular point in the relationship. There is testimony that she testified to where other people knew, because other people came into the room. Other people came into the circumference. There was a particular time that they did not want anyone to know. But when she testified to the fact that her friends saw the video and they were trying to figure it out, that means other people knew. When people are putting out the narrative that nobody about that friend, they are mischaracterizing that part of the testimony, because that was at a particular point in the relationship that no one knew. That's what she testified to.
Okay. Now
that they were trying to keep it a secret.
What we gonna do tonight is I'm about to pull up exactly what she testified to. Okay. She said, because she didn't say at certain point in time, she said throughout the whole freak off session, no one ever knew about the freak offs. Now, listen, wait a minute, have to show me where other people outside, listen, please listen.
Listen to this dumb shit.
Anyone outside of the actual male escorts, have we seen over the last 6 days, 8 days or whatever, testify and say, I witnessed the freak off or I knew about the freak offs? Who said that?
So
no, I'm asking you. Who testified and said
So let me help the smartest one, the most legally astute on the thing. First of all, there's nobody that's going to get up there and say that I heard about the freak off, because that'll be hearsay. That's number one. Number one. Okay, and number two, whether or not somebody knew about the freak offs or didn't know about it, that's neither here or there. That wasn't a big issue or an issue in the trial so far. The person who was involved in the freak off is testifying. That is called that evidence. That testimony is called direct evidence. That's considered direct evidence because they were directly involved. Okay, they can use their senses to convey what they heard, saw, smelled, or what have you. Okay, there's nobody telling them. Nobody's gonna get on the stand and say, "Well, yeah, I heard, she told me she was on a freak off." Nobody's gonna get on the stand to say that because it's hearsay. How about that? So you're going around a question for what? They can get up there and even tell you what the defendant told them because it's hearsay. How about that? All right. You got to get for the defendant, you got to get a hearsay exception, honey. Okay. But anybody else? No. Ooh, child, that thing gave me my head was hurting.
Yeah.
I knew she was having a freak off.
No, I was just saying, I'm so blown away by all of this.
Hey, while you still clutching your pearls, I took my pearls and threw them away. I'm like, huh? Like, what in the hell? Let's keep going.
Tell me one person, please.
Wasn't that one of the escorts?
I said aside from the escorts.
Oh, okay.
They were in the freak offs. Wait a minute.
Oh, you want to let me answer?
Let me finish the question.
I thought it was done.
So we're clear. Now, outside of the male prostitutes, thus far, who have you heard testify and say, I witnessed the freak-offs or I knew they were having freak-offs? That's a simple question.
The assistant, David James, talked about making travel arrangements. The other assistant talked about making travel arrangements for escorts. So that was already a given. There's going to be another assistant that is going to testify to it, and not only that, but testify to being pulled into a situation with a whole other woman that wasn't even Cassie.
First of all, Miss Carla, one thing we can't do is talk about what's to come. Because
I know
we can't. We're going by the testimony. So listen to me. We all witnessed.
You don't have
to. I
don't think we
are.
are.
Frenzy about what they were going to show with my cousin Rob. Everybody saw it. Oh, it's more. Is it? But when it came down to the trial, none of that was produced. So let's not get ahead of ourselves and go along. Sweet, listen. Don't listen.
No. Because listen, his assistant confirmed going to pick up wire transfers, money that were used to pay these prostitutes.
Okay. Pay prostitutes.
They made travel arrangements.
Here's the deal. So those assistants, are they saying, when I paid the prostitutes, and let me back up. Hold up. Let's not pretend that it's 15, 20 prostitutes. Okay? For one. So if I pay my assistant or my brother or my sister, take this money over to this prostitute, does that person know that the prostitute's about to come in a hotel room and we about to do freak-offs? I asked you, who testified saying, oh, they were having freak-offs?
Well, they were Levi, that's what I'm telling you. The assistant David James, they were having a freak-off the day that supposedly the situation happened with Suge Knight. They walked into the hotel room. They might not have seen his part in her vagina. But they all tell me we looked the other way. We looked the other way.
Back up. And what did they see? I gotta pull up this transcript because
they all of them testified that they looked the other way. They stayed and mind their business.
What did they see?
This is what I want to know.
He went in the hotel.
This is the dumbest shit I ever heard of in my life. First of all, if either party didn't want people to know they was even involved in doing freak-offs, why the fuck would anybody would think everybody in America know that they doing freak-offs? Mm-hmm. This is the dumbest line of question I ever heard in my entire life. That's why people need to stand in their place. Play your position. Don't fashion yourself as some kind of legally astute motherfucker and you sitting up here saying this kind of shit. Yes, get on your text messages, get on your phone calls, get on them all. Cause say something. Come fucking with me. Yeah. This is the month. I'm cussing motherfuckers out this month. Okay? If you think you can say anything about me that I can't say worse about, I will drag your motherfucking ass till there's nothing left to your motherfucking ass but tissue. Because they like to gang up and bully, especially them men. I got some for you motherfuckers.
A freak-off.
Well, no, back up.
The day of the Suge Knight incident.
So they saw, because we're going to get the transcripts to this thing. Tell me what they witnessed.
You tell me, since you said you got it. You tell me.
Well, can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Stop interrogating me, and you tell me.
Nice.
Carla and Levi, hold on for a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome, Brother JoJo. What you got to add to this?
God damn. God damn. Shit. I had to
he's the interrogator. I
had to just, turn this shit off because I wasn't finna get no red listening to y'all.
So, what's your input on this? Where did Larry go? That's who created this live. That was my sidekick.
You know what? I think there's a lot of emotions involved in this thing, man. One way or the other. People are being a bit loquacious in here tonight. And
are you there? I'm trying. My main question is, I understand, because the trial just started. We're only on the third week, right? And everybody has to testify.
Everybody has a standpoint on how they believe this shit is going.
And
that's rightfully so. But what people are failing to realize is this shit will go where they want it to go.
Right.
Wherever they want this to go.
Right, man.
Whether they want him to be guilty or they're of being innocent. It's what they want.
What I'm trying to I want to know who believes. Is there anybody that do believe? Are we in agreement that she had control over some things? Like, are we just?
If you're gonna look at it,
nothing to do with nothing, and she's so innocent. That's what I agree with.
Larry. That's the thing.
Go ahead, JoJo. All right, JoJo. Is he still driving?
I'm not on mute. I don't know what.
Angie.
It's quiet.
Are victim perpetrators not a thing?
Wait a minute.
If you don't understand
what now?
Is there such a thing? Aren't there such a thing as victim perpetrators? Is that not a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and maybe I'm not hearing this the way that everybody is trying to say it, but to me, why is it that this conversation seems to suggest that it's not possible to be a victim and a perpetrator at the same time?
I don't know.
How did that come up before I got on here, or like why it feels like the whole conversation is based in that logic and it doesn't make
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say the conversation is rooted in that particular logic. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, it was some interesting shit. I'm like, are they listening to the trial? Are they watching it or whatever? Are they, and my thing is, if you want to get a shortcut, but you want to get it pretty good, whatever, find one of those, like when they do the recaps and things of that nature, find somebody that's giving a legal analysis. Usually Law and Crime has somebody up there. Court TV has somebody up there talking with some sense, whatever. Harvey's a lawyer, but Harvey, I like Harvey. Well, Harvey's been away from the law for real for a long time, right? He was standing outside interviewing people at People's Court. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you can get a good, find people that will give you this information instead of making it up, because this is making it up. And I'm telling you, y'all don't even touch mold shit. Y'all, it's a whole field of stuff y'all can do with mold's profession. Y'all got sociology, definitely you got psychology. You could touch upon philosophy. There's a lot of stuff y'all can go fuck hers up. Cause I'm y'all don't wore mine out. I'm tired. Listen, I can see her now. She'll been unheard or something. She'll be like, "What you call them, sweetie? You'll help me set up this YouTube because I got to get a channel. I got to come out here and correct it."
Something got to happen. The liberal arts got to get in here. And what really happens with that though is, and I'm not shading nobody because again, all of these people I don't have a problem with, but I will say this: the critical thinking here is lacking.
Oh yeah,
it just is. One, because in order to think critically, you have to be able to examine and understand the facts. And I'm not hearing some of the information I'm hearing is just not factual. And for people who are following the case closely, there's no way that you can miss some of these things or interpret it that some of the things that they're saying happen because no one has said anything even remotely close to it. Not even on, not the Diddy's defense, not any of that has come forward. So that's the number one step. And then the critical part is to be able to break it down and truly understand it from all perspectives. And everybody here is only understanding it from the perspective that they prefer at that time. And you can't be there and actually think through a situation critically. You just can't. So the fact that I can see, okay, well, Cassie, if she did, let's say she did 100 things. If he did 101 and that one thing aligns with what these charges are about, then that's why we proceed. We're not saying, no one is sitting here saying that what she's done is perfect. What Azriel did was great. Nobody's justifying that. We're going off of this case and we're not making up new information or new possible outs or new alibis for people that are not there.
Just crazy shit. I don't understand because I would think that we had a model, right? We had R. Kelly's case as a model, right, in New York, and a lot of the pattern in which the prosecutors was kind of following and just some of the stuff and the law with regards to sex trafficking that stays the same. Those codes are the same. Like so the pattern is there. And I would think it'd be easier to to plug in this information, plug in that whatever, and move ahead. Move ahead. No, baby, we done Michael Jackson. Baby, I mean, he done slid all off the goddamn earth with this here. Like, what? Where we? Where we?
We gotta still. We gotta stick with the facts. We have to stick with the facts of what we have before us and handle that, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it doesn't. Other than that, it just suggests that we don't have the respect for women. We don't have the respect for trauma. We don't have the respect for power differential. Like we don't have the respect for the stuff that we need to have as a people and as a society, and that is troubling. And the fact that we can then convince ourselves so much so that this is reality is a scary space that we're in.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, and then it gets infused with a lot of whole talk and all this and like. Okay, like I get it, but all hoes ain't the same. Okay, and every hoe's experience is is different. So one may be okay just because they get to sit on their ass and get their ass beat and as long as their bills being taken care of, whatever, they okay with that. Some hoes wake up and say, okay, I don't feel like doing that no more. And it's okay. It don't matter if it's after 1 year, after 11 years. It is quite all right. But don't justify, whole mentality for one, for all the hoes. It doesn't work like that.
Oh. And again, once you want to get, this is the reason why sex trafficking in and of itself is illegal. Because people were coming forward saying, when I want to leave, I don't have that option. I'm being beaten. I'm being harassed. People are dying. People are getting sexually transmitted diseases and still being forced to be out there. There are dangers to this that are significant, long-standing, and impact many people, not just Black people, not just Cassie. It impacts people long-term. There are long-term trauma reactions that come from that sort of environment and that sort of behavior, which is the reason why it's illegal. It's not that people just don't want people to be able to have sex. That's not where we are. We're in the place. There is damage that comes from that. And when people are being forced to stay or beaten so that they stay and that they continue to engage, when people are getting dragged back down hallways, that's a problem. That should not occur. When people want to leave, I want to leave a relationship, I do so. And I don't have to ask permission. I should not have any fear. No one should be coming to my job. No one should be calling my friends. Those things are harassing in nature. People should be able to, adults especially, should be able to move forward in peace and heal in whichever way they would like to. On top of that, the fact that you're using pimp hoe circumstances and analogies as justification for healthy behavior is your first sign that you're on the wrong side of critical thinking.
Yeah.
The things that they are describing are common whole culture that you all are not pimps. None of us would want to be in those situations. Like, what are you talking about? And you're using that as well. That happens in the street. That happens on the here and there. Sometimes people struggle. Sometimes people, and again, even though I know I get oftentimes accused of being, whitewashed or whatever it is that they try to say, to me, I actually argue the opposite, because some of these arguments accept these long-standing racial stereotypes, racial societal situations that were meant to do us harm, and you still continue to accept them and use them as justification for the ongoing hurt and trauma to Black people, especially Black women. So I'm sorry, I feel like I'm on the opposite side of where y'all say that I am, because I'm not willing to just accept that Black women should struggle and Black women should not be protected, and that even if they did agree to one thing, that means that 50 other things, including beatings and prostitution and whatever, can come along with it, and they should just be able to fight their way out of it. If not, they deserve what they get. And that money is also what's causing all of these things to happen. And if somebody's giving you money, that then means that you have full access to do what you want.
Who says that? That is crazy to me. I don't care how much you give me. You're not going to beat my behind because you give. No, that is.
And if I don't feel like it, I don't have to do it. Right? If you've been with somebody who got real money, and they actually care for you like that, they can put $2,000 in your hand, kiss you right there on the spot and say, let me have something. And if you say, I don't feel like it, they say, all right, well, I'll see you when you get home, and you try again tomorrow. Like, what are you talking about? The fact that y'all are feeling like, well, because he has the money, the power, and the control, that she just went along, and she was just so, she should have went along with it because of the money that he had invested in her. That's not what investments are for, to be able to control humans.
Right. Just remember they were said back in the day when they saying get them, excuse my expression, titties back and all that. She was getting $5,000 a month and all this. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, this is so weird.
Given for that. There's no amount of money that can cover, and even Karen Johnson put it in there. This is a life of trauma that this woman will now have for the rest of her life. These are ongoing issues. And again, the moment that she says, I want out, why is it not, to me, the easier place to go in your mind is she wanted out, let her go, bro. You got 20 million other women out here. Same thing with R. Kelly. She wanted out, let her go. No, you justify, well, she smacked her. That's what happens when you take money and you lie or what. No. The easier what is the path of least resistance? The path of least resistance is if she goes, let her go.
Let her go.
She ain't nothing but a hoe anyway, right? That's the way y'all got it. Let her go.
Exactly.
Hoe come and go. That's what right?
Right. And it's so different from me because I'm used to when guys hear that someone's in this situation, and especially the girls, baby, we done loaded up in the cars.
Right.
We knocking on the door.
Right.
Huh?
We
ain't talking about, well, he done gave you some money. Well, he done, what is this? And I'm like, what the fuck am I? I have accepted where I am. You got a long way to go, Mo, but I have accepted where I am. but it's fine. It is fine. It's well in my soul. I get it. Yeah.
Because wouldn't it have
I'm
been
like,
so much easier for him? She's gone, right? And suppose she does owe him money or whatever the case may be. It's very easy to then just say, okay, she's gone, and I'm suing her for that. She still owed me that. That's in the contract that I got to be reimbursed for it. And do like 50 Cent did Tierra Marie and track every dollar that she had until you got it. Who else was it? It was Cordell Stewart did it to Andrew Caldwell. There are many celebrities who, if they want to be petty like that, and he did it to Diddy did it to other artists, many other artists. He would just chase them down. You're not going to get released, making it difficult. He had her under a 10-year contract. A 10-album contract.
10-album contract. Mm-hmm.
He had her life in the palm of his hand. She really could have done nothing, and he could have still figured out a way to get 10, 15%, whatever. He could have got that $20,000 a million times over, or at least made her life, quite frankly, a financial nightmare. That would have been the appropriate thing to do as a business person if you really wanted to say, all right, you hoeing around, you was not faithful, you played me, what have you. Now I got the upper hand because you have the power, you have the authority, you had a contract, and she was not the good employee that you thought she was going to be. That's what you do. You don't follow her, you don't talk her, you don't blackmail her, you don't send her sex tape out. Like, the fact that this is justifiable behavior to anyone is
scary.
I'm just shocked. It's very scary. It really, really is.
It's scary. I'm just like when people say I'm definitely not used to that. I done loaded up in the car so many times. I done called people to go, dispatch them. I done been dispatched like that. That's just not something we do. I don't have no aunties, no mama, no cousin, nobody that would sit down. None of them that would sit down and try to convince me that Cassie is a part of her own victimization. It's nobody.
No.
There's nobody. Even if she is in there oohing and ahhing and whatever, there's nobody. They're not going to come that way. I'm not going to even, if I tell somebody in trouble, I don't even have to, okay, what you want to do? I don't even have to finish the story. To go all through he gave her a G-Wagon, gave her this, gave her that. That is the craziest stuff I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you sure?
There's
Trump supporters, though. Trump supporters.
Well,
that's what I'm back and saying.
It's
something I'm trying to tell you, connect the dots.
It's something off. And what it really comes down to as well is this obsession with money and status, that means more than anything else. Money, power, and status have now become the new drug for a lot of people, whether they acknowledge that or not. If that person is willing to give you access to money that I wish that I could have, or I've never seen, or I want to get to, or whatever the case may be, some people use that as, oh my gosh, I would love it so much, I would do anything to get there. So these other people should see themselves as fortunate because they were given access to this lifestyle. What she's showing, however, and what people are unable to grasp, is that this lifestyle oftentimes is not what it looks like from the outside. What you're seeing on the news and what you're aspiring to have and be is actually a sex trafficking ring that full of corruption, abuse, drugs, and disease. And you're saying, hey, you had the sweet life. That's what you.
And make you think, well, damn. Well, what did you go through? I'm like, well, damn.
Well, and
what have you been around?
How,
Jesus.
And it also lets us see how some people aspire to have riches and the best of the best and whatever, and that we in our society, especially in the Black community, oftentimes that status symbol means everything. And however you can get it, however you can, whether you can hustle, lie, cheat, steal, whatever to get it, then that should be justified. And especially when it comes to women, look, I get it. You just enjoy it over here and take whatever it is that comes along with the territory. Don't question nothing. Just go along with it because I'm making, you have access to this that you otherwise would not. That's not acceptable for me.
Right. Yes.
That's a very approach to life.
Right. Like I was telling people will kill over trying to protect their status. People will kill you. Okay? Kill you dead if you are a threat to their status. I mean, we were like, oh my gosh, is it that serious, honey? Catch somebody that don't supposed to be standing, supposed to be over there when we're called standing in line. They will cut up. I'm supposed to have tickets here. Oh, I can't believe I'm not. Oh, and people are like, oh Lord, honey, yes. I'm like,
It's
move
ego
on out the way so I can step up.
Yeah, it's ego driven.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what this reads. That's what this reads.
Exactly. And the people listen, they will and to get in those little cliques, they'll do it all. Baby, they'll do it all, honey. I'm like, oh honey, it ain't that serious. Let me
These
hear.
people do and how they do it, you're gonna be confused. This is confusion. We can sit back and it sounds good to argue this over every platform because that's all they doing is saying the prosecution is loose. The Cassie is innocent. Cassie is telling the truth. Diddy is guilty. It's whatever these people say he is. And y'all can sit back and act like this don't play a big part in it. But they're gonna roller coaster you. They're gonna roller coaster you through this shit. And here's why I say that. Given what they have already presented, they say, well, what else does it?
What is that noise?
I think JoJo is losing his. I don't know.
Somebody has the TV on.
Donna, turn that down a little bit.
Oh.
All right, JoJo. All right, somebody pick up until he get back in. I don't know why it keeps going out on him.
Well, I can say to what he's saying, he's absolutely right. And that is why the way that they have built this case, they have built it in a way that those things are already there.
Excuse me, Carla. You know, I'm going to say this to you, dear. I've always, one thing if you notice about me, you've heard me admonish people on social media, like, don't say it if you don't have proof, or don't accuse people of something if you don't know. In her complaint, Cassie stated, this is in her original lawsuit, that, let me read it. This is the article that it referenced the lawsuit. Sean Diddy Combs allegedly didn't know his girlfriend, Cassie Cassandra Ventura, had access to the surveillance footage of him physically assaulting her in 2016. The music mogul's former head of security, Roger Bond, said Monday. The disturbing footage released on CNN, corroborated by Ventura's lawsuit in late 2023, in which the singer claims Combs chased her down a hallway, and that is the Huffington Post. So you'll know this is Huffington Post. They're very credible. In which the singer claims Combs chased her down the hallway of the now closed Intercontinental Hotel, Century City, and beat her before paying $50,000 for the tape. He knew those cameras were there, you know. But of course, as we heard, listen closely, he came back to the hotel and he paid to get the footage, but didn't know which Cassie said inside of her complaint, that's her words, that the hotel security gave her a copy of the footage also. That's what she was using as leverage to blackmail. That's a fact. In her lawsuit, she stated when he paid the $50,000 for the tape, He didn't know that she said probably went back the same day or the next day. I want a copy of it too. And her.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get some. Lord have mercy. Jesus Christ. I'm waiting for my delivery. Hold on. He said it was almost here. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. Where are you, sir? Okay. That's somebody knock on the door. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Oh. Oh, Ma, I ain't see if I was out there with the darn thing. Let me finish.
And that white man sat there with that video footage and said, we got him. He about to give us some goddamn money. So let's make that clear, Carla, so you don't say I'm making it up. According to Huffington Post, she had a copy of the tape.
Let me respond. That article says Roger Bonds said.
No, ma'am.
It does not say, let me finish, because I let you finish. It does not say that that's the testimony. The testimony in court on day one of the testimony, after opening statement, it says that the security guard from the Intercontinental gave that video to CNN, and it was from his iCloud, and they used his iCloud and entered it into evidence as the original footage that was given to CNN. That's the testimony.
May I respond?
Go ahead.
Words are very important. Brother Jojo, is he here?
Yeah.
Now that's when he called.
I don't want to cut Brother Jojo off.
He done got caught.
Yeah, he here, but he muted himself.
Okay, Brother Jojo, let me know when you're back in. Listen.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, I'm going to be quiet after I say this. And I'm going to go access something. Because Carla
Angie
just responded.
Huh?
So here's the thing.
And I'm trying to explain to Carla that.
What Mr. Levi is doing there, though, there is an article from the Huffington Post that says ex-bodyguard says Diddy didn't know Cassie had extra copy of incriminating abuse footage. Okay, so that is, but here's the issue that he's not acknowledging. That article is from May 22nd of 2024. We are now in May 25th of 2025, in which people have actually taken the stand.
Right.
Roger Bonds did an interview and said that is not, and what Carla is saying is accurate. So we're going off of the footage of what we know now in court, not just hearsay of what somebody said in the article or what Roger Bonds recalled or what he thought might have happened, what happened. And maybe, here's the deal, maybe at one point she did have a copy. It doesn't make sense that she would at all, none, because why then would he have paid someone to make sure that the copies were not provided? That defeats the purpose. Why was he trying to bribe people to keep the video under wraps? So it wouldn't make sense for him to give it to her, the person who would be most likely to release it. However, you have to, again, critically analyze all of the information and the timeline therein. He's going back to 2024 on Roger Bonds, who has not taken a stand at all. And I actually would be shocked if he did, but perhaps we don't know who it'll be. But you're using old when Carla's going with the present and the facts that have been substantiated in court, not just what somebody said in an interview.
Right. But he purported that it's from the transcript and all this, and then he said the article, and the people said whatever. This is a bunch of sleight of hand shit, bunch of motherfucking lies. Listen, why would you go to the article when we have transcripts out here? If you don't have transcript, Then there, that man from the inner city press.
Yeah, he does shorthand tweets. That's what I follow during the day.
Right. There's articles that's being written that I use for context to fill it in when I don't have a transcript. That is what you use, because that is happening in present day, and people are taking a stand. And what people don't understand is this, and I get it. Don't think I don't get it. People will say all kinds of shit in the streets, but unfortunately, majority of that will not count. What only count is what is entered into evidence, and testimony is evidence. That means somebody takes the stand. So they can say, Gene Deal can say all that crazy stuff he said in the streets. Jaguar can say all of that. When she hits the stand and the testimony she gives is supposed to be relevant, reliable, and relatable. And if it is found to be anything other than, that's when the other side will flesh that out. It's plain and simple. There's nothing. So there, the only articles that you should be referencing are ones that say in court today or in court, from a credible, reliable source. Not know something from a year ago talking about what somebody else said. No.
Yeah.
Shit like that. I can't be bothered. I can't go bother somebody else. I'm glad they bothered somebody else. Let me finish.
Words are very important. Yes, Roger Bonds said it. It was Roger Bonds who said he knew talking about Puffy, those cameras were there, Bonds told Piers Morgan. But of course, as we heard, he came back to the hotel and paid to get the footage, but didn't know, listen, Carla, these words are very important, which Cassie said inside her complaint. Forget about everything else. This is what Cassie said inside of her civil lawsuit, that they gave her a copy of the footage also. Now, while you guys are talking, I'm about to go pull up the civil lawsuit and read it to you. She had possession of a copy of it. That was blackmail. But go ahead. I'm about to pull it up. I'm sorry, Brother Jojo. Go ahead.
No, you think she released it.
I said,
because you think she released it. She did not release that footage.
Wait a minute. Whoa. I said, and we can play it. And we exactly, Jojo. And we listen. We can play it back. I said she was using it as leverage to blackmail him, and I asked you, was that blackmail? I never said she released that. Excuse me for raising my voice.
Because that's a crime, Levi. That's a crime committed against her.
I said she was using the tape to demand $20 million, $30 million from the man. And I asked you, isn't that blackmail, since you said he told her and the mama, I want my $20,000 back?
No, because it was a crime committed against her that had punitive value.
Wait a minute, hold on. So you take wait.
It's not a crime.
No.
It's punitive value.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If this was such a heinous crime that she felt so violated and just horrendously, why the fuck did she not go when it happened? I mean, we got to stop jamming around here, man.
That's my only thing.
Go ahead.
No.
She most likely didn't go. One, because due to the statute of limitations, that's number one. And two, she probably didn't know that it was a crime. She probably didn't know that, just like most people, domestic violence, reported or you don't. Every state has a statute of limitations with regards to domestic violence, unless there is a law in that state, some kind of Victims Act or something like that, that replace that particular law. Okay. So, we don't know what she reported. We know that she kept a track of her. She kept a recordings of her bruises. We know she has that. So we can't say, oh, why she ain't going. That's always the question. That's always
the trash. That's the same trash argument that happened with the R. Kelly case. Why didn't they? Why didn't they? Why didn't they? But then what you also are not acknowledging, why didn't he leave her alone? Why did he continue to follow her? Why did he continue to get access to her? There is the number one answer, and the easiest way to answer that question, Mr. JoJo, is fear, because she had been beaten and stalked, and cars had exploded, and other threats had been made, and sex tapes were used as leverage against her, so on and so forth, as well as the fact of the undercover police officer of security comes upstairs and nobody calls the police. The police should have been called right then on the spot. Mm-hmm. There should not be a consulting with your client or whoever's staying in a hotel to be like, you want that? No, with that footage, the police should have been called to the scene, which is the reason why the Intercontinental also settled with Cassie for $10 million, because that is an obligation that they have as a public facility. So what do you mean? This is also a person with extreme power, money, and influence as well. The same thing that everybody looked over with the R. Kelly case. When the police came up there, what did they do? They slipped him a card trying to get some money for themselves. And then he had others that were being paid off. Do you think that Diddy would also not have, based upon what we got from the off-duty police officer? He offered him a wad of money, I believe it said. We don't know how much it was, but a wad of money just to keep quiet. Answer. There's your answer. Yeah. It's the same answer. Always. When you have power and influence at play. What are you talking about? And the timeline does not matter. There's a lot of things that happen when people are fearful that they don't do in that moment.
Exactly. I just don't get it. I don't get it. And as many studies and research that have been done on survivors of domestic violence, survivors of sex trafficking, that question has been asked over and over and over again, and answered in several different ways. No two victims are the same. Mm-hmm. None. There isn't a time frame or whatever. Most people, and you'll find that most people don't even come forward at all. None. Even when there is money involved or something, So if money involved, they don't come forward. They ain't gonna come forward just to report a crime, just for their health. If you can look at it like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then cause potential more. And keep in mind, a lot of people who report those crimes of domestic violence, mainly domestic violence, you know what happens? They ignore the protective order, and sometimes they end up killing those people. Mm-hmm. Sometimes reporting them make it worse.
Yep.
So it's a lot that goes into that. It's not a cookie cutter answer.
It's not. You also have to think about just the personal embarrassment, and even what we're hearing right now, the questioning of the legitimacy of a person's story. That kind of makes it a little difficult as well, does it not? Here's the thing. Even if suppose she did engage in it or what have you, there were sexual things, and we're like that, quite frankly, almost in all of our romantic relationships. Right. Those are intimate moments that you share with that other person, regardless of whether it was healthy or unhealthy, that you don't typically just go out and just start sharing out. And you have to take a lot of courage just to even go out and do that. So that's number one. There's a personal embarrassment, people judging what your decision making as people are focusing more on that than her saying, hey, I've been hurt. Hey, I was subjected to unfair behavior. And then even questioning whether, you deserved it, which is what all of y'all are pretty much saying. She deserved it. She wanted it, what have you. So why come forward when the majority of people are going, or there are people who would believe things like that or treat you even that way. Now I'm made to feel even worse for even just trying to get help, on top of the power dynamics, on top of the money, on top of the fact that she believed, and based upon the evidence, he had people following her. So what is she just going to do? Go walk up the police steps and think that he's not going to know?
Right.
This is not the same. Like, we're not playing with lay experiences here. But even if we were, why is it that the questioning comes more to her? And I haven't heard any of them make a single question of saying, I wonder why Diddy would even deal with her. I wonder why he would even bother with prostitute. I wonder why he would even put hands on her like that in that hall. I wonder, what's all the wonderings for him? Because quite frankly, he had more resources and ability to navigate that situation than she did. I always said I wondered why he got up in the middle of a acceptance speech at a what was it? I forgot what award ceremony it was, after they had clearly been broken up and she was with a whole nother person, and he's yelling her name out that he loves her while he was with a whole nother person as well. No questioning on that though. Why would he do that? Because he has access to.
Who was he with?
Why not? We're not questioning that though. It's just her. So
who was he with? Who was he dating then?
At that time, I believe he was dating the Gina girl. Gina and yeah, it's the Gina. You know, at that point, he wasn't like, you know, he was doing his thing. It was the Gina thing. Or was that when he, no, it wasn't when he was with Steve Harvey's daughter. No, it wasn't. So it had to be that Gina Wynn girl when he was kind of on and off with her, between her and Kim, and I don't think he has started with Young Miami yet.
Yeah.
But even so, that's weird. If your girlfriend is now with another person, just out of respect, why would you get up there? Your ex-girlfriend, I mean, is clearly with, at that point, Cassie was out that she was with this other Alex Fine person. Everybody knew they were not. And then he gets up there on that stage and makes a point to tell her thank you for everything and what we do the hard times and I love you and this and that and that. That's inappropriate. That's a person trying to keep you on the slide.
But he's trying to prove
I don't respect what you got going on.
Yeah, and he's trying to say that what I got going on here is really not that serious, and I'm just trying to prove that, you know. So yeah, it's the game, child.
Crazy.
Let me press play.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. When the only thing you can do is, I mean, y'all ain't together anyway. Just get the fuck on.
Leave.
I hate breakup abuse. Yeah, I hate breakup abuse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I hate it. You be like, oh my gosh, like when would this be over? The songs playing on your answer machine, the repetitions, calling, the pop-ups, it won't stop.
No,
it won't stop. I mean one day it got so bad on my job where I had the unit phone on my desk, right? When I stopped coming to the unit phone, because I would have somebody else answer because I didn't know if it was someone else. And when I stopped, when I wouldn't come to the phone, he started calling my manager.
Oh my God!
Calling my manager, and my manager Mike said, "Hey, oh my God, he's on the phone again." And you know he's a white guy. You know white people be, you know, like I'm like so embarrassed. That's crazy.
My old secretary had it one day. I was standing at the front desk with her, talking to her about something, and all of a sudden, I look over and I'm like, "Is that a person standing in the window? Like you could barely see him through like behind the trees." But I'm like, "That's a person back there, girl." Is she what? Next thing you know, I look over. I guess because he saw me, he like got startled, so he moved around, and I could see he had wedged his dumb self up in between the bushes in the window, peeking in the window. We had to call the police on him for that. Crazy.
Girl. Now, and then was another one. Child, Key to the City man. He teased me all the time. I told him that man was in the bushes. girl, the man was I was scared. I mean,
Mhm.
he wasn't thinking that I was at practice with my daughter at night, because practice starts at 6.
Yeah.
Like I'm actually at practice, baby. And if I'm telling you where I am or whatever, obviously I'm going to be there.
Mhm.
Child, that man was in the bushes. Oh, oh, I can write a book about that breakup abuse. So, but I ain't go to no mess like this here. I had to throw some hands, but I ain't go to no mess like this here. But
Mhm.
and here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest, right? Here's the thing. Not like I wasn't honest before, but so as many times as we do, many of the others know somebody else that got into it, and I swear that it was his because his family are cops and detectives and stuff like that. When the cops used to come, he used to go outside, talk to them, whatever. They'll come in, 2 black cops, same ones. I don't know why we always cut up on the 311 shift. He come in, talk, and because I don't know why they always try to chastise me. It was always like I'm doing something. Huh? How am I doing something? Right? Like, what are you talking about? Right? I'm defending myself. That's what I'm doing. Why? But why am I defending myself? I'm, stuff like that. So this one time, it was real bad because I had to grab the the iron rod out of the closet, that big old steel rod, and so we out there, it just going crazy, and so I was hitting, I swung up on his temple like, baby, like I was in the Yankee Stadium. I hit that boy in the head 3 times with that iron pipe, and he kept walking up on me like the Terminator. We was on the streets walking up to me like Terminator. So I dropped it, and I got in my car and tried and started dialing 911 because I'm like, this man must be coked up or something, because I know I am swinging with all my might. I got in the car, and he said, Angie, let down the window. I'm like, no, I'm just steady dialing. Now, Angie, let down the window. And the next thing I know, his fist was through that window. Yeah. So I got out the other side and ran in the house. He was bleeding, and he heard me on the phone with 911, and when he heard that, he hauled ass. He got in his car and hauled ass. So it was blood leading all up to the thing. Yeah. So when I got them on the phone, I said, "Send me white cops." I swear for God, I said that. Send me white cops. They sent a white. What?
You had me. See, you had me on the hook.
And then what were you talking? I'm telling you, I said, send me white cops. I'm telling you what I said. Send me white cops. The white cops came. They came, and because I was getting paid to be an intern, but I'm already working up at the state's office, right? I'm still in law school. I really didn't want to, go through all that, right? Because of the what? His people up there, everybody know me. What I look like being a victim. You understand what I'm saying? I be jazz, right?
Yeah.
Why I like being a victim? And so, the white ladies were real concerned or whatever. I just want somebody to come that can see. Like, it is not me. This nigga is going crazy every damn week, look like. And so, I don't know how I really don't particularly know how, but I know that I wouldn't go there to press charges. I wouldn't come in office to press charges, right? They took it up. The state took it up but I wouldn't be no witness. They pressed the charge. I wouldn't be no witness, so they dropped it. I wouldn't be no witness. I was just happy that he was gone. You understand? I was just happy that he was gone, and then, oh my gosh, it was terrible. It was terrible. I tried everything I could. I'm like, I know if I stop sleeping with you, you're gonna have to cheat, Okay, I'm gonna push you into cheating. Once I catch you, then it's over. Now you know it's over. Bye bye, goodbye. That's the end of it. I try to come up with that plot. You know, I'm a plotting ass. Try to come up with that plot. That didn't work. Okay, he stuck right there through. I said, "Oh my gosh, I cannot catch him." Right, I can't get. Oh my god, because I need. You know, you're gonna have to have the evidence that he with somebody, so you can say, "Hi, I got you." Now get your ass out. That ain't work. I was like, okay, I was trying everything. And then that day it came to like my mama hand got cut because I had a knife. He picked up the glass table, the top off the glass table. My mama tried to stop me and she put her hand on the blade. And I'm telling her, get out the way. Get out the way. I ain't sick because my mama. Get out the way. She had her hand on the blood, on the blade. She cut herself. You know, it was crazy that day. It was crazy. When cops came in and saw that blood everywhere, that my family and them came up and whatever, they thought I was bleeding. Well, it was crazy, and we stayed right on the front street, so you could see you could see us. Girl, and then I tried to to get away from him, whatever. So I jumped in his car, cranked it up, and then jumped out of it and let it try to roll in the middle of the street so he can jump in it and go get it and leave me there. I was working fast. That day right there was crazy. We done shut Jacksonville down a couple days, but that very, very, very last time. And then, we tried again afterwards. At that time, after the whole bloody scene, we stayed apart about 4 months. And then my mom died, and then he found me. And then, then he was being, all...
trying to play on your vulnerability at that time.
And then, so that lasted for about a year. And then the next time, child, I was done. Child. I was done at last. Yeah, but that was a great when he had to be escorted to Georgia. Because at that time, we shut it down. We shut Jacksonville down. Yeah, that was crazy though. So there's a lot of reasons. You understand what I'm saying?
There's
so
tons of reasons why people would not. There's tons of reasons why people would not have at that time. We also know that there's teams around at that point. There could have also been, there also can be times where people try to evoke professional stuff. Like for instance, at that point, if she's under a 10-year contract, there are still certain things, media and all kinds of stuff that could have still been under his control. It still could have been under his control to be able to squash. And again, you're talking about one of the most powerful people, period, at that point. So to say those sorts of things are frustrating to me. Also, the time length it takes for somebody to acknowledge or address, as well as for Mr. Larry, when he was talking about before, you don't get to tell people how they heal, nor to me, even for her to give him the option to say, look, I'm writing a book. If you don't want this, the truth to be out in some way, then here's your opportunity. I don't have to afford you any opportunity. She was giving him, and the suggestion is that it's for her, right? She's giving him the ability to help save his own reputation. She doesn't owe him that. So,
and it wasn't probably presented to him that way. That's them talking.
Exactly.
It was presented to him as a demand. We're paying for this is what you've done. Which was in the civil lawsuit.
No, they was talking about earlier when they were talking about before, and I think Mr. Levi has said it too, that she was writing his book. So even before that part came around, she had automatically, like when she was going to do the book before the lawsuit came, she had offered, and then he didn't take her up on that, so she continued with the book, and then eventually the lawsuit came. thereafter.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. That first offer, that first demand.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But even so, that is still a courtesy. No one has to do that. On top of that, if I am a victim, I can tell my story however I want to. He continued to capitalize on his own story and narratives that he wanted to put out into the world. He continued to eat very well. Her job and her opportunities were undoubtedly frozen. Again, because he continued to have levels of power. Even so, you hurt someone, you don't get to tell them how mad to get. You don't get to tell them how they can make themselves whole again. And not to say, and here's the thing, with $20,000, I can tell you right now, a good 2 to 3 million of that easily will go to a lifetime of therapy for her. Not to consider any sort of physical ailments that she still may have to suffer with throughout her life. Not to mention all of the mental health trauma that you can't put a price tag on any of that. There are all types of medications and therapies and every other thing that she would need to have. And she's still never going to, there's nothing that you can do when you've hurt somebody in those sorts of psychological ways to ever make them fully whole. So the law gives people certain options to try to assist in that process. But none of them make those people whole again. It's to get you as close to it as you can within the means of what we have out here in society. So what other recourse is she supposed to say? Give me my coochie back?
Yeah.
I mean, really, is that what she's supposed to say? Get that back to me, and also give me back the freak off on January the 2nd of 2019. And this, when you talk, that you don't, this is ridiculous.
What are you talking about? Yeah, it's the craziest stuff I ever like, huh?
Yeah, give me back the day that you hollered my name out off from the Grammy stage or whatever the case would be. Like, she can't do that. There's only the recourses that the law provides, and money is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And money would also be necessary for the damage that he caused.
Right.
He caused.
Mm-hmm. He caused.
My thing is, if you know that you did that to her, and you know that you're famous and you know how the game goes, why didn't you go ahead and make it right with her a while back? Why is that not their question? Why, Diddy, would you let somebody that you know you beaten on and that you had this crazy sexual relationship with, and you know you think she's such a hoe that goes pillar to post and that she's so sneaky and conniving, you should have had her under your thumb early on. You should have put her under an NDA, paid her out a fraction of what you ended up having to pay when she first left, and let her go in peace. You didn't do that. But that's not the question that gets posed. The question only gets posed to the victim.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. And they don't never have any questions for the victimizer. Nothing.
They don't have a single question. He's totally justified because he's a man. He has power. He has money. He has a Tootsie Roll.
Yep. Not a Tootsie Girl. When I heard
which would
that,
also explain why he would be sitting over in a corner with it and not trying to participate. But you claim, however, that he had such an immaculate one that she was just so in love. He had no other choice.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the fact
he got a little Tootsie Roll.
That was exactly under the court documents. Was that not referred to as a Tootsie Roll?
Yeah.
So that does not suggest that this is a person who can put it down so bad. All right. Thank you.
Oh, girl, damn Tootsie Roll.
I was just saying, that's my point about things. If somebody
why the fuck is she not, and why people not asking themselves this? And then she backdoor and get 10 million from them. Man, you know what? We ain't nothing but a bunch of losers. I said black folks are losers. And this is what I mean by losing. We do not allow ourselves to think logically. We are a bunch of emotional wrecks when it comes to thinking about this shit in its full totality. If she felt so goddamn violated, and I want y'all to think about this shit. When it happened and when she was freed from her captivity, and I'm not defending Puffy, I don't even like Puffy. Why the fuck when she got
Hello, JoJo?
Who's playing the television?
Yeah, that's the straight for me. I can't.
I'm sorry.
That's Cookie playing the TV. Cookie on the live watching Power or some shit.
No, my son is. But go ahead.
But go ahead, you guys. Go ahead.
I think that's a classic question that everybody asks all the time. Why doesn't somebody come forward? I don't think that that's something that somebody can answer, but what I can offer is this. After she left that event, he didn't stop there. He went further. Mm-hmm. He came to her apartment.
I'm done with this.
He came to her apartment. He would get people to go retrieve her. See, this is the stuff that I'm saying that is different when I look at the Cal case versus when I look at this case. This man used his employees to surveillance these people, to go get them, to retrieve them back, to blackmail them, to threaten to show stuff about them. All of these things are there. When you look at this is his workers to do this stuff.
In these 9 days, I haven't seen
none of that.
Not one thing you talking
None
about.
of that.
I haven't seen any of that. I had a transcript, and I got the transcripts. I haven't seen any of that in 9 days, not one thing. Now let's go through who took the stand. Okay? The first dude took the stand. The sex worker said that she told me to piss in the mouth. Told the arrangements, told how they paid the money. She booked it. He had no idea that this guy was even coming across state lines. He didn't book no goddamn plane tickets. The next person that took the stand, she took the stand. She got on the stand. She lied about 10 motherfucking things. They painted her as this sweet, innocent, simple, good girl. And the prosecution got up there and had her up there for 4 days, and they was rushing her off the stand saying that she was going to have a baby in the pulpit. Okay? Rushing her off the stand. Please stop. They was damaging her. The next person got up there. The professional witness lady got up there. Okay? The assistant got up there, said he was smoking weed, stealing shit at the job, smoking, taking his fucking pills out his bag, everything. He was with the bullshit, choking the chef. The next dude got up there telling me he was writing a book. He had erectile dysfunction, said he was eating a pussy, and she pulled him up there and said, stick that motherfucker in there. So Dawn got up there and got blew out on the stand. She couldn't get her egg story straight. He hit her in the pan, slipped on the pan, he drop kicked her, this and that. It was eggs in the pan at 8 o'clock at night. Every single person that then took that stand and got blew up. And that's why you see them releasing exhibits. They didn't release no exhibits in the R. Kelly case. They didn't release not one exhibit. Now every other day, exhibits coming out of her being beat out because they're playing on your emotions.
What you talking about? They ain't release no exhibits. What are you talking about?
Was that not the whole text message thing that he hung his hat on, and for weeks there when we were going back and forth, when he found out that pretty much that the text messages of Alice being involved and the extra text messages that they thought were so damning, was that not a piece of evidence?
Yeah, that was in discovery, and they used certain text messages from there. They used some exhibits. So I don't understand what case they're talking about. They use exhibits in both cases,
and they were released.
And they were released. What are you talking about? Oh! I know what you're talking about. He means that they weren't released to the public. You know how they done put out a lot of photos, all that. So I had put it on my wall. It was just a whole bunch of stuff. TMZ grabbed it. It was a whole bunch of exhibits they released from the trial. That, and my thing is, how is that? What does that do? I don't understand, because I heard him say something about why they released their case. He said the case is tanking, so that's why they released the exhibits to the public. But that don't make sense, because the people that needs to see the exhibits are the jurors, and they saw them.
Yeah.
So what is releasing it to us gonna do? We just gonna say, ooh, yeah. The case rests upon the jury, not us.
Yeah.
This logic that just don't. No, I'm sorry, it's illogical.
And to
It's not
suggest that they're playing on our emotions when you are recounting only solitary pieces of information that the overwhelming majority of you're only playing on the part of the emotion that you want to go with and not the whole story, because he, like, the way he just summarized that was like, oh, well, Dawn got up there and she did this, and then this guy got up there and he was on drugs. Yeah, but he also recounted a bunch of other stuff that you just conveniently glossed over because you don't want to acknowledge the fullness of that testimony. Give the full summary. That was not the only thing that came out from that assistant. That's not the only thing that came out from Dawn. Also, when you put their stories together with Cassie's stories, they conveniently align. They conveniently corroborate one another. They conveniently suggest that, oh, multiple people have the same account of a similar event.
And what they don't understand, and it's hard to get people to understand this, and I don't understand why it's so difficult. Again, you can lie, a person can lie all day and tomorrow. When they hit the stand, when they give their testimony, unless it is found to be a lie, it's not credible, or something like that. If the other side does a good job in making it seem like, their testimony is incredible, it's that's the only thing they can go by. It is now evidence. So you can hem and haw, oh, they lying all out here. But if the jury thinks that they're telling the truth, that's all that matters. That's it.
That's it.
If the other side don't, and you might not like the system, that's the only one we got.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can't parade inside your come up from the pew and say, hey, they telling the lie on that stand. Jury, don't listen. You can't do that.
Yeah.
So if the other side does not prove that the other person, that the witness testimony is credible by either their faulty memory, their lying, or something like that, then hey, that's all we got.
And don't twist the facts as well to suggest that, oh, they pretended like she was about to have she's literally 8.5 weeks pregnant. People, typically doctors don't let you travel or tell you not to travel. Because truthfully, once you get to that 8th month mark, truth be told, you could have a baby at any given time. And putting yourself under stress and that sort of stuff was a part of the deal.
Right.
Also, let's not forget that his attorneys had some say-so in this. In the pretrial stuff, they knew that the Cassie situation, that was the reason why she was booked at the time that she was. And on top of that, not only that, they already created a timeline for how long she would be on the stand because they were already considering this factor. Period. So no, it was not they rushed her off the stage. No. Everyone agreed upon the set amount of time that they would need in order to address everything to make sure that she would be off the stand at a certain point. And again, what they were hoping is that she would potentially go into labor or have some sort of complication. They could hold her long enough that she would go into labor, and therefore they would not be able to get the fullness of her testimony. They could use that as an option for a mistrial or to delay the case or whatever the case may be. That's what that was not that they just up and rushed her, and that it's not like this is a 3-month pregnant lady and you're saying, oh, they rushed her off the stand saying she was going to have a baby any moment. That would be a different situation, right? Because the likelihood of that happening is not. But an 8.5 month pregnant person, absolutely, they will go into labor at any time, and doing so in the middle of a case is not optimal, which is why the judge was very direct with the defense and the prosecution very, very early on, long before they got on the stand, and everybody knew where they stood. For you to then try to admit 400 plus pieces of evidence overnight, when this person has been on the stand this entire time, that was an attempt, a veiled attempt at strategy. That was not them rushing to the stand because she was so incredible. I mean, she was so, discredited that they had to get rid of her. It just didn't happen that way. So you can't skew to say that they're playing on your emotions. With all due respect, you're playing on ours right now because you're trying to play on the emotion of the white power thing. The white man just is accusing everybody of everything. Where is there any accountability for Diddy?
There's none. Never. There's none.
Accountability for our own behavior and acknowledging that the white man has its place, especially in cases of injustice. But if there's behavior such as what has been described and proved now in court, that you can't keep putting that on the white man. You're trying to play on my emotions there as a black person, and then you're trying to play on my emotions and my intelligence by trying to suggest to me that this case is all just a bunch of random people getting up there and talking around because of $20 million. That's not what I heard. That's not what the facts suggest, and you cannot dial it back and twist it to your liking.
Right, and then and again, right, you have to have the proper aids when you are speaking on this. And I keep telling you need to grab the paperwork. Then when you have questions and people saying all this off the wall stuff, you got to bring it back to the paperwork, because that paperwork is pretty much how this case is going to go. And that's what it's going to be judged by. It's not going to be judged by, well, I think this happened. I think won't be on the stand. When you say the time somebody said, well, I think such they're going to objection on speculation. That's what they're going to say.
Thank you.
They don't say objection on speculation.
Yeah.
Foundation. It's going to go on, not yet in evidence. It's going to go on and on.
And we've also had the conversation about there not being a such thing as a perfect witness. What Larry is trying to do is, because he's now on the side of the defense in this particular case, he is focusing on places where there were cracks in the armor, or where there's insufficient, or there's discrepancies. And I don't have a problem with that if that's how he wants to, if that's the side he's on. They should be leaning on those things, but you can't discredit the other things that she shared that were not cracks in the, they were direct stories that corroborated what had already been stated time and time again. And so you can't you can't recreate what the scenario is that you want to be. You still have to be steeped in the facts of the case, and you have to be able to acknowledge the things that you can say, hey, on that one, I can't defend him on that. That never comes up. It's just this blanket carte blanche. I'm going to defend people with money, men, black men specifically. I'm just going to defend them, and that women who get abused in any way, shape, or form, they get what they get because they should have been happy with the money.
Yeah, and just be happy with the money and shut up.
Yeah.
All you want to say, everybody don't get down like that. You know, a lot of people can, I can take the money. I've healed. I've gotten over it, whatever, and this will help me heal a little bit more faster, right? Some people just will carry it like that, but others, no.
And the man coming somewhere, this man was smoking weed or whatever. Okay, the man was, but what he was not was fired by his supervisor and the owner of the company who observed him to do so. He could have hired anybody that he wanted to. He could have turned them, you know what I'm saying? He could have dismissed the man on the spot. He did not. He instead blackmailed at least one of them with video footage of them being under the influence. He also had his own drug issue. Like, there's multiple pieces there. Like, why is the question not flipped back? And Mr. Jojo was like, well, why is nobody asking these questions? Why aren't you asking these questions? Why aren't you saying when you found an employee who was using drugs on the job and you didn't want that environment, why would they not immediately dismiss? You can't do that at Walmart. You can't do that at the corner store. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't do those sorts of things. Those things are immediate terms for dismissal. And someone of his status, for certain, could have gotten anybody he wanted to be the best. To be the best. He got the Farnworth Billies and everybody else. He could have easily, any day of the week, this man could fire somebody, and by nightfall would have somebody more qualified if he wanted it. Why are we not asking that question? That's when you take the emotion out of it. I'm taking the emotion out of it. I'm going to the business of it. The business is when you find an employee of that nature and you have that kind of money, power, influence, You have people beating down your door every single day. He wanting to be unpaid interns like he was, wanting to be all kinds of other things. He could not, you're not going to sit there and tell me that he was forced to keep this corrupt person who he was not.
Nope.
And when he grabbed the lady by the arm or what, the chef by the arm or whatever, again, immediate dismissal. There is no job that I've ever been a part of that would keep somebody on staff who put physical hands on another employee. You're questioning her, you're questioning him. Right. What are you talking about? He wrote, and how did he respond to that? He said to give her a gift, to which the man rolled a blunt and gave the woman a blunt. Again, who gets to keep their job like that?
None I know of.
But the problem is that
I know of, honey.
Yeah. The problem is the chef. The problem is the assistant. The problem is Cassie. The problem is all of these people, and not the head person who's in charge. The person who has all the influence, the person who makes all the decisions. That's not the person that we question. We question all the subordinates around them. Great. I get it.
And then when all else fails, blame the white man. I'm like, well, goddamn, all the white. Let's make it clear. All the white men, y'all bad. Like, this is crazy. I'm okay. So okay, baby. I don't even understand. But okay, baby. That's why I'm on an island, honey. I don't fool up with those type of people. Girl, listen. I cut my eye. When it comes to accountability and responsibility, let me hear some foolishness. You know, there's people that stay in my life and they talking crazy like that. Baby, I cut that eye at them so quick.
Right.
Oh, they know, baby. And it's not like I'm not no police, no behavior. No. Because, I get. That's just not what I'm doing. But it's certain things, okay, little something, whatever, I can understand this. Everybody get out of character once in a while. Everybody may do things that might not be the right thing. Sometimes, like I said, good people do bad things for good reasons, right? But stuff like this, even when I know I'm going to do something bad, I'm telling you, I'm going to do something bad because I know it's bad. I already know it's bad. It's not a good thing, right? I'm not going to do it, then just about act like I ain't doing all that extra. So I'm like, come on now. And I'm definitely not going to do it for nobody else. I'm like, no, you was wrong right there.
Because you can have an even-handed conversation.
Exactly.
The way this conversation is going is that people, except for, of course, Carla is also on her side of everything he's done is wrong, which I personally, what I have heard, I do believe that he is on the side of wrong. But I also am not going to deny that there's things in that testimony that Cassie said that these other people did. That's what defense attorneys are supposed to do. They're supposed to find cracks in the armor, right? I'm not or chinks in the armor, if you would. I'm not denying that I can acknowledge those things without trying to totally dismiss the other facts that I also know. And I love that they're having this conversation. And like I said, I wish I could have been a part of the conversation even. I don't understand how you can present such a slanted view of the facts with a straight face and then get the nerve to accuse other people of being whitewashed or
not having
the facts and being caught up in emotion and what have you. Like this is when you're just trying to be right and trying to be heard and you're not trying to actually assess the facts.
I have proof. I have proof where you normally never have the facts, even when given to you over and over and over again, and then when you do get them, you change them into something that is not even factual. You be like, what? It's like the obsession with being right is that these people are crazy. Okay, let me hit this thing because I'm gonna go to talking. Let me just hit the thing because I'm probably already in trouble.
Let me finish. They're posting it. They're posting her beat up, bottles of baby oil, all of that. You want to know why? Because even they know that they are losing horrendously. You have not proved none of the predicate acts in the case. Okay? You might have something there with the mother with $20,000, but he gave it back. And that even looked like a man that is motherfucking you. this what pisses me off. Black motherfuckers act like they ain't been in relationships where this shit is fucking crazy. This nigga's going over your mama house. He waiting outside in the bushes. Motherfuckers, there's women that's flattening tires. Motherfuckers act like they ain't never heard of Jasmine Sullivan before. Soon as the trial starts, motherfuckers get to everybody turn into a lawyer, get to talk about evidence, and they proving predicate acts and all of that. No, these are some motherfucking crackheads that's getting high, that's fucking living a rock star lifestyle. This bitch lazy, getting high, taking cocaine, ketamine. She fucking everybody. He losing his mind. His dick won't work. He flying these niggas, and he can't do nothing to make this little bitch happy. And she driving his ass motherfucking crazy. So yeah, he using everything at his disposal, video and everything, to try to motherfucking calm this little bitch down. And he was never able to until he said fuck it and gave up. And when he found somebody like her, young, that he can love and take shopping, which would be Young Miami and Gina, this bitch probably killed Kim Porter and try to get his ass locked up for life because he found somebody else. And her ass was stuck over here broke at that mama house who didn't have $20,000, living with that white man, and he keep doing yoga.
Larry, can you go to Carrie Morgan's testimony? Can you go to Carrie Morgan's testimony since you got the transcript right there? Because I'm gonna show you where you're.
No, I'm driving. I'm in
now you're driving. Oh, okay. So
no, tell us about it, Carla.
Carrie Morgan testified to when at the studio when she did not see him assault her, but because of what happened after it, she knew that she had been assaulted. They run out of the studio and they are hiding behind somebody's steps. Now, the same security guard that wouldn't intervene to stop him from assaulting her went with him to go try to retrieve her and find her.
I know a nigga that shot at his baby mama last night. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's not racketeering. Because hold on. Because a nigga came over there looking for his girlfriend because she fucking cheating on him, he should go to jail for racketeering.
Yeah.
How about you finish?
That's okay.
I asked you to go so that you could read it, but you said you're driving, so I'm gonna tell you because I remember it. So they went to Jamaica, and he assaulted her for taking too long in the bathroom. That's everybody else around again. Okay, I'm gonna highlight 3 different situations to show you what I mean by using your employee. So they go to Jamaica. She's taking too long in the bathroom. He assaults her. He hits her down. She hits her head on the brick. Blacked out. She comes back to herself. He goes to go right into the woods.
Carla, calm down.
It's still not racketeering. And hold on, Carla, you leaving out one thing. Carla, you leaving out one thing. They was doing opioids.
I ain't let you. So what? That's not an excuse to commit a crime.
Oh, because he whooped her ass in the bathroom is racketeering, though? It doesn't matter that it don't matter. Hold on. It don't matter that they doing crack, but it matters that he whoops her ass in the bathroom is racketeering.
Yes, I said that you using drugs is not an excuse for you committing a crime. Just like if you went to go drive drunk.
I mean, this is sad. Like, no one looks at the statute. Yeah, no one looks at the statute anymore, whatever. And they're taking one isolated thing, one thing, and say, oh, that's not racketeering. Huh?
Well, and it's not racketeering in the sense of what the streets think racketeering is, not in the sense of what the law outlines racketeering to be. Those are 2 very different things. And he's using that because he doesn't think domestic violence is that big of a deal. And he doesn't think that the employees who were involved in the situation are that big of a deal. Then that means it doesn't rise to the occasion. And also I get back to those examples that people continue to use of, he's like, oh, well, I saw some domestic violence the other day. That's a normal part of our lives as Black people. We should just be cool with that. We should not. That's like not the argument that you need to be making. And again, if you're using a network around you to help do that, and you're showing up at people's home and you have a network that's helping you to do that, that is racketeering.
Right. And it's not like, okay, I beat your ass. Oh, that's not considered racketeering. A case and indictment isn't just built. It's not built like that.
No.
Like racketeering, like if you were in the state and you beat my ass, okay, that's the single charge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not how racketeering is built. Racketeering has different layers to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it can be over 35 to 50 different predicate acts.
Yes. And all it is suggesting, is that there is a pattern of ongoing behavior. It's not a one-off situation. He keeps downplaying these domestic violence situations as if they're one-off situations that just happen on here and there. One, that's disgusting enough in and of itself, but that's not what's being described. She's describing, and the other witnesses have described, countless patterns of behavior, as well as countless ways to try to cover it up. When you get caught in a domestic violence situation in the hallway of a hotel and you attempt to give somebody a wad of money, that is called bribery. And if you're doing that to multiple people and using multiple resources and making sure that money is being withdrawn and done in a certain way so that it cannot be tracked, that's laundering. That's fraud. That's a number of things that you're doing with that money after the fact. So that's what it is.
Right. I mean, he's not being charged.
If you don't like.
Right. Stick to the paperwork. He's not being charged for beating somebody's ass.
No.
Okay, that's just a factor. That's just a fact in the indictment. In the case, that's it. Now move on. I know that they are beating they beat that video in us. I get that. I get that. They played it. They played the hell out of it. I understand that's part of the strategy. That's just part of what they're putting on for their case. That's it.
Yeah.
He's not being charged for domestic violence. So why you keep saying that ain't racketeer? Go to the paperwork. See what he's being charged for. It has the racketeering. It gives you the full scope of that, including the enterprise, the means and methods of the enterprise, the patterns of racketeering activity. Then you got count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5. It even gives you the penal code. You can use that penal code, look it up, and see what are the elements and all that. That's it.
Yeah.
Now I know it's simple to me, but I think I break it down to a level to where anybody. You guys do know that in high school they have students that are taking AP classes in law, college courses.
Yeah,
they are retaining this.
Yeah.
So what is going on? What is
kids can get paralegal degrees now when they graduate high school in dual enrollment programs. Like, it's a whole thing.
Right.
Like, the fact that high schoolers can understand the law at least enough to understand like how to apply things like this, we should be better. And to hear this take on stuff is
concerning.
It's very especially for people who I believe are very bright. And I've heard some of his arguments and different sources. I have a lot of great respect for everybody who's on this panel, but I am shocked at what I am hearing, and the logic that's being justified here is wild.
It is. And what killed me when they go to making up the facts, making up the story. Don't do that. Don't do that. And I just wish Carla was on a better phone, and I think she could. If she had the paperwork, she could associate that paperwork to what she's saying, and she'd be like, come back here, Because see, in law, you hear Judge Mathis said, just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. I mean, that it's a joke or whatever, but that's the only thing we need. Just the facts. That's all we need, just the facts. Because listen, a life story, what happened the whole time, you guys, from A to, from when you the first interaction to the last, whatever, that can take years. We don't have years. That's why I said just the facts.
And what we say in mental health is feelings aren't facts. You oftentimes feel a whole bunch of things you feel a whole bunch of things, but that doesn't mean that that's what happened. You can feel afraid because of your trauma response. That doesn't mean that you are actually being under attack. You see what I'm saying? Different sorts of stuff like that. So even like, and I bring that up because of the whole thing. Like he's like chastising Carla because, oh, you're just in your feelings, but you're in your feelings, your male feelings about it in a reverse way, because all you are able to see is poor Diddy. He just had this wild woman whose coochie was so untamable, and he was going through it trying to tame it, that he just got desperate and did all these other crazy things. That's your emotional response. That's, to me, is an emotional argument to facts that suggest that's not the case. Also, plenty of women out here love Tootsie Rolls and would have taken that money and taken everything else that he wanted to have with it, and would have done whatever he wanted them to do. He could have just as easily have said, I can't please this girl. This woman is taking me through the ringer. She got me sitting here looking off to the side while all these men come in and do this and that, and I'm having to beat her and follow her and whatever to keep up with her. I'm done. She's good. I could go and find me a Young Miami. I could go and find me a Kim Porter. I could go and find me a Gina Wynn. I could go and find me somebody else, and I'll never have to see this person again. And I still got her on a 10-year contract, so the joke's on her.
Right. And then
you're seeing him as poor helpless Diddy who can't, who has this young girl who's just making life so difficult, and he can't get out from under it.
Right. And when how men are when they are intimidated by a woman in any form of fashion, honey, they back away from us or whatever. No, it was about control, because he saw he could control her.
He called her moldable, right? Young and moldable, I think is what he called her. But I didn't hear Larry bring that part up. But she, because she was so hard to tame. But he saw her as young and moldable. He didn't view her as some wild woman who he was trying to get a handle on and chasing around.
Because he would be intimidated by a woman if he got a little old Tootsie Roll and all of that, going on. So
you have an inferiority complex off the top, because you're already insecure about that, but then you have this persona that you're the biggest, baddest, greatest, all of these things like that, and then behind closed doors you have this. It's not, perhaps it's the other side of the story, Mr. Larry. Maybe it's not that he couldn't please her. Maybe he's not even physically capable of pleasing anyone, and therefore he's taking that out and abusing women and abusing people in order to get his fulfillment.
And those that will be down with the little Tootsie Roll and under his command, whatever, he's going to control them and treat them like shit. Treat them like shit. Exactly. And he's gonna buy this him, pay for this. Yeah, he got to be a paymaster. Got a little Tootsie Roll.
Right.
And you got a shitty attitude.
And you're putting your hands on people? Yeah, you better pay out if you're going to keep anybody, because nobody's sticking around for that.
Exactly. Everybody's sticking around you, and you got a little ticket. That's why I've been on. I'm like, I like your nerve. I like your nerve. You better go somewhere and sit down.
Oh, he can't do nothing to please her. Oh my gosh, he had such a time with her. That's your emotional response. That's it. That's the emotional response of a person who's thinking through ego and not thinking about just the generalized facts.
Right. Yeah. You exactly. Larry's definitely speaking through ego. Yeah, because if
you hit somebody, you're going to jail.
Violence, crime of domestic violence. Hold on. A crime of domestic violence that she didn't report.
Okay. That we don't even know happened.
That we don't even know happened. This hearsay.
That we don't even.
There's no video footage. This all hearsay.
We don't even know what happened.
It's going to be the same outcome that y'all saw in the last situation. And you want to know why? Because y'all keep saying that y'all don't know if something happened. But when the testimony is given and the defense doesn't dispute the account of what was told, then they are offering up any kind of defense for it. So that's just saying that your testimony is evident.
Carla,
they are going.
Can you talk to me? Carla.
Okay, so she's mostly right? So I always tell you, testimony is evidence. Testimony is evidence. You got testimony, you got documentary, you got demonstrative, and you have a bunch of, and you have it's another main category. I can't think right now, but let me get onto this, right? So she's mainly right about the evidence, but if just because a defense doesn't, right now it's not their case in chief, right? That's number one. Meaning it's not time for them to present their case. Only thing they can do is cross-examine. Now, sometimes they may pass on a cross-examination, but if I'm not mistaken, they cross-examine, I think, if not everybody, at least most of them. They definitely cross-examine Cassie. Okay. So sometimes now, if they do not present a case in chief, and that's not yet, because the prosecution hasn't done arrested. They haven't arrested yet. Once the defense present the time to present their case in chief, they'll have the same opportunity to put forth witnesses to counter anything that was said, or to prove something else in the case, or disprove any elements of the prosecution's case, or they'll put forth some rebuttal witnesses, anything like that, right? They will, if they have any evidence that they want to offer up, they'll be able to do that. So she's somewhat right, but it's not the defense time right now. So they don't have, the only thing they can do is discredit witnesses right now. Challenging the defense case, the prosecution's case, that's mainly going to take place during their case in chief, when they get a chance to, it switches, and they'll get a chance to put on a defense for their client.
But can I also point out another thing that Mr. Larry has said, and it seems like Mr. Levi is about to support it, and it's been said multiple times for all of these cases that we follow or discussed in this sector. The whole thing of they don't have video, they don't have audio. There is absolutely no crime that requires you have video footage of all of the criminal acts in progress. That is not a reasonable expectation. It is not a defense, or is it a defense? And I'm not even I'm not being funny at all. But even Mr. Larry in his own case, Mr. Larry had his own case, right? Did they catch him on video going to banks or whatever type of activity they said that he was guilty of? Or did they have other evidence that suggested and connected him to the crimes that he was eventually convicted of? You don't have to, this whole thing of they don't have any video. So they need to have every single freak off. They need to, every time he took her in the back room and slapped her up, that this is under a recording. That is not an acceptable defense, and it's certainly not. And it certainly doesn't mean that it didn't happen. I did not see the sun come up in China this morning, but it was there. That doesn't mean, so if all of the people in China come forward and say, yeah, I saw the sun, I can't then say, well, it's not on recording, so it must have been dark over there. It was nothing but night.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
That's not how this works.
Yeah, and think about it. Most things, I ain't gonna say most things, but some things in life, there's not gonna be a record of. There's just not gonna be a record of. There's a bunch of stories that I would like to have some show and tell y'all about, but there's just no record of. So I have to do it if somebody was there, just setting up, right? So and you ask any attorney around, they'll tell you most cases are circumstantial. Okay, so meaning it relies heavy on testimonial. Okay, testimonies. So I don't know. Oh, the other category is real evidence, meaning physical evidence. Yeah, so that, it's the four main categories. This because everything isn't recorded. Everything.
No, the man is not going to put himself on Instagram Live and say, "Hey, I'm about to beat on Cassie real quick. I'll just make sure I'll get it recorded for when she decides she wants to sue me for $20 million almost 10
right.
years later. I'm just
That's a
making
good
sure I keep
example.
it on the recording because I know this is the only thing that's going to exonerate me and show that it's only DV. It's not actual racketeering. What?
Right.
That's
Good
crazy.
example. Perfect example. Yes. Like that's just not the natural progression in life. This don't happen like that.
No.
Like, what are we talking about?
It also
What are
doesn't
we
mean that whatever
doing?
we said happened didn't exist. That's the part.
Yeah.
He's suggesting that, well, it didn't happen. I know it didn't happen because we don't have video footage of it. And that's not what Carla is saying. What Carla is saying is that the testimony suggests by multiple people that, yes, she was. And yes, they were. Dude is not going to go. For instance, the dude that he keeps sending off to go and get ecstasy and weed and all these other things that he was sending him off to go and get all kinds of drugs and such. MDMA, I think it was. So when you did that, do you think that man recorded himself going to do that? Do you think that he has video footage on hand of saying, okay, well, let me go and record myself because I know a racketeering charge is going to come up in 20 years and I can go ahead and have the footage ready for the defense so that they can show that it wasn't racketeering, it was just me going to get drugs. You know, it's just like that argument is
or in the words of my girl, where are the receipts?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
and again, if we use the same measure that's used in this sector with the many issues that people have had in this sector, nobody is going by that. And also, if anybody knows anything, all of these links and videos that people have sent to prosecutors and so on over all the years, many of them have come to nothing. Because even just because you have a recording doesn't mean that you get a case either.
Exactly. All that that emailing and sending this, sending that, sending this, whatever.
And that's from all sides. You know, I don't have a side. It's from all sides. All of them have been sending stuff back and forth in this link and thinking that this incriminates and that's going to cause a charge and this and that. And all of these videos have flown back and forth and they have not amounted to long-term convictions of the nature that people have suggested. So to keep bringing up that video, whether there is or is not video of part or all of these crimes from this case is irrelevant.
Thank you. It is irrelevant. It is. I mean, it is so crazy. I'm gonna play her. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna play what she says.
Carla, we're not in court. Can you talk to me like we in the hood testimony and testimony and da-da-da-da-da? I ain't talking about no testimony. I'm talking about we on vacation and my best friend with me. We all done been there. We ain't getting high, but them motherfuckers is getting high. Okay? Some lead to another. We get to arguing and some motherfuckers get their ass whooped. Okay? I don't know the details of what happened behind that door. The white girl is sitting up there telling you some shit. She ain't behind the door. And she couldn't even tell you what it's about. But whatever it's about, it ain't racketeering. It's domestic violence. And then she ain't even report the shit. So we don't even know if it happened. There is no Jamaican police report of this shit.
That point.
May I say this to Carla? Carla, let me say this to you very clearly. You're really making Larry's point and my point. I'm going to tell you why. As we have sat here for over an hour or close to 2 hours, whatever, discussing this RICO trial, all you have been able to talk about is domestic abuse and how he beat Cassie's ass. Listen to me. Let me say this to you. Now, you take those instances of Jamaica, what happened at the hotel, when he threw the frying pan at her, in a state court, if that is proven to be 100% correct, I'm asking you a question. What is the average sentence for a male domestic abuser who puts his hands on a woman, like what we saw in that hotel? What is the average penalty for that? Now, keep in mind before you answer that, you got to keep in mind that the football player, just like with Diddy, on surveillance camera, took his fist and knocked his woman unconscious and drug her off the elevator like a caveman and a cave woman. That man did not do 1 day in prison or jail. He got probation. So I'm asking you, Google it. What's the average sentence handed down for male domestic violence perpetrators?
You know, and that really pisses me off. That makes me angry because once again, he's not being charged in state. He's not being charged. He's not even being charged for domestic violence. He's not being charged for domestic violence. He's not being charged for domestic violence.
Also, I don't think people are fully defined. They're using domestic violence, a term, as a catch-all, but that's actually not what domestic violence is. Those are distinct activities for a person to just, here's the thing, a solitary individual who on their own decides to put hands on their partner, right? Alone, by themselves. Nobody else is involved. Nothing. That's, in this case, what they would be describing as, that would be domestic violence. Having a concerted group of people set aside, masking things, going and getting sending people to go and get drugs, making sure they don't do it off of your company money unless it's pulled a certain way, and then there's cash over here on the side, then pulling people over, then going on Craigslist and getting the Punisher and other people and flying them in. And that's not domestic violence. Domestic violence is 1-to-1, right? And it's just the physical acts or whatever those the damaging acts are. We're talking about more than that. So stop trying to dial it back to what is palatable for you.
Yeah, just reducing it to something that is not. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Count 2. Go to count 2. Count 2 is sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Count 3 is transportation to engage in prostitution. Count 4, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Count 5 is transportation to engage in prostitution. That's it. Okay, that's it.
Have prostitutes not taken a stand? Have prostitutes not taken a stand?
Exactly.
Have people have not described force and intimidation and coercion being used to make it like that's where we need to be. We don't need to keep trying to figure out a way to pull a lesser charge for everybody. This is the straight up kind of like, you know, the words that he uses kind of, can we talk about it in hood terms? In hood terms, you try to dial it back. Oh, well, I only had this much weed, so it shouldn't be that. It should just be possession. It shouldn't be distribution. Well, if you make that certain, whether you were buying it for yourself or not, if you have the certain weight level that meets that criteria, you're going to be charged with distribution. That's just, you see what I'm saying? Like, you can't be like, well, it was just in my home under my bed and I was going to keep it for myself, so it shouldn't be for that. It should be this. Well, that's your choice, but that's not what the legislation that it was passed says it is.
Right. And if whatever, and here how it goes when you trying to build a case against somebody, trying to get an indictment. I said it backwards. You're trying to indict someone, trying to charge someone, and then building a case. Okay, when they find the behavior, whatever the criminal behavior is, they'll go ahead and see, okay, what statute or what penalty would fit that type of behavior. Okay, so your behavior may qualify for 3 or 4 different types of penal codes.
That part.
Yeah, every time he said the same thing with RK. Well, how much time do somebody get for STD? A year max. He's not charging the state. How much would he get for where he's charged and feds? Because if you go there, you got to go to the paperwork. It'll tell you. Look up the code. You get the code.
And if anything, what you're suggesting is oh, well, the prosecution should have added these extra charges on. You're not saying that it should be like what you're describing is not that it should be dialed back. It's that, oh, well, maybe they should have had extra charges. But you're just saying, I wish that the rest of these charges would go away because, in my opinion, it is just this. But we're not going off of what your opinion is. We're going about the statutes, and we're also comparing the evidence presented to those statutes to make a determination. Have we checked enough of the boxes? Because when they get that jury form, isn't that how they're going to break it down? They're going to break it down by how the law specifically outlines what criteria has to be met. If we go criteria by criteria, even though they feel like that the prosecution is losing, and they have that very right. I'm not arguing anybody on that. But if we were to go through a jury sheet of what those charges entail and determine have they shown that some of this criteria has been met, I would bet and venture to say that a good majority already can be checked off just on the testimony that thus far. Now, whether you decide for yourself that you think that it is something lesser than, then you're going to likely put yourself in a space of disappointment later on when the verdicts are read or when the outcomes come forward, because you're going to very well find that they're not interested in what you think that you would like or prefer the charges to have been, but whether it met the criteria for the charges that were put forth. And thus far, they are doing a very good job of one by one checking boxes and saying, and there's your sex trafficking there, and there's your racketeering conspiracy here, and there's your network of people here, and here are your, you know what I'm saying? Like they're going one by one and literally laying out evidence that suggests that aligns with the criteria for the crime.
Right. And when you have your opening statement, you can lay out the story and you can, speak on some things that you may or may not present, during the trial. But what I mean by that, like, you may tell maybe like something a little extra or whatever, but it's not going to vary too far from the what the evidence is going to show during the case, right? But when you get to the closing statement, that's on your closing statement can only contain pretty much the evidence that you presented.
Yep.
That's and the facts in the case that you presented. That's it. The opening, you got a little leeway. You can freestyle a little bit, but with the closing, it's like a summation of the evidence that you presented in the case, which includes testimony and the facts that was presented in the case. That's it. All right. I don't know why it got to be so convoluted, and I am so surprised at the people who a long time ago lived and died by the paperwork, was kicking butt. Yeah, kicking butt because they lived and died by the paperwork. We used to be on the phone for hours talking about the paperwork. Okay, and now it's not the paperwork. It's my personal feelings and all this speculation and making up, like, what? It's something that would make no sense. Like, that's not, like, I mean, and here's the thing, right? With the section that 412, Rule 412, because with Rule 412, you can't even get into whether or not she's a hoe or not. You can't even get into all of that.
Yep.
They would let you ask those questions, and the judge made a ruling on that.
Multiple. Because that is exactly what they wanted to bring in. They wanted to bring in her sexual history, how many times, like they pretty much, that's what they wanted to do, is to present her as sexually indiscriminate and therefore deserving, because that's the way these warped minds are, is that, oh, well, if you are sexually promiscuous, then that means you deserve anything that you get along the way. That's the old school mentality. And that is not a justification.
Right.
It's not a justification for treating people like that. That's the reason why prostitutes absolutely can press charges. That's the reason why pimps go to jail every single day for sex trafficking. That is why, even if they're the ones that haven't put their hands on people, They still can go in for it because they're still facilitating this illegal activity that comes with long-term penalties in the way of mental health and physical health.
Right. And that's like an example of somebody agreeing to sell their body, and do whatever. And pimps still go to jail.
They still go, and many times they'll even have the prostitutes who try to bail them out and help them out and want to still be with them and all. Even in those circumstances, the pimp still can go to jail.
Yeah.
Even if the person says they still like it, they want to keep doing it. Or you got one of them that says they wanted to leave and press the charges, but the other three said it's fine, it's cool, we're good with it.
Yeah,
he's still going in.
Exactly. It's like, do you think before? I'm saying with some of this, I understand that you probably need to have. I know you need to have some legal under your belt. I get that. Right? But that's when it comes to some of the more tricky stuff. But it's not like with the little basic stuff that just that only asks that you use logic.
Mm-mm.
And how you as a good person would think. Like I'm one of the ones. If my child do, you have. I don't know if you know these parents. Like, their kids do something, get in trouble at school. It's never the kid's fault. The kid have been in trouble 20 times, but it's never the kid's fault. The kid have been expelled from every school in Duval County, but there's something they always messing
with.
It's
always that teacher that is out for him and they don't like him anyway. They don't like him because he's black. They don't like him because of this. Meanwhile, he done turned all these kids' book bags over and poured juice all over the floor and did everything else and fighting people. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now.
Right.
You know your kid is not that lady in Georgia. One of them people, not Georgia, is it New Orleans? Where did all those prisoners escape out that hole in the wall?
New Orleans.
Where one of the grandmas just got picked up today or yesterday because she's cash apping the boy money while he's on the run.
No, ma'am.
That kind of mentality that you can't. And here's the thing: at the end of the day, some people, it really comes down to, for some people, if they don't want to believe it, there's nothing that you can do or say to help them to believe it. And for people who, you know what I'm saying, and people who are actually open to it, they're going to take in the facts and then make a determination, which I try to be that kind of a person. But this kind of is now starting to sound like you just don't want to believe it no matter what the circumstances are. You're looking for opportunities to align what happened with your points of view and not looking to just simply, in an unbiased fashion, look at the evidence that's put forward. It also speaks so much to, and again, I know I get the whole whitewash thing and the PWI and all of that. I get it. But in the very same way, it also shows how well our society has been able to have us latch on to what the hood says and how the hood moves and the hood rules and whatever the case may be. And that's supposed to now be the standard by which we live by. Right. That's not civilized society. That's not access. That's not any of those things. And yes, we do have societal norms that I think have their place. But what you're doing right now is trying to pretty much say that the hood version of the rules, which we know are done with all backdoor deals, illegal activity, so on and so forth, that's the way that the world should function, and that it shouldn't be that big to any of us. A big deal to any of us, because that's the way we know that it goes down in the hood. That is so dangerous, and it's so sad as well that we as a people at times will continue to hold to that just because that's our normal, that's what we know, and that we've then decided that that's right. What is the actual moral and ethical thing to do in these situations? Is it morally responsible? The hood standard, the ethical standard, and the moral standard and the legal standard can all be different. Right now, we're focused under the legal standard, not the hood standard. There are times where the hood standard has its place. This is not one of them for me. Exactly. And to continue to apply a hood standard in a legal situation is a fallacy of logic.
And you have where, these people are promised all these things, R. Kelly gonna get out and all this extra stuff, whatever, because pretty much they're credulous, right? They this to believe, right? And then when you say something don't happen, and then they go to looking crazy, like like they about to jump off the rooftop. But hear me, I'm being real. I'm telling you the truth. Listen, this is I don't know about this one. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you according to the law. I'm not telling you according to I don't mean no disrespect. I'm not telling you according to the Bible. I'm not telling you according to, no hood rules, no this. I'm telling you according to the law. Now, what I can tell you, prayer changes things. I do know that. I do know that the Lord has the final word. I'm just telling you from what I'm reading and what I'm seeing, what is going on, and what is allowed and what's not allowed. No, listen. Common sense should tell you this. You just can't get up in court and enter in any evidence you want to, and just do whatever you want to do, and whatever. And that, like before, I said, okay, but then you need to read the rules of of criminal procedure and the federal rules of evidence if you want to know what's included, excluded, what's precluded, and all of that, right? That's what you need to read. Then maybe you can get a better grasp of what I'm saying, because I'm tired of every other day going through the same shit. As if I'm like, what am I missing here? And then, as a teacher, instructor, as a trainer, when somebody don't get something, and you are the one that's trying to make them understand, comprehend, and apply logic, and they don't get it, it kind of makes you feel like, well, damn, I'm a failure, whatever. I'm but I hate that. I hate that. I'm like, Jesus Lord.
In the same way, that person has to commit to trying to actually open themselves up to understanding and developing the competency that they need to move forward. That if people just want to continue, like I even have a student in another class right now, and it's a philosophy based course, and so this person came in, but it's of course tied to my area of expertise, and so this person is one of those. I think I'm a modern day philosopher, so I should have free thought to be able to think whatever I want to think and do whatever I want to do. And so the assignment has come in, and I've bounced it back now twice, saying that ain't gonna cut it, because what you have is not even related to this assignment at all, and it's riddled with errors, whatever. And their argument is, but it's free thought. That's how I feel like I should be able to think. This is how I feel like I want to navigate things. And my thing is, that's cool and it has its place, but you can't navigate it that way here, because these are the rules here, right? This is what I've asked from you here. So you submit that back to me again, and I'm just going to give you an F, and then you can go and philosophize about how you want to work the project out. You see what I'm saying? And that's kind of where it's coming down to, because now I've gone back and forth with you enough, and I've explained what we're looking for. I've explained what the level of competency is. And if you are just headstrong and hell bent on, well, the thoughts that are in my head are more relevant than anything else, instead of seeing that there are opportunities to expand and make even greater the ideas that are in your head by also understanding and engaging in other ideas and other components and other ways of thinking. If you can't get that, then you go and you have your own thinking. But don't do that here. Don't bring that to this case. Don't bring that to the classroom. Don't bring that to anything. The whole point of engaging, the whole point of taking in information is for you to truly use it and then build upon that to fully understand or to make something greater. Otherwise, all you're doing is sharing your thoughts and opinions, which you are more than happy to do, but don't present them as fact, because that's not true.
Right. And I always tell my students, apply your research to a part of your life.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, don't just waste it. And put it on this paper.
Yep.
Don't just waste it. Apply your research to a part of your life, right? Yep. And I try to give assignments that would, it's geared to, geared to
real world situation.
You can take, something that is pressing on society, or something that requires you to give a resolution to, So something like that.
And also, and it also encourages you to challenge your own thinking. If you can't challenge your own thinking, then again, you're far behind the 8 ball when it comes to critical thinking, and you're far behind the 8 ball on analysis and truly understanding, the complexities of any topic or any subject. You have to be able to challenge your own thinking. You have to be able to put it up against other people's thoughts. You have to be able to put it up against the theory. If you can't do that, because what they're doing now is like Carla is coming back and challenging their thoughts, and instead of them trying to engage with that, they'll just move the goalposts entirely, make up a
same thing.
Or now all of a sudden we go back out to the hood rules, because when she's presenting the league, it started off that legally there's nothing there. Once she started pulling forth evidence that actually suggested things were different than what you said, now all of a sudden we need to take it back to the hood rules. And then when you're convened, you bring it back to the legal rules. And then you downplay the domestic violence. You keep jumping around instead of actually sitting with your thought, challenging your thought. Like at no point has anyone said, that part did not look good for him. But this is the part that I think helped him the most, right? That's different. That's still challenging your thoughts. It's also acknowledging places where we all have certain breaks in our logic or in our thinking, or that's the one part of my plan that I don't have perfected yet. That's okay. And you can admit that. But to try to downplay other people and suggest that they're just overly emotional, which is a common thing to try to put on women, or, whatever the case may be, that's not going to do it either. Why can't you actually engage with her the way that she's engaging with you? Which there have been a couple of things that she said, look, I can't speak to that part yet, but here's where we are, right? Here's what I'm focused on right now. That's where you have it, as opposed to making up things or telling a slanted version of the story, or only focusing on that you want to put forward instead of the totality of the testimony that has actually been there, and then claiming that you've read the transcript. How can you read the transcripts and all you got out of it was that? If that's the case, everybody has a major reading comprehension issue here.
Yeah.
Because it's more to all of those stories than what you put forward. That's the part that you went in looking for and took away from it, because you're looking to find justification. You're not looking for answers.
Right. Or anything to make their point true. And
exactly,
it's just it doesn't work that way. It don't work that way. Let me see. Audra joins the panel.
You're in jail.
Okay, well, I'll leave.
Or probation. Puff Daddy did not have a criminal record. Okay, so you're really making our point. We're talking about a RICO. We're talking about John Gotti and Sammy the Bull. We're talking about an enterprise. If those people had taken John Gotti to court and all they could talk about how John Gotti beat his wife's ass, they would have laughed him out of the court. So when you keep bringing up what he did to Cassie, it's not really to argue about, because you're making our point.
Levi,
this is a domestic violence.
I'm gonna get into a bad area. Let me just say this one thing right quick. If you look at the makeup of this trial, everybody that's white that's testifying in this trial, they damn near got immunity except for the best friend. They got a deal. Everybody black that's in this trial, they got immunity. They got some kind of deal, with the exception of Dawn. Cassie don't even want to be there, and they can't even find the other victims. The government.
Hey, do you know who all got immunity? Because I don't know if that's true.
I only knew of one person that got immunity, but more could have gotten it, and maybe I missed that. But I know one person did.
I'll look it up, because they be making up shit when it comes to immunity and.
Oh no, well actually it might be more, because I know the prostitutes got immunity as well. I think, or got
Okay.
some sort of. The agreement was that they would not be prosecuted for their testimony.
Maybe a proper, okay, because
Yeah, something like that. I
okay.
don't know if they were full immunity though.
Okay, because if it was like a proper agreement, they could they will agree to it's a
You just get a one off.
yeah,
You get a one
it's
off.
but you can still get they can still build a case against you,
Mm-hmm.
but you know it's very very limited. It's different from that use immunity that they were given down there in Georgia during YSL,
Mm-hmm.
right? Even
Yeah.
with that, I mean, if they got evidence that derived from whatever they said, they
Mm-hmm.
can use that to build new charges against them,
Exactly.
right? So
Mm-hmm.
that's a little different. And then you got transactional immunity, which is full immunity. I don't know why attorneys don't try to push to get transactional immunity all the time for their clients, because having a proper agreement, see what happened to Keeper D
Yeah.
and use
Very
immunity,
limited.
and
It's
use
not
immunity,
protection.
yeah,
It's not the protection people think it
exactly.
is.
It's not exactly. And in use immunity, you see what happened to somebody in YSL, and they took that stand. You know, so I mean that was crazy. I think it was what the dude name that went to jail.
Muntu.
Yeah, Monk too. Yeah, that was crazy because he had use immunity. I believe use.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, that was crazy.
I'll say this other thing.
Is bringing these
Suggested.
charges.
Oh,
Go
no, I was
ahead.
just gonna say also, like, his point there though is that they're giving immunity because they're acknowledging I committed a crime. Like,
Right,
why that
right.
doesn't help the case, because like you got to think of the full context of that is all of those people have gotten on the stand from what he's saying, and they've all said, yeah, I helped commit some crimes with him, but I'll tell if you willing not to punish me for it. Which then again suggests RICO, 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 because you have one person after another who gets to take the stand and plead immunity or get immunity because they've acknowledged I was a part of committing crimes with more than one person at this person's behest. This again supports a RICO, doesn't negate a RICO to me.
Right, right. Exactly. That I mean, it's weird. If someone has immunity, they got immunity because in some way their testimony can do what? Implicate them
Implicate them in a crime. That's why Woody
in
got
a crime.
immunity. He got
Right,
an immunity deal because they wanted him to testify on the things that he actually did do.
right. That this is so crazy to me. It's like, are you understanding before you say something? Like, girl,
I don't
You
know.
want to know
That's
why
not
nobody don't want? You
true.
want to know why don't nobody Kid Cudi subpoena? Kid Cudi subpoena. Sex workers threatened to be charged, subpoena. Okay, and they got a deal. The assistant that was there, one of them there voluntary, the other one got immunity, subpoena to be there. Everybody that's there, fucking Cassie, she didn't even want this shit. She got a deal. She fucking got subpoenaed. Everybody that's there is there in the professional witness.
Cassie got a deal.
No, I never heard that. Also, isn't
That's-
a subpoena that's you're just gonna get that period? Like I've gone to have to speak in court for
Yeah,
cases. You get subpoenas. That's the formal way of saying you have to be at court. It's the way that the law pretty much puts teeth in your attendance. You will show up, or here are the consequences. And it's the formal way of telling you that. That doesn't mean that I don't understand why he's saying it in that way. Like the subpoena
I
means
don't
that
know.
they like. I don't understand what he's saying here, but maybe I need to hear him out as well, which I will.
Yeah, probably the same thing that when asked
Yeah,
about the president, the president can the president oh, be why is it escaping my head? He impeached. Can he still be? Do he still have to leave? Something like that. But the answer is you could remain in office while you even if you impeached.
yeah. Donald Trump did that. Donald Trump was impeached twice.
Bill Clinton. Yeah.
They didn't in office. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay. Let me play it. Not in this live, but it was another live.
Oh, okay.
Was paid $6,000 to be there. This ain't even no case to people. It ain't even nobody in this case that want him locked up. Cassie up there. Cassie said more good. Cassie said, hold on. The only two people that got up there and said fucked up shit about Diddy, that he deserved to go to jail, this and that, was her mother and the best friend. Two people that don't even live in a household and wasn't even in the relationship. Everybody else is just like, he's a great businessman. He was just mean. And he ain't my cup of tea. Everybody else. Don't nobody even want him in this case. Only people want him in this case is them two people and black women. That's it.
Hey Carla, you're a young lady.
Hold on. One more thing. Do you know Puffy did dated? Do you know Puffy? Do you know that Puffy done dated like 40 white women, all the way from Selma Hayek to Penelope Cruz and motherfucking Cameron Diaz? He done all of this. Where's the fucking freak off? Why they ain't taking a stand crying and shit? Why?
Okay,
he done dated like 40 white women.
I have one simple question for Carla.
You didn't answer no questions because I can't even answer the first one.
Let me ask you this simple question.
I can't answer the first one, so I'm not answering nothing.
Let me ask you a simple question. You're a lady.
No, I still have thoughts on the stuff y'all just said. Why? How are y'all running the conversation?
Just let me ask the question.
No, I'm not.
Okay, go ahead. Answer Larry's question.
Because different, and that's what y'all do. Y'all trying to throw a whole bunch of family up into something, a whole bunch of stuff into something to try to make people distorted on what y'all talking about.
Answer the question before you accuse us of victimizing you.
I ain't never gonna be a victim because I'm just me.
My beautiful girl.
Go ahead.
That's a great woman. That's a young girl.
Because you're going to say we coercing you and beating you on the thing. Go ahead.
I want y'all to leave my car.
It ain't enough money neither one of y'all got to get me today.
Go ahead. But answer Larry's question. Respond. Yeah, we can hear you, darling.
Y'all throw so much into the thing that I don't even know. My head is spinning from what y'all trying to say.
Okay, now
I don't even know what the hell y'all talking about.
Let me ask you this then.
Wait a minute.
You don't know how to respond. You don't remember.
No, right. I'm gonna do the same thing y'all do. Change the subject.
I want you to tell.
Okay. Wait a minute, Cookie. Wait a minute. So Larry is saying it's nobody else in this case. There is other people in this case. And Levi, don't stop me because Larry introduced this. He opens the door. Okay? So there are other people in this case. There is a Jane Doe number 2. Capricorn Clark is about to come testify. When she testifies, if anybody, because everybody else seems like they don't know all of the nefarious shit. So I'm gonna give a summation. She is going to testify to things that surrounded Kid Cudi. She is also going to be testified to being put on a lie detector test twice, and that he beat the fuck out of her the same night he beat the fuck out of Cassie when he went to go find Kid Cudi. So that's what she's going to testify to. That's his employee. That's his employee. That he did that to. There's a chef coming that is going to talk about the same chef. The same chef that don't make it. You said it wasn't no more. You said it wasn't no more people coming to testify.
Look, you're alleging things.
She was a star witness, Carla. She's a star witness.
Hold on, Levi.
Are they let her finish? They talk forever.
Beating Capricorn Clark? Are they going to show a police report of him beating Capricorn Clark? And just because Capricorn Clark,
all right. Wait a minute, Carla, you getting hyped up, baby. You keep breaking up. We can't even hear you.
And Carla, there's no sense in them coming to testify because you've already said what they're gonna say.
When you yell,
so we don't even need them to come because you already said what they're gonna come and say. So okay, you said she's gonna corroborate what Kid Cudi said. Kid Cudi didn't say shit himself. Whatever she says about Kid Cudi himself admitted the bitch was playing both of us. And I don't know if he blew up the car. I didn't see him do it, and the forensics doesn't show it. So what can Capricorn, anybody else come and say behind him? It was his car. It was his house.
The night that they went to go see, and this is where y'all. That's what I'm saying. This is y'all emotions. Because the night that they went to go get them, when Kid Cudi said on the stand that Capricorn called him and said they are in your house, it is because that is the night that this stuff that I'm telling you happened. That's why.
Okay, so he was. She's gonna come back and say he was at his house.
Not just that, she got her own clip. The record label paid her. The record label paid her.
He said himself, Carla, if someone calls you right now, God forbid, somebody says somebody's in your house, and you say what? And you call you in my house, what you gonna do? You gonna call the police, nigga? You done broken my house for one.
He didn't call the police.
Oh, really? And Puffy was gone, right?
He called the police. He didn't call the police.
But listen, he called the police at the house incident, right?
When he broke into his house, because at first he was going to beat him, and then he thought, what if he got somebody with him? So he called the police.
Okay, now, when the police got there, did they find Puffy there?
No, but Capricorn was in the car. She was the driver.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is that's even worst case scenario, that's home invasion B&E. But here's the question. Listen,
these are predicate acts for the RICO, Levi. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Not.
Because he wasn't arrested for it.
He wasn't arrested for it.
He's being
accused. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's arrested now. He's arrested now for it.
Listen, no. Carla, if someone asks you on the witness stand, well, do you know for sure that Larry came in your house, and you answer no? Do you know for sure that Larry fired a bomb your Porsche, and you say no? Well, did you know that the forensics arsonist specialist, that Molotov cocktail had the DNA of a female on it, not a male? Were you aware of that? No.
No, okay, in the car.
Let me explain it to you again.
Not on the cocktail.
Let me explain. Say it again.
In the car, not on the cocktail.
Wait a minute. The incendiary device was not tested.
The follicle was in the car.
The follicle was
I didn't say it wasn't tested. The follicle was in the car.
Okay. What evidence was presented in court that, beyond a reasonable doubt, that would show Sean Combs was responsible for that arson?
Levi, you know that it is circumstantial evidence, and you know their testimony is evidence.
Then it came
you
out
know that
Cudi was fucking with his
I don't know why y'all I don't know that.
I'll let Larry talk.
Then it came out that Kid Cudi was fucking with his baby mother's sister at the time. So she could have blew up the goddamn car.
Because he went to Cassie's mother's house for that holiday weekend.
And what they don't understand, and I don't understand why they don't understand, is if the defense have any evidence with regards to that, or if the prosecutors have any evidence with regards to that, that is considered Brady material. That would be in discovery. The defense has the right to use that evidence if they would like. If they don't have any evidence of any of that. So apparently, and I don't know that part of the case. Last week, I wasn't able to follow the case hardly at all. But if they have whatever evidence they submitted with regards to the bombing of that car, and testimony is evidence. I told y'all that 2019 when we got started. If they have evidence with regards to that bombing, if if there's information from the labs, if there's someone, whatever, right? If they have that, I thought, when it's some kind of, didn't P. Diddy text her that, you know, he wanted to see the car blow up or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Something to that, yeah. Evidence. Okay, no, they're not. They might not have what, you know. The bomb, the cocktail came back to Diddy or whatever. Because most likely Diddy didn't put the cocktail in the car or whatever. He probably paid somebody. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Which has been the whole entire setup the whole entire time, is that he doesn't do things himself. The only thing he really does himself is the actual, domestic, as they call it, the domestic violence, or the putting hands on people, and then also engaging in parts of the freak offs. But everything else is facilitated by other people, intentionally facilitated by other people, so that his hands remain clean, which is again what RICO bosses do.
Exactly. Hey, Just, yeah, it is the craziest.
I'm about to drop down real quick, but I'm in the chat.
Okay. All right, ma'am.
No.
And she could have been mad and blew his fucking car up.
No,
now,
listening to
Carla. Let's deal with some facts, Carla. All it,
these not facts. These not facts. That's why y'all get mad because I'm blowing your facts out.
They're not facts. They're hearsay. Bunch of people that's getting killed on direct, on indirect. These are people that are getting killed on direct. They're coming in here. They're coming in here telling these stories. They come here telling these stories like Dawn, and then they getting ate up by the defense.
Now,
ate up.
Miss Carla.
Kid Cudi said he didn't know. He didn't see Diddy in his house. He didn't have cameras. Diddy say he didn't blow up his car. Said he met Diddy 2 times.
Told him that he was in his house.
Well, go ahead. Just go ahead and talk.
Diddy told him on the phone that I'm in your house.
Like,
no, he did not.
He said
no, he did not.
No, he did not.
No, he did not. No, he did not. I'm gonna tell you. I can tell you verbatim. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you verbatim.
One at a time, please.
What was testified to?
Let
me tell you verbatim. I called him. Did he answer? Yes. And what did you say? I said, "Are you in my house?" And he responded, "What's up, Playboy? We need to talk." Man, are you in my house? What's up, Playboy? You and I need to talk. Motherfucker, are you in my house? We need to talk. I'm asking you one more time, motherfucker, you inside my house? I'm on my way. Diddy responded, "I'm here." That's it.
Exactly.
Well, no,
I'm here.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Okay.
Where's here?
No,
where's here, Levi? Since you were the interrogator, we're going to quit. Where's here? What was he asking him where he was at? At his house. Where's here? At his house.
Excuse me. May I respond?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
You have to act in a court of law. Listen. Are you in my house? Yeah, I'm in your motherfucking house, nigga. Come on, what's up? In addition to that, Kid Cudi testified on 3 different occasions. He said Diddy was never irate or raised his voice to him. They said, what was his act? He never raised his voice one time. When a nigga's at a nigga's house over a bitch, nigga, yeah, I'm in your shit, nigga. What up, nigga? Diddy not one time ever did that. But I'm asking you, Carla, as a woman, and you, Cookie, as a woman. Because y'all remember when y'all were 19 years old. If Cassie says, Diddy introduced her, Sean introduced me to oral sex. But when you were 19, Carla, and you were 19, Miss Cookie, if you were living with a man 11 years older than you, 20, 30, 29, 28, and you was with that man for 3 years before you met your next nigga, at age 19, are you telling me, Carla and Miss Cookie, you're 19, this man is 10, 11 years older than you, and you living with him? He never ate your pussy. You never sucked his dick. There was no oral sex going on. I'm asking a simple. No. Answer the question, please. Simple question. Yeah, please answer that. Say it again. Hey, I ain't never said no crazy shit. No, I was joking. I said no. I said no. Let me answer the question. I said this is my words. Listen. Let me answer the question. I can pull it back. I can find a video. I said I have never practiced going down on women, beating chicks, and eating their pussies. But listen, when I was 28, if a chick was staying with me that was 19 for 3 years, from the age 19 to 21, and I'm 28 to 31, and we sleeping in the bed every night together, that's my woman, ain't a nigga listening to me is going to say, oh, no, I didn't go down on her, or she didn't go down on me. She said he introduced her to oral sex. So I'm asking, wasn't no oral going on, Carla? Do you believe that?
It might not have been because you don't do it, and there's other men who don't do it.
All right now.
And Ryan Buckley has not come out to contest that fact.
All right.
He talked here and there, but he hasn't said that. He hasn't came out and said he's lying.
So you would have to say, as an intelligent person, Diddy was the first man that ever ate Cassie's pussy.
I can't say that he wasn't. Nobody's come out to dispute her.
Okay. All through high school.
You're pretty sure what Capricorn Clark gonna get up there and say is correct.
Because I know the story.
Man, you know the story.
Let's just wait for Tuesday and see. Let's just wait for Tuesday and see if she say what I said. Let's wait till Tuesday and see if she say what I said. How about that?
I think that we learn oral sex before we learn how to do the real thing.
Thank you, darling.
Okay,
Thank you.
No. But Cookie, that's not true because there are some girls who I know, and I'm gonna put this out there. There are some girls who I know who never had vaginal sex, but they had anal sex, and they had anal sex first. They had it that way because, especially a lot of Christian girls, because they think that's a way to preserve their virginity. So how people order stuff or what they do first or whatever, we assume because that's a normal thing to do. But people have different reasons for why they don't do certain things.
Okay, so Cassie goes.
She was a virgin before she got with, what's the first guy's name?
The man was Ryan Leslie. She was with a man that was 10 years older than her. And Carla's sitting here in front of y'all intelligent people trying to say it wasn't no oral going on in the relationship.
Well, you're talking to intelligent people if you don't do it either.
I said I don't follow doing it. It's different. It's a total difference. I don't follow. Like, listen, I'm Muslim, so I don't follow eating shrimp. But have I eaten shrimp? Yeah. But I don't follow. When I eat shrimp, I say my prayers. When I eat pussy, I say my prayers and pussy like that.
Okay, well, but wouldn't you say that there are some Muslims who have never eaten shrimp?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's my point.
Absolutely. But what I'm saying to you is that it's hard for me to believe that a chick can be living with a man 10 years older than her for 3 years, and then all of a sudden she's ordering freak-offs, telling Diddy on the text message that I can't wait to suck them big black dicks. That's a freak. And you know as a freak. And everybody from the hood know that we've seen females like that.
My legs behind my head.
Yeah, I want to put my legs behind my back.
Look, hold on. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to ask this question. Don't you think that this is the same way that some women get eased into prostitution? Like, that's
God.
Why when y'all
oh my God,
drugs get motherfuckers into prostitution.
Exactly.
She was doing drugs. Listen. Hold on. But her best friend said that weeks after meeting Puffy, they asked her, "Well, y'all doing drugs?" They said, "We was doing opioids." So she was doing drugs before she met Puffy.
No, her friend.
No. Her friend said, no. She said when y'all start hanging out, she said, what happened? man, she said
Let Larry talk about Carla.
We start hanging. They said, when did you start hanging out with Puffy? She said, almost immediately. She said, we went out of town. She said, were there any drugs involved? She said, yeah, they was doing drugs. Said, what was Puffy doing? Everything. She said, what was y'all doing? Opioids. This weeks after meeting Puffy. So weeks after meeting Puffy, this motherfucking my pretty little liar is now she's eating ass. She's doing oral sex. She's doing drugs. All in a period of 2 weeks. Get the fuck, man. Listen, man. I wasn't born yesterday, bro, and I can see him from a mile away. Puffy didn't see her coming. None of them saw her coming. That's why the prosecution say that the prosecution says no need to go into her past. Whenever they say that, it's a past.
Hey, Carla, Carla.
And she was somebody before she met sucker ass Ryan Leslie. She was a regular motherfucker out in Connecticut, and I'm willing to bet you that when it's time for Puffy to call witnesses, they gonna call some people that really know her motherfucking ass from Connecticut up there to tell you how much of a whore she was.
Okay, Carla, I want to ask Carla a simple question. Because we
well,
all
she
from
matched his whore. She matched his whore.
No. We all from the hood, Carla.
She matched his whore.
Carla, we're all from the hood. You made a statement. Isn't that how some women get introduced to prostitution? Let me ask you a simple question. Hey, all of us being from the hood, with I'm a male, so I'll say sisters, aunties, female cousins. The little girl is on the porch. She's 14 years old. Her brother's friends come over, and the mother or somebody in the house said, girl, get your little ass in here. She's smiling. You know, she's 14, 15. She's smelling herself. So my question to Carla is this. All of us being from the hood, have we all known of 16, 17, 18-year-old young ladies who were hoes, just pass around, sucking every dick in the neighborhood and fucking? Yes or no? Does that exist? Is there such thing as a hoe?
Absolutely.
Okay, stop. Now,
men and women.
Okay, stop. Now, we all grew up in the crack era. All of us grew up in it. The girl who was 18 with a nice body, who chose to work at McDonald's and take her ass home, pursue an education. The other girl, 18 with a nice body, chose to become a stripper. Y'all remember the song? Was it a Salt and Pepper song back in the day when it says, we got to use what we got to get what we want? All of those young girls from my era, your era, that we saw, who said, I'm not working at no damn fast food place. These niggas are on me. They got the brand new shoe, the brand new Air Force. Back then it was K-Swiss, Fila, the jogging suits. The nigga 6, 7, 8 years older than them, and he's doing everything for them. They up in school dressed fresh to death because they fucking. Were those young ladies forced into that? Or did they say, no, I'm taking the easy way out? I dated some of them, straight up. I'm asking.
I got after they answer this question, I got 2 questions. They're real important questions too.
Oh man.
Okay, Carla, you gonna answer that? Then Larry has a question. Were they forced into that when they had the decision, like the young man who sold crack? I'm not working at no damn McDonald's at that. No, I'm about to get out here and get this bread. The young lady said, I'm not working at no fast food. I'm about to go out here and shake my ass. These niggas are on me. And now I got a herringbone chain. I got the latest fashion. This nigga buying me everything. And guess what? I'm about to move in with this nigga, even though he's 8 or 9 years older. I'm asking Carla, was that a choice that they made? Or were they forced into that? Where does personal responsibility come in, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm not. This is the thing. I'm not saying that Cassie is without blame. Y'all are making it seem like that's what I'm saying. I actually said previously that she would be considered an unindicted co-conspirator because she participated in the crime. So I'm not saying that she's without no blame. What I'm saying is that he is the head of the network.
What? Oh
he
my God.
is the power person.
Go ahead,
He
Larry.
is the enterprise. That's what I'm saying. And
So,
they in the prosecutor's discretion to go after the head of the network.
So the head of the network, when Cassie said no one knew about our freak offs, no one knew about it. So if no one knows about it, then there is no enterprise. Am I correct?
Oh my gosh. Why do they keep singling out one particular thing and equating that to something? It's not even what? I can't even describe it. Saying someone doesn't know about the freak offs, what impact does that have on whether or not there is an enterprise or not? Read the codes. Read the pen. You come out here and talk this law shit as if what you're saying is fact, with nothing to support what you're saying. I ain't even seen a high school degree from you motherfuckers. Okay? And the thing about it is, okay, the thing about messaging and I'm kind of go to the left here, but I'm gonna bring it back to the right. And branding and information and schooling and education and whatever. Normally, right? People give the information. If there's any questions about it, whatever, get that all sorted out, get the right information, and then move that information to the masses. You're moving the correct information to the masses. Not, I said this, you said that, this one said it, this one contradicted, this one, that does not do anything but breeds confusion. That's my problem. That's my problem. And then when all the mess goes distant, guess who they come back and ask for confirmation? They don't ask your ass. And it's ridiculous. When you got to take my word for it. If you know it, you should know how to ask Google or whatever. Maybe you'll know if Google give you the right answer. Like in most professions, right? Let me tell you something. Google, the internet, that's a man-made thing, right? It's man-made. All this information is produced by people just like you and I. So if Mo forgets something that she learned 10 years ago and she Googles it, right? She'll get different sources. Most may say the same thing because one source is pulling from another source and they're just pulling the same information over, repeating it over. Then you may get another source to say something totally different. Because Mo has a number of years and experience and education in that area, she'll be able to know which one is right and which one is wrong. Okay? So what I'm saying is this. You can't even rely on Google. The only thing you can rely on is the paperwork. If you know what you're reading, and the paperwork that has something to do with this case. I tell you, everybody gonna try to simplify it for you. Get the indictment, get the jury instructions, have them out. Listen to the testimony and the evidence presented in the case. That way you can see if the prosecutor proved their case and if the defense raised enough reasonable doubt. That like that's crazy. Like whether or not someone knew, how is that a factor in establishing the enterprise? And it should be very clear on how to figure out, would something like that, would that be a factor in establishing what the enterprise is when it comes to the government? This is what the authorities define as an enterprise. It is what the authority defines as breaking the law. Now, it will get complicated, it will get tricky because of the RICO and all of the different the patterns of behavior that they allege on Sean Diddy Combs. You have to then know how to build an indictment. But don't worry about that. Don't worry about all of that. You just want to make sure you know what a RICO is. At one point, I mean, this is how crazy this is. R. Kelly had been indicted and everything, sitting in the jail for RICO. They still was out here running around here saying that one man, and I'm not talking about Debo, I'm talking about others, that one man ain't no enterprise. I heard that not too long ago. Now, what do you mean? He's in jail. Now, if you go to the definition of RICO, the federal definition of RICO, not Google, the federal definition of RICO, the penal code, the statute, the law, it'll tell you it's a man, it's an individual, it's a group, it can be a gang, it can be a business. It tells you. So it removes the guessing. And you don't have to believe me. When I came out here in 2019, I kept trying to show the people, listen, one man can be an enterprise. And even after he was indicted as one man, the shit still went on. So, okay, I tell you what. Now, you gotta believe me. Once again, what about his attorneys? Did any of his attorneys challenge the one man being an enterprise and successfully? Was it successful if they challenged it? No. Because here's another thing, right? I told you. That's when it comes to the parents and the girl and all this bullshit, whatever, and send the girl in the hotel and all this shit. Listen, you also have to have a legal argument that you put in front of the court. Well, saying that the parents sent the girl in there and whatever, that's consenting and all that, that's not a legal argument. Like, shit. It's unbelievable.
Well, okay, so Larry, when you're saying that, you're not saying it in proper context.
Yes, I am. I'm saying it in exact proper context. Yes, I am. 100% I am. If the government, hold on, it's the government versus Sean Combs, not Cassie versus Diddy.
Absolutely.
The government is alleging that he ran a criminal organization, okay, that allowed him to abuse these women, bring these prostitutes, etc. She testified that no one knew, and there is no enterprise, and he didn't use his manager, staff, and assistants to bring motherfucking the guys across state lines and the freak offs to harm her. She testified to that. Okay,
Larry.
listen. I listen. I sat back. I let everybody talk, and I didn't interrupt. Okay.
Then
I know that women don't want to take personal responsibility for anything. And no one is going to make Cassie take personal responsibility for anything. Okay. And my question is, knowing that this person of such high perpetuity and such moral standards, that the way that she laughed at another black woman for getting her ass beat by the same person that you're going to call a monster, how do you feel about that?
well, first of all, this is so crazy because when we was having this conversation before, Larry, I think you was on the other side of this, and you called Young Miami a sex worker. And I introduced actually the thing about her laughing at Kim. But let me say this. For all of the people who are taking up for Kim and all of this stuff, and in this situation, like I said, all of them have been a victim and have been an abuser. I can agree to that. The men and the women, right? So many people have committed crimes in this situation. Some people are getting off on them, some of them are not, in order to cooperate, right? But when you look at the situation, Kim did the same shit. She was married to LB Shaw when Diddy came to come get her. She cheated on Diddy was with me. So
not my question. Not my question at all. I don't care what Kim did. She's dead. No. Whatever mistakes Kim made. No, whatever mistakes Kim made, she paid for them. She's dead. So whatever mistakes she's made on Earth, she paid the ultimate price for them. She's not alive. What I asked you, maybe I ask my question again. When the so-called abused woman that was attacked, that was abused, and that was prostituted, the so-called woman that was prostituted and abused, at the same time that she's cheating on the monster, she's laughing at another woman, which happens to be a black woman, getting her ass beat. I asked you how you feel about that, and you talking about Al B. Short. You just brought up Al B. Short, other people being abused.
I brought it up because he did the same thing.
I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
It don't matter. I don't have to answer it the way you want me to.
Well, you got that point, but I wish that you would just. I asked you how you feel about your darling sweetheart, laughing at a black woman for getting her ass beat. That's what I asked.
Situations. I'm going to laugh at a black woman who thinks that it's okay. What?
Okay. Now I get it. So when it comes to Kim Porter and the Cassie situation, you can reason, but when it comes to Diddy, you can't.
I'm not reasoning. What I'm saying is that he creates these type of situations where he puts.
He's responsible. Hold on, he's responsible for a motherfucker laughing too. Damn.
He plays a part.
So what you saying? So what you essentially saying is Diddy is responsible for Cassie laughing at Kim.
I'm saying that he plays a part in all of this. And all of this, people against one another, all of this type of situation.
Carla,
put that in the RICO. He made Cassie laugh. I don't know why they didn't put that.
Carla,
in the RICO.
You keep repeating the same phrase, and I want you to please answer this for me, because you've been saying it since you've been on here. You keep saying the word crimes. Wait a minute. Can you please explain to the people what crimes or perceived crimes were committed, for one? And when you answer that, it's a sub question, and that is transporting sex workers or ordering prostitutes across state lines. Can you qualify what your answer and also add this in it? And that is, if Diddy ordered all of the male prostitutes from the same state and they did not have to cross state lines, would that still be a crime? Now, could you name the crimes? And could you qualify by answering that also, that if all of the male prostitutes came from one state that he was in, California or Miami, whatever, and they never had to travel across state lines, would that be classified as a crime to order male prostitutes, escorts in the same state. Bring your ass, y'all gay. Bring your asses to the hotel room. I want you to fuck my bitch. Is that against the law if they had not been transported across state lines? Now, could you answer that, please?
Yes, it depends on what state it's in. Yes.
Wait a minute, no, it's a federal charge, sweetheart.
No, it's a federal charge because they were transported across state lines.
Absolutely. So if that
it still would have been a crime, depending if they're in a state where prostitution is illegal.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
It would have been a different kind of crime.
Okay.
But it would still be a crime.
Wait a minute. So prostitution in certain states, I agree, is illegal.
In most states.
Okay, so every state has an OnlyFans. Every state has the Backpage shit. Every state has on the black market, you go in these different freak shops in the Metro Times in Detroit, and on the back it says escorts. Every state has that. They call it escorts to cover it up. So everyone in these states, wealthy white men, corporate white men who travel to a state on business, look in the back of the damn magazine and orders a quote-unquote escort for the night is in violation of a crime. Would you agree for those states that don't allow prostitution?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what penalty in those states if a person's caught buying pussy do they get as far what are they charged with? If they ride in the red light district like Eddie Murphy did and pick up a prostitute, Miss Carla, and the sting operation stops their car, 4 police cars, she's a prostitute, we saw her, you hadn't heard her money, you're under arrest. What's the penalty for that? You pay a fine?
Well, it depends. Let me say this. Let me say this, because that actually in Baltimore it actually happened, right? So there was a situation where a RICO was charged against what you would call, I guess, a quote unquote pimp, because when they was on that back page in Craigslist and it was a detective that was, what's the name, and they got charged with a RICO because it was lots of women. It was lots of women that this pimp was in charge of prostituting out, and so they got charged with that. That's what I think a few cases in Florida where we've seen this type of sex trafficking, and he was like recently just some busts have just happened. So it all depends. It depends on the makeup of the situation.
Those were people who were selling the sex workers, right? Show me a RICO where a motherfucker is charged with buying the sex workers.
Everybody can get charged.
No. I'm going to say it again. If we're talking about the trick, the John, the one that's paying the money.
Right, they can all be charged.
They can, but
just like when you do a control buy. Just like when they do a control buy and they sell to a street level dealer, that street level dealer getting charged in the network too. But it's going to depend on where they fall in the hierarchy of that network.
Okay.
It's the same thing.
Okay. So the person who's selling the sex work, according to the guy, the bald-headed nigga, he was from a legitimate business. Legitimate business. This is a business. He wasn't charged. It's a legitimate business. Let's remove the male aspect of it away and just talk about straight prostitutes. Any nigga in America go in a strip club can buy some pussy like that. Just go in that motherfucker and proposition it to them ladies. Most strip clubs are a place of prostitution. VIP, go upstairs, whatever they charge, and get your dick sucked. Everybody know that. So let's not criminalize the oldest profession in America, which is prostitution.
I'm not criminalizing it.
That's exactly what you're doing, because you said this man should be locked up for the rest of his life.
See, that's where y'all getting confused. Y'all are confusing me saying that the crimes are already bad to find him guilty of the RICO, with me saying that like my if this is about an emotional thing, I get what y'all saying. I'm talking about what the law is saying.
Okay. What is the crimes? I asked you a question. Can you tell us the crimes that Puffy has committed?
Please? I told you the prostitution,
okay,
the extortion of her mother, the robbery for buying the tape.
Okay.
Like, wow, y'all know, you and Larry both know that these are all part of the predicate act for the RICO. I don't know why y'all are acting like y'all don't.
Slow down. Please tell us again, what are the crimes that you see that Puffy has committed?
I just told you.
Slow down.
I just told you.
Okay.
The prostitution, the extortion,
the prostitution,
the robbery, the arsony, the violence, acts of violence.
Wait a minute. The arson was never established. Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
No, I believe that based on circumstantial evidence, if I was a juror, I would find him guilty of it.
Oh, wow.
Based on what the jury instructions would say, yes.
Okay. You know what?
And hey, man, look, man, listen, man.
This is. I'm trying to figure this out.
I love my black women. I love them to death. I swear I do. My wife's black, my daughter's black, grandmothers, etc. But we gotta stop this shit. Okay.
Well,
if they were, I mean, I get it, and
men gotta stop this shit. He put himself in a situation.
I get it,
men
bro.
Gotta stop doing what,
bro.
Men gotta stop doing what?
Men gotta stop this type of shit that they doing. Like he put
what?
himself in a situation knowing that he was making himself vulnerable.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me ask you a question.
Why would he? Okay, let me tell you. Ask me what? Let me explain what I'm saying. Let me explain what I'm saying.
It's not normal. The sex wasn't normal. The ass whoopers a woman would have been left.
And he should have never got involved with his artist.
Why do you think? Hold on. Well, I can't say nothing. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
I know. I'm just saying. He's asking me, what do I say he needed to stop? Is a man that is in a powerful position like him, he should have never gotten into a relationship with his artist. That's number one. Number two, the fact that he was flooding her out the way that he was, yes, she's accountable, but he is too. They both are accountable.
So Tommy Mottola should have never gotten into a relationship with Mariah Carey, is what you're saying.
Absolutely not.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Y'all let Larry talk, please, because
Tommy Mottola should have never gotten into a relationship. Barry Gordy should have never had kids and gotten into a relationship with Diana Ross.
Mm-hmm. Because they make that so vulnerable.
Levi, let me sum this up for you.
Wow.
There has never been a CEO of a company that didn't get into a relationship with his artist. Every last person that's ever had a record label got into a relationship with
white
their
and
artist.
black.
White and black. That's never. As long as women are around and they're grown, spending a lot of time with a man, preferably a wealthy man, they're going to get entangled sexually.
Well, they're making it so vulnerable.
So to demonize, there's no crimes in this. There is no crimes in this case. What people choose to do behind closed doors in the bedroom sexually should be none of our fucking business. Okay? And furthermore, I know why somebody as pretty as Cassie or Gina or the rest of them are with Puffy. It ain't because it's looks. It's because of money. And at the end of the day, Cassie wanted money. She wanted money. And at the end of the day, Gina want money. And Young Miami wants shopping sprees. So far as the rest of them. And Puffy has dated 500 women before Cassie and women after Cassie. And none of them were into the freak shit that she was into. So is he to blame for every single thing that this motherfucker was into? He's being blamed for it and he's on trial for it. He doesn't have a pattern of having freak offs. Otherwise, it would be the level of Bill Cosby women lined up saying that he did. Or R. Kelly or anybody else. Yeah, I'm sure. They can't even get the Jane Does to come down to the court to testify now.
So when did they find his hotel room?
They can't even fucking find Gina. That's why he gave him Thursday off. man, I let you talk. I didn't say a word.
You
I didn't say
did.
one word.
Yes.
I get it. 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 It shouldn't even be a case. There is no crimes at all. And he ain't blow up no car. The DNA came back to a woman. They just said the DNA. They didn't say what it was, the device or whatever. He and Kid Cudi seen him 2 times after that. They both was amicable. So why is the government subpoenaing people down here, fucking with people's lives? Why? These people worked it out. Kid Cudi said the bitch ain't shit. Played both of us. He ain't fucking with her. And so is everybody else. The dick workers, the assistants, everybody said Puffy was a great fucking CEO. He ran his business to a T, this and that. They said he was just mean. Well, in that nature, if you got $50,000 bracelets coming up missing and a motherfucker stealing pants, drugs, and everything else, yeah, you got to be mean. You got to run with an iron fist. If he got a girlfriend that's hot, a hot ass Latina that's out here that's ready to motherfucking do drugs, fuck people, fight at the drop of a dime, okay, you're gonna be in a torrential relationship. The only motherfucking mistake Puffy made was not doing what the fuck Future do and have a bunch of black motherfuckers and black baby mamas. Because they ain't gonna go to the police running down there talking about he did this shit to me. They gonna just put you on child support. They just gonna put you on child support. That's it.
Really?
You know what I
yeah,
think,
really.
Carla? You know what I think, and Carla, this is not, Lord knows, my right hand to the Most High God, Allah. This is not an indictment against you. This is what I'm about to say. I'm generalizing.
She know that.
Do not. Yeah, please don't take it personal. But I've been trying to figure this out, and you know what I really believe? I believe that through the propagandist machine, from a psychological standpoint, I honestly, truly believe this, that a lot of women, black women, have resentment towards Puffy in this situation. And if you were to literally take a poll of 1,000, say 100, that we would find that 95% of the whole consensus that are calling for Puffy's head have been cheated on, have dealt with a womanizing man, and have been abused physically by a man. I believe that that will be 95% of those who say off with his head. Now, I'm not accusing you of that, but I remember as a child, I told y'all this before, way before this happened. I told y'all how my mother's first cousin would give card parties when I was 12, 13 years old. And those card parties ended every time with that, her cousin's husband beating her physically. Black eye, all the men at the card party would have, they all drinking. Every party, they would have to grab him. And I remember at age 11 or 12, how traumatic that was to me, to hear them fighting, to see him hitting her. We would come out the room, and I remember how timid their 3 children were. All of them talked nervously. The 3 children, they were real soft-spoken. These are like my second or third cousins, and they were all, how you doing? And they would have their heads down. I love them to this day, and they were all soft-spoken. And I tell you, those children grew up in a household where their mother was being abused. That man was a woman beater. That man, as God is my witness, I ain't gonna say his name, but he was an auto mechanic. And all the women knew, even some of my older cousins' friends, if they needed their car fixed, all they had to do was go there and show that man they pussy and talk freak talk and let him hit on them, and he would fix their cars for free.
Okay, let me see if I can advance with something legal.
That experience of that man beating that woman, I carry it with me to this day. According to what has been testified to, has Cassie ever fucked a nigga that wasn't introduced to her by a nigga? That's a simple question. Has she ever fucked a nigga that wasn't introduced to her by another nigga? Now that's a good question right there. Because if it's true what I said, you know, Miss Cookie know, every woman listening to me know, every woman in your family know? If that was your brother, and you said, wait a minute, you introduced her to this, the nigga that introduced her to you, you screwing her? You will tell your brother, your male cousin, your uncle, that's a hoe.
She ain't fucking no peon. And she ain't fucking no peons, nigga. This motherfucker is in Canada fucking Drake. This motherfucker fucking Michael B. Jordan. And then, you know, when Puffy get to calling his witnesses, man, that man might call 30 motherfucking people up there talking about who that girl done fuck. You see what I'm saying?
She said so, she had, I'm sorry, brother.
And Puffy don't got nothing to do with that. But she don't have to take any personal responsibility. Even though this woman has been deemed the nastiest woman that's not a porn star I've ever seen in my life. The nastiest. Some kind of way it's his fault. She say shit about Kim Porter. Well, some kind of way it's his fault. She go and fuck everybody he introduced her to. Some kind of way it's his fault. She don't have to take no responsibility for nothing because of her looks. If Kim Porter had been a light-skinned, if Kim Porter had been Halle Berry, she would have the support of black women. But she dark-skinned, she's not thick, so black women don't give a fuck. Cassie was laughing at her while she was getting her ass.
No. That's something I'm not going to be accused of. Right?
Goddamn,
to get that book that everybody was pushing, all that my ass book that people was pushing out. So I support women. I'm not no colorist, so I want to make that very clear. What I'm saying is that I'm fair. What I'm saying is that I'm fair. What I'm saying is I'm fair in whether it's men or women. And so what I think is that I think it's very hypocritical to judge her for her sexual past and not look at his. So he was known for going after other. No. I'll let you say it.
She received all the dicks, received all the money.
What about his sexual past, Carla? Carla, tell us about his sexual past.
Please. Yeah, his sexual past.
Please explain that.
Stop.
His sexual past. What do you mean?
Went through that. So, like I said, with Kim Porter, she was out Choice White at the time. Sarah Chapman, who was the other baby mama, she dated Tupac. Then you got Cassie, he did from Ryan Leslie, Joy Chavez with Bow Wow, and her baby mama. How is she mad at Cassie or Kid Cudi?
And set up a flyer to set that man up for her to go out of town to be with another man before any drugs.
Yeah, they set it up together.
Let me finish. Before any freak off, before any acknowledgement of drugs, did she not cheat on the man she got a tattoo on that was helping her with her career that she say she wanted so fucking bad? Did she not fucking set up a flyer to go out of town with another man after 2 weeks on her 21st birthday?
She sure did, and he was cheating on that black woman you got in that picture too.
Okay, wait a minute though. Listen, wow. Carla.
So it was both of them. It was both of them.
Carla. Point.
She still don't take no
point. No. You, Carla.
No, it's both of them. They both.
Wait a minute. He's not in a relationship. She is. Why he gotta take him? Because she living with someone. She got a tattoo. She's living with someone. Why does he have to take responsibility?
He had changed with someone. So he was responsible to her since the person he was with. And
Carla.
You made my point. She still don't have to take no responsibility.
Carla. Point number 4. I got the lawsuit in front of me. Point number 45 says 46. In early fall of 2007, Mr. Clones flexed his power and influence when he paid a promoter to create a fake flyer for a party hosted by Miss Ventura. This fake posting allowed Miss Ventura to have an excuse to go to Miami, Florida, and get away from her boyfriend by using the guise of a legitimate event she had to attend. Miss Ventura was...
Levi, stop. Now, before you go on with that, She put that in her lawsuit as if Diddy did it by herself. Carla,
Absolutely.
Carla, would you say that this bitch is a motherfucking liar?
Well, no. Let me finish. Then you ask her. Miss Ventura was stunned at how easily, at how easily Mr. Combs was able to recruit others to lie for him. Talking about the promoter who with the flyers. Listen, point 46, real short. Miss Ventura was uncomfortable with the fake flyer, but because the request to go to Miami was made by the owner of her record label, and because she was scared to go against his wishes and face repercussions, Miss Ventura agreed to go to Florida. Now, Carla, is that a goddamn lie or not, according to the testimony? Yes or no? Is that a lie?
Levi, y'all stop cutting me off when I'm not trying to take what y'all got to say. Don't restrict me to no 1 or 2 words. That is a lie.
Okay.
Because she did not incorporate that she was involved in it, but it was his people who did the flyer. She did testify for that.
So if that's a lie, how can you believe anything she says if that's a lie?
Because the same way you will believe. Wait a minute. Stop. Because the same way you believe him after he lied. You believe in stuff he say, right?
He ain't said shit.
Yeah, he has. He came and gave this whole big old apology.
He ain't said a word.
Wait. He gave this whole big apology about his behavior after the video came out, all of this shit, and then he removed it because he realized that he made a mistake. And
his apology, he said
every time his attorney speaks, they're speaking through him, for him. Whether it be on cross, whether it be in their case in chief. Every time his attorneys speak, they're speaking for him. And again, it's like this vicious cycle with that R. Kelly shit. Whatever they said outside of the case, if it didn't make it inside the case, it's pretty much like they ain't say it. I know we caught a bunch of lies. You know, I don't know if they was lying then or they were lying when they got on the stand. I don't know. That is for the defense to flesh out. That part, the jury won't even hear. The jury is instructed to only consider the facts that was introduced in the case and the evidence. That's in the jury instructions. That's in every jury instruction. Not what she said and the lawsuit and this, unless that makes it into evidence. Oh, God.
They said they did exactly the opposite because the people are asking them on the stand. No. They said the defense is asking them, what did you do when you seen that? And they said, I did nothing. So how in the hell are they participating in it if they see the ass whoop and they didn't do nothing? So if you witness domestic violence, that means that you participated in a RICO? Hell no.
That's justified thing. The employee had to go to the store with the code credit card.
Okay. He brought Witch Hazel with a credit card.
And you don't view that as
okay.
You said I didn't get in their business. I had to go. He sent me to the store to go get some things from the store. So now you don't participate in a RICO.
And she quit because he didn't want to participate in that kind of stuff.
Carla, can I ask you a question?
So everybody that had their ass whooped, if they send their mama to the store to get some ice or some this and that, they didn't participate in a RICO. And this shit
Carla, can I ask you a question? Carla, can I ask you a question?
yes.
Carla, when you saw that tape of him beating Cassie in that hotel, that day, a rush situation, like quarters tomorrow, and you're sitting on a jury based on that tape, and he's facing 15 years in prison based on that tape. What, just the tape, what would you find him guilty or not guilty? In other words, okay, let me know. How much time do you, according to that tape, how much time do you believe that Diddy deserves in prison or jail?
No, what I'm asking you is, are you saying that this is an isolated situation, just this one time?
It was an isolated situation.
No, it was not.
Yes, it was. Excuse me. No. Listen. It was an isolated situation because everybody else who tries to corroborate, they're like Dawn. She's filing her own lawsuit. Everybody else is trying to get money out of it. So what we know for a fact.
No, Levi, the two white assistants testified 2 other times.
What I'm explaining to you is this.
The ex-best friend testified to other times. So it was not isolated.
But you said what they testified to.
They testified to it, yes.
Okay,
the defense did not offer any defense to what they testified to.
Wait a minute. They did.
Not to the beatings. No, they did not.
Excuse me, if you allow me to please say this. The motivation. Why are you saying this? With Dawn, you have a lawsuit, don't you?
You keep naming somebody other than I said.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is that
the two white male assistants and the white ex-best friend testified to other events that his defense team did not dispute.
Okay, so let's just say this. The hotel and 5 more domestic violence events. If you're sitting on you're the judge and jury, this hotel footage, and you confirm that he's actually put his hands on this woman 7 more times, how much time do you believe Sean P. Diddy Combs deserves? If you had to be the judge, what would you sentence him to? That's a simple question.
So just the beating
the
and
video
then
footage, the video footage, and confirmation through testimony that he's put. Say if he admitted it. Yeah, that's me on the video footage.
You already got 30 million. You already got 30 million.
Right. But say if he admitted it, yes, the video footage is true, and I can recount at least 8 more times I've actually been physically abusive to her. How much time would you give him as the judge and jury? You.
If it was just a domestic violence, and I'm not saying that like that's not like to be made up, because she could have died from any of those events. So I'm not. What are you laughing at?
She could have died.
Yes.
How?
If that base would have hit her actually in the head, when she hit her head on the brick, and she would have hit her too hard. Levi, you know people die from domestic violence, right?
Okay, so you think that would be attempted murder?
No. Listen to me. No, because that laugh was inappropriate. You don't realize people die from domestic violence?
Absolutely.
Well,
okay, so why would you say that's a
whole bunch of nothing?
What, she was at a premiere.
Listen. Let me say this. Make sure it's said. So get your pens, get your paper, and my link stays down. Okay? Hold on, let me go on my notes real quick. Commentary is meant to be commented on, right? You don't want nobody commenting on it, then don't do it. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Just V is somebody that I deal with, right? I was able to tell her that, hey, you be using, your information being unreliable. You know how you antagonistic. That's just me. This is how I talk. I keep it straight. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm just telling you how I feel. I'm just talking about this commentary. It was brought to me. I don't give a fuck about no threats that you can't even afford. I don't give a fuck about none of that. It's always a problem with me. I don't give a fuck. We don't like each other. Okay. I don't give a fuck. Like I put on the board. It's 95 either way you come. Whichever way you come is 95. I'm finna keep going back and not finna do all of that. I'm tired of doing all of that. I'm tired of typing. I'm tired of doing all of that. Do some real shit. 95. Damn. Like what? So what? Like what? What is the problem? It's a problem now. You don't get the fuck on. That's not the first time I done told you that, and I was just using that as an example, saying that I'm just talking about whatever it is. It's not meant to be malicious. That's just me. Can I be me? Use you as an example. Like if I sat up here and told you that, of course I'll be able to, if I'm, commenting on something, I'm going to say whatever it is. I'm not going to just sit up here and be like, No. I ain't got to do nothing behind the scenes. I'm not a behind the scenes kind of bitch. How about that? And just you act like I said all your information is unreliable. I did not say that. Did not say that. Sometimes you can misconstrue what is said, maybe sometimes mischaracterize what's said, or maybe, get stuff out of context. That's all I'm saying. But the point I was making, if somebody that I'm okay with, like or whatever, I can say that to them, I'm going to be able to comment on this commentary. I'm not the only one grabbing my damn pearls. But you can take it as I'm the only one grabbing my pearls. Like I got time for no threats. But you can't even afford. Like, what are we talking about? Get over it. I mean, it meant just like female, like get over it. One tell the other, go down there. I know how the system works. I listen. I profile everybody. And because nobody never does anything different, I know what you're going to do. I anticipate it. Right, damn, get over it. Child.
The next day, wasn't she?
Yeah.
What I'm
and
saying
when fuck the motherfucker the day after that.
What
And
I'm
fuck Puffy the day after that.
When two men fight, when two men have a fist fight.
Do you realize this is y'all making light of a woman being beat?
She sure don't let domestic violence get in the way of her fucking. I know
what
that.
I'm saying to you is there is a potential. There was a potential.
When two men fight, there's a potential that somebody could get killed in a fist fight.
That potential is there. Okay.
So answer the question. So answer the question.
That's why in some states, I am.
Or no ass whooping. She gonna get some dick.
Answer the question, Carla. You're the judge. You're the jury. What would you sentence him to if he beat her ass 8 more times and the tape? What would you sentence him to?
Okay, so if it was me and I was the judge and I was able to sentence anyone based on domestic violence that is proven, that is habitual, then they would get probably like a 10-year sentence.
10 years, okay.
Damn,
No, back up. Now, if I were to, and you don't have to answer this. You don't have to answer this.
10 to 15.
Okay, you don't have to answer
If it was me, you're not answering me with standing.
You don't
No.
have to.
I'm trying to clear up. You're not answering me with standing.
10
You're
to
answering me
15.
what I would do.
Okay, 10 to 15 years. That's what you say. Now.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're asking me what I do, right?
Yes.
Right,
Now,
yeah. So that would be my,
Okay, let me ask you this. And you don't have to answer this question, but I have openly admitted to, at one time in my life, I was very promiscuous. I cheated. That's deplorable when I look back on it. I've openly admitted I was a hoe. Now, if someone were to appeal your decision and say Carla was being biased, you don't have to answer this. And they wrote in that appeal, Carla was being biased because Judge Carla had also been a victim of domestic violence in the past. Would that be true?
No, because that's not. I would do that to I would do that whether it was a man or a woman. Because unlike y'all who snickered at what I said, I do take into account that somebody could be unalived while being beat on.
Have you ever experienced domestic violence?
I've participated in it.
Have you ever experienced domestic violence?
I told you I participated in it.
It was two-way street, basically. You fighting and he fighting.
Right, exactly.
I rest my case. I rest my case.
So somehow a person, I guess if she would say, yeah, I don't, been in domestic violence, then I guess he might have equated, this is my opinion, equated that she feels that way because she's been a victim of domestic violence. I don't know why people would equate their own personal feelings all the time. That's the way it goes, like almost all the time. Like with the people that were sexually abused or whatever, and they want R. Kelly locked up. That's what they said the chief reason was, stuff like that. I don't understand. I don't understand some of this. So, and here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I don't give it. I ain't scared of nobody. Nobody figured that out yet. Well, here's the PSA. If you are reasonably intelligent, you're a good person, somebody with a decent character, whatever, and that doesn't mean that you always done everything right. That is not what I'm saying. So for the liars to start saying that or trying to drag me, please believe, oh my God, there's nobody that can drag me on anything worse than I can drag them. I'm talking about all up and down the motherfucking streets. Okay? So what I'm saying is, I'm just talking in general. People really don't think that way. You don't really go to victim blaming and victim shaming and trying to excuse the abuser and all of that. Most time, you kind of lay low and let everything unfold, right? That's just my opinion. Now, I have a little different feeling when it comes to Diddy, right? Diddy case and compared to R. Kelly, right? Couple of reasons, and I don't know as of yet, but as of right now, we don't hear any minors, and we don't hear any STDs, right? The STD shit, that's a permanent health condition, okay? That minor shit, I mean, that's illegal just on the face, right? So, but abuse is abuse. I get that, and I understand. So, with Diddy, like, 10 to 15 years to me is sufficient. 10 to 15 years is sufficient, Blowing up somebody's car, I'm not going to make no excuse for blowing up somebody's car. No one was in it, but that's still dangerous because somebody still could have gotten hurt. He has a reckless behavior. I think that his punishment should be more of a, listen, we're going to have to sit you down for a minute until you understand that you don't run shit, that you ain't the man and whatever. Because you remember that little clip he had where he was throwing stuff around the office. Oh, anything I get, I want. Everything I want, I get, and all of that, and acting as if, he snapped his fingers. And I think his sentence should be a sentence that tells him that he does not run the show. He does not call the shots. He's not the man. He cannot continue behavior like that. He can't mistreat people like that. He can't use money as a tool and pay off people and all of that. I think, I think 10 to 15 years, I think that would be.
Participated in it. But what I'm saying is, when it gets to the point, you're not rushing your case. What I'm saying is that when we don't, okay, so this is what I'm able to do. I'm able to be accountable when y'all are. Y'all think because you did it, that doesn't mean you don't have to be accountable to it, right? I'm saying that regardless of who's doing it, they should be accountable because there could be serious repercussions from it. That's what I'm saying.
10 to 15 years in prison, Carla?
Do you think that would be a strong deterrent for people to stop doing it?
10 to 15. Well, listen, let me explain this to you.
Do you think that would be a strong deterrent for people to stop doing it?
To stop doing it.
Sentences are given to be a deterrent for people to not participate in certain types of behavior when their morals don't stop them from doing it.
You know, the majority of calls that police go on across this country are domestic disputes and domestic shit, right? You know that, right?
Right, and a lot of my police officers doing it.
Okay, listen to me. As horrible as it is, I myself, and I think not everyone, but I can count myself amongst those who have been in a toxic, it's called a toxic relationship. Listen to me. What I would do is leave. Woman, argumentative. You know how women get. One time I'm leaving out the door, motherfucker, you ain't leave. She blocked the door. I didn't hit her. I sat down on the sofa. She talking shit, motherfucker. You about to go out with a bitch just as she blocking the door. When I try to leave, she grabs my polo shirt. I had a brand new polo shirt on. And she tries to pull it off, like rip it. And I fell to the floor with her. I got up. We fell to the floor and the whole closet door fell. The people in the apartment listening and shit, boom. And we done fell to the floor. I get up. I sit on the sofa. She cussing and screaming and yelling. I waited for her to walk in the kitchen. I went off the balcony. 2 stories. 2-story balcony. Hung jumped. I said, damn, I hope I don't break my ankle or my leg. And jumped. When she came back in the front room, I went out the balcony. That was what you would call a toxic relationship. It happens. Women are just as guilty, like you just said. Women attack men also. Run at them, motherfucker. Fighting them, doing the windmills and shit. You see it in the parking lots of different places. Domestic abuse and domestic violence, if it were punishable by what you just said, 10 to 15 years in prison, it'd be a lot of people serving time. Is it a good thing? No. It's horrible. But guess what you find? Even black women and women say this shit damn near every day. Ain't nothing like makeup sex. They talk about it. After this nigga done slapped me in the fucking face, we fucked. We fucked all night. Come on now. Let's deal with it now. They talk about it. Makeup sex. So let's not criminalize something to that extent. Where you want to put a nigga away for 20 years.
What you have done, Levi, is normalize the behavior because many people do it, that it makes it acceptable. That doesn't make it acceptable.
I'm not normalizing. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, because it's normal. Because it's the normal thing to happen.
Is it normal?
It should be acceptable.
Is it normal?
It should go unpunished.
I'm asking
it should go unpunished.
Is it normal in our society? Is it normal? If most of the police calls are domestic disputes, is it normal? Yes or no?
It is normal. And you know why
so don't say I'm normalizing it if it's already normal.
Do you want to know why people take it lightly? Well, not just you, just like you told me, you're not talking to me in general. People in general, they normalize the behavior. You normalize the behavior, and because it's what people see, then they think that it's acceptable, and they think it should go without being punished. That doesn't mean that. When laws are made to deter people who are not using their proper moral compass to keep them from breaking laws. And so my thing is that we probably have more instances of domestic violence happening because it is not taken seriously. It is not being punished properly.
You know why it's not being punished properly, Miss Carla? It's because when the nigga slaps the woman, drags her, and it's time to prosecute, the woman says, I'm not going to prosecute.
And I agree with that too.
Okay, so how you going?
I agree with that too.
Listen,
I agree with that.
Carla. I knew a young man that I grew up with, which is like he wasn't related to me, but he was related to my cousin. I'll never forget it. His uncle and him, I knew him very well. I knew all of them very well. His uncles, we all grew up in over the years together. His uncle's daughter, which was that young man's cousin, boyfriend would beat the hell out of her. One day they get the call, her screaming. The boy I knew and his uncle shot over to the house. The uncle tried to kick the door in on the first kick, but it didn't open. When he went, the younger guy, who couldn't have been more than 18, 19 at the time, said, step aside. He going in there to kick the door in to go get the nigga that's beating this man's daughter and his cousin. When he goes to kick the door the second time, the guy shoots through the door, kills him. This happened in Detroit. Kills him. When I got word, they say he dead. I said, what? What happened? Guess what? The guy kills him. Because they were kicking in the guy's door where they live, it was justifiable homicide. They were the aggressors. And the young lady was with the guy a month later, still with him, still sleeping with him, still being with him. And that boy lost his life. You've heard so many people say, don't get involved in that. Even it's already been, you know this is true, Carla, because you from this shit. We all from the hood. Sometimes the woman you going to protect will testify against your ass. Well, we was arguing. Okay. That's the truth, right?
Okay, so let me say this. And that's exactly why in this case, like y'all said earlier, this is not Sean Combs against Cassie Ventura. This is the United States of America against Sean Combs. And it's for that exact reason. Let me explain. Because there are a lot of other people that because of his abuse to her, that were also abused. They were forced to do things in labor that they otherwise didn't want to do. They were forced to participate in crimes. And that is why the government...
She said none of them knew.
And
she said nobody knew about it.
Listen. And that is why the government said we have to step in and intervene to protect the public from this type of thing. Because she did report, and as a result, there are a lot of other people who were brought into this and crimes committed against them as well.
Carla, I gotta apologize to you. I have to say this, that
you can go ahead.
No. Please understand this. That when I asked you, had you been in an abusive relationship? Like I said, I've been in a toxic relationship. I want to apologize because I wasn't singling you out. Because most women, Black women coming from our environment, have been in a toxic and or abusive relationship. So that's no big. That's just the reality. You feel me? Larry said. And Larry could tell me, if he come back on here, he'll tell you. Larry said every nigga in Chicago that he know beat their women. That's what Larry said. Larry said all of them.
So let me tell you this. What's up, Regina? Regina. Child, no, they make it seem like it's just me. And I ain't really even getting down on it. But let me tell you something, right? And I'll go and tell you, right? So check this out, because they're speaking about domestic violence and shit, right? So I done had my share of, fighting, right? I had my share of fighting. Okay. And Levi was talking about that's whatever story he just told, right? So one of the people that I speak about, let me tell you what I did. I made a mistake. Tell you what the mistake I made. Because I own my shit. And it was I felt bad because it was my fault. Not to start, but it was my fault, right? It was my fault. What eventually happened. So I get into it with one of the people I talk about out here. I get into it. We fight and whatever. I never do it again. I picked up that phone and called my dad. He didn't answer the phone, so I called my other dad. Right? He answered the phone. I told him what was going on. So by the time I got off the phone with him, I was hanging up. My daddy was calling me back. And I clicked over and I was telling him what was going on. They all came to my house. Okay? And baby, when I tell you, it looked like Beirut when they got done. When they got done, them people was taking the boy to the hospital. That boy was in that hospital almost a week. And I was so scared, right? Because sometimes his pressure was dropping and stuff like that. And I came out there a couple times. I didn't know how his family would really receive me or whatever. Thankfully, his mama was a praying woman, and his sister always said, she know how her brother is. And when I divorced him, she told this other lady I should have been divorced him. Oh, shit, I done gave the goddamn this shit up. Oh, damn, I done gave the shit up. I'm thinking I'm speaking in incognito, Negro and shit. I done gave this shit up. But anyway. And she said that, because her brother's no good, right? They put him in the hospital almost a week. And I kind of got upset with them because it was just overboard. It was too much. And I said, I never call y'all again. I never call y'all again. Because we all going to jail fucking with y'all. And I was like, but it was terrible. It was terrible. I don't tell too many people that because I still feel bad. I mean, right before him and I got together, I told you, he had one foot in the streets and one foot out. Somebody had hit him in the mouth, jacked him right on the base, hit him in the mouth. His friend set him up, hit him in the mouth with a board. Okay, that dude was, still walking around here, right? So he gets with me, and then of course I introduce him to my family and stuff like that. He gets around that cousin Kenny that you hear me talk to two of the Kennys that's in my family. There's several of them, but I talk to them all the time. And so they go to hanging together and stuff like that. So I don't know. I should tell y'all that because I really don't know. So anyway, of course he knows my dad and them and whatever. Of course he knows my dad and them. They go to get revenge on the dude that hit him in the mouth with the board. I'm gonna stop right there with that story. But yeah, I've been through a whole bunch of shit. My nerves bad. My nerves bad. You hear me? But you have to be careful, like when you getting people involved in bullshit, because some people they don't care nothing about going to jail and being out there on them type of charges and shit like that. They don't give a damn. They ain't got shit else to do. But out of my I was, I wasn't even thinking who the fuck I was calling. Yeah, and I felt bad. I felt bad about that. I done told who the hell it was. Shit, I didn't mean to say that.
Of them beat they women. We've seen people on here from Chicago that beat the fuck out of women. It's wrong. It should be a harsher penalty. But don't get it twisted. It is a domestic. It's domestic. It's domestic. And like I said, they know that if we try to prosecute all these cases, normally the women are going to take the side of the man. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. And it's wrong. It's wrong. But let's not pretend that the women see. My two babies. So for God,
I'm not pretending. I'm agreeing with you, Levi. That's what I'm saying. What you're saying. There are other people who end up either going to jail because you intervene to help somebody, and you end up doing something to that other person because you weren't the one. You're going to go to jail if something happens to them. I know people personally that has happened to, where a sister or a brother went after the abuser, and then they the one who unalived the abuser. And so now they sit in jail because they intervened to help. And that's what I'm saying. When you look at this situation, this type of stuff is the law is supposed to remedy from happening, because there are other people who were dragged into this, and those people were employees. They were employees that were dragged into this volatile situation, and it's unfortunate that he is rich.
Larry,
and so it escalates to the level of an enterprise.
Larry, would you tell her about the niggas in Chicago, please?
The niggas in Chicago ain't Diddy.
It's commonplace.
They ain't no enterprise.
No.
They don't own companies.
No, listen.
Larry, would you like to finish your thoughts, sweetie?
My position on this. My position.
Do not get interrupted.
My position on this is that the workers, when they was asked, even Dawn, well, why didn't you help Cassie? Every single person that has taken a stand, they said, this is not my business and I didn't want anything to do with it. So I don't know where the assistance that's being labeled is coming from, because everybody that worked there was like, I seen it was my business. Or when you looked over the window, the lady said she was on the plane, looked over the window and they was back there fighting. Well, why didn't you do anything? Why did you call the police? Man, I'm just breaking into this industry. This is my job. I don't got nothing to do with that. So I don't understand if she's saying that no one knew about the freak off. Every assistant is saying, I didn't do shit. I minded my motherfucking business, this and that. No one can be going to jail facing the rest of their life for being in a volatile work environment that they never complained on, that they never filed a lawsuit on, that they just quit. I don't get it. But if and you can't, I've been on the other end of this. I know what a victim look like. I know when I talk to them, I know what they look like, this and that, yada, yada, yada. I got a pretty good judgment on what somebody is in a situation where they feel like, they they up against the ropes, this and that, yada, yada, yada. But this is something different to me. This is somebody that is getting their ass whooped on Monday and fucking somebody outside a relationship on Tuesday. Back in the relationship on dinner dates on Wednesday at family events. This is somebody that didn't live with the victim. This is somebody that didn't have to wear sweatsuits, that can call a mother, that can go home when they got ready. This is somebody that was going on $500,000 shopping trips, in movies, making music, all at the same time. This is somebody who had a chance and a choice, that had a name for themselves, that could have walked away and dated somebody else like they eventually did all that time later, okay? Bringing these people up here to tell me Puffy is a bad person, okay, I get it. He is a shrewd businessman, but he is a terrible person, and he will beat your motherfucking ass, okay? But should the government be in his business with him on trial, putting his sexual preference on the stand, deeming him as a monster, not giving him a bail, putting all these sexual things out here, knowing that he got kids in the courtroom, this and that, saying that it's multiple women and all these people gonna come forward when so far we've only heard from one? I think it is morally wrong. I think that we're crossing over into some shit that we ain't gonna be able to come back from. And I don't think that he even need to be on trial for this shit, let alone a crime, But like I told you, when the trial start, you start hearing words like victim, grooming, abuse, Stockholm syndrome. You start to hear all those things. But in your regular life, when your homegirl get her ass whooped by a boyfriend, no one's saying those words. No one's using those words. They talk about the actual situation that they were in. She went to the club and didn't come home last night, and he whooped her motherfucking ass. You see what I'm saying? And he older than her. No one is saying that she's a victim and he's grooming her and it's abuse. No, it's just two motherfuckers that got to fight, and that's what they do, and that's what this is. That's exactly what this is. With
Larry
a lot of
made
money
a good
on
point.
top.
Hey, Carla, and all you people that's listening, the next time, God forbid, any woman you know or anybody you know in your family or friends or whatever, if their man is being abusive to them, I want you to conduct an experiment. If he's beating her ass every day, I want you to get on the phone and call the FBI. I want you to take your cell phone and film him whipping her ass and go to the FBI and say, look what they're going to tell you. That's
They won't even
issue.
no. They won't even look into it.
Yeah, that's a state issue. We don't do that. We don't get into.
And he could be coming across state lines whooping their ass. You have it on video. They'll tell you call the police.
Call the police.
Okay?
We don't even get involved in that.
So they got this man up here facing this bullshit with this lying motherfucker that filed a lawsuit.
The first thing they're gonna tell you is that they're going to tell you that because they're going to want to know the jurisdiction, but it's also they're going to tell you that they can't do anything until the victim is ready to speak. And see, that's what I mean about the vulnerability putting itself in. When you do certain things to someone, you put it in the hands of that person to when they are ready to speak.
She wasn't ready to speak.
Wait a minute, let me finish. Secondly, the situation with Cassie, and anybody who know anything about RICO, and I don't know about y'all, but I happen to be up close and personal to 2 RICOs, and then be familiar with a whole lot more. Okay, so I know how the RICO gets built, and they can get you on one crime, but that one crime can open up a window to a whole bunch of other crimes. And that is what we are seeing unveiling. That's the part that I know that the 2 of y'all know, and y'all are purposefully not addressing.
Well, I disagree with that. I don't see any crimes. You talking about alleged crimes. I don't see any crimes.
But I'm talking to you about how they build a RICO. How a RICO is built. What if we were going to look at a standard drug trafficking RICO, how does it most of the time start? It starts with some foreign person selling something to an undercover. And then what do? They follow the trail. Every RICO, every drug trafficking RICO doesn't involve money laundering.
Well,
there are
you want to go, hold on.
Let me finish. There are different predicate acts that are going to be on every single RICO because not everyone is built the same way. What I'm saying is that what happened? Wait. What happened with the situation with Cassie was open the door, and when they opened that door, they found crimes that were happening not just to her but to others.
That's not true.
Okay,
that's not true.
I have a question. No. I have a question. There are only 2 one-man RICOs in American history. Okay, that's R. Kelly and that's Diddy. One-man RICO. Nobody else is up there. All the people that's testifying against him got a deal, or they don't want to be there. They're saying that publicly. Okay, so if the person that's coming to testify against you committed crimes while he worked for you, okay, whether it be drugs or whatever the fuck it is they found, and they told you like, hey, we're gonna lock you up for this. I don't think they got something to lose. I don't think it's fair for them to be able to come in and corroborate shit. Until if they would have been sitting up there with 15 people. Yeah, I don't believe in that. That's crazy.
But listen, Carla, you made a real good point, and you really make our point. You said something that is so true. You said, I know how, being up close with a couple of RICOs, how they get built, how they're constructed. Now, what you said was, it starts with.
Talking about on the criminal side.
You said, wait a minute. You said like in the
drug. I'm just saying, I know from the criminal side.
Okay, yes, I'm explaining this to you. You said like in drugs, first they get the buyer, they set up the buy, they conduct surveillance, they sit back with surveillance. The Diddy RICO And the R. Kelly RICO has this in common. Both have this in common. One, the R. Kelly RICO, the indictments that were constructed and drafted were after a docuseries. That's a fact. They admit to that. The Diddy RICO was constructed after a civil suit, only to find out what she deposited in the civil suit was outright fucking lies. Only to find, only, no, back up. You just said she lied in the civil suit. You said that.
That was some lie.
That was a lie. Okay, so in America, you don't construct no goddamn RICO. Listen, you don't listen. No, they took her word, what she said in the civil lawsuit, and they constructed a RICO. They took Angelo Clary, his wife, word on surviving R. Kelly and constructed a RICO on R. Kelly, only to find out everything they said in the documentary was a goddamn lie. I'm going to say this to you, Carla. In America, the Justice Department, historically, they don't operate like that. They don't operate by taking a docuseries or what someone alleges in a civil lawsuit and say, sit around a big ass table and say, we're going to
oh Lord, this type of shit here give me I just don't understand. I, for the life of me, don't get it. We done went through this shit back and forth and back and front, to the side, in the middle, in the east, and the west. Made a star, made a circle, made a rectangle. Once they receive something in the form of information, you can call it a tip, information, whatever you want to call it. You can convert that docuseries into one. You can convert that civil lawsuit into one. Well, however you want to frame it up. Okay? They go and they investigate what the people are saying. This is common sense. They don't just, what was the docuseries? What was that in the trial? I don't know if Cassie's lawsuit is in the trial, because they're normally, civil lawsuits are inadmissible in criminal trials, but there can be, some exceptions for that, right? But they are going to investigate what you tell them. It's no different than you going to report. Okay, just like y'all be trying to send YouTubers to jail and shit. They investigate that. They don't just take your word for it. In the beginning, maybe if they have probable cause or reasonable suspicion, right, they may arrest you. They arrest you. The investigation ain't complete. They just got enough for reasonable suspicion of probable cause. Enough to get an arrest warrant. That's it. Then you bond out or you stay in or whatever the deal is. Then they continue to investigate. They'll tell you, even after they've arrested people. Don't you hear sometimes when they have a press conference, they'll say the investigation is ongoing? They ain't just take the word of all them damn people, whatever. Everybody in America can contest that there was a bunch of lies told in that docuseries. That's when you need the what? I think I done posted it under Everything in America. That's when you need the indictment. So you can see what are the elements of the crime. Like, what is the problem? I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh Lord, I am failing in life.
Construct a RICO on R. Kelly based on this. We're going to construct a RICO on Diddy based on this. And this is exactly what Donald Trump is talking about when he speaks about the Department of Injustice and the corruption that exists. You said yourself, they set up a buy, they conduct surveillance. Okay, we know he brought 2 kilos of cocaine over here. Then we sent our guy in and he brought, so they're involved in order to establish the criminality. You do not bring an American citizen on a RICO based on what some motherfucker said. You would have had to have someone inside of Diddy's camp. You would have had to have someone that you planted in there to surveil him and to watch him and to say, okay, he did this, he did no. They're going on what people said, and it is unprecedented, is what I'm trying to get you to see. It doesn't work that way. But one thing I know.
It's a bunch of overzealous women
Absolutely.
that are trying to make a career off fucking him over so they can go and do what the last prosecutors did, is go and start a private firm and say you should hire us because we're the ones that locked Diddy up.
And Larry made a real good.
Absolutely. Let me say this real quick. So y'all know testimony, like I said, y'all know that. I don't gotta keep saying that. It's evident. And so when people are presented, it is words that they are saying, but if the defense doesn't offer anything to dispute those things that are made, for facts. But wait a minute, I want to say something real quick. Because y'all talking about in history, it's never been a situation where a crime has been built off of a docuseries, and that's not true. I can give you one of my favorite ones, which is The Jig with Robert Dirt. They used that documentary in order to convict him of 3 murders.
Wait a minute, back up. Hold up, back up. So
there are whenever there is a piece of evidence, they do, and I'm not saying it was right. I'm not saying that they were accurate. What I'm saying is that there have been times when they have used cinematography in order to use it as evidence.
Wait a minute. What's the guy's name again?
Robert Dirt.
1 second. 1 second.
It's called The Jig.
Spell the last name. D-U-R-G.
D-U-R-S-T. And it's called The Jig.
D-U-R.
D-U-R-S-T. Robert Dirt.
Okay, Robert Dirt. 1 second.
And the documentary is The Jig.
The federal prosecutors prosecuted him?
I think this is the same case.
Okay, that's just the main point.
No, what I'm saying is that you guys are saying that this has never been used.
I said in federal law, with the federal judge, I said Donald Trump referred to those rogue individuals in that department as they made it the Department of. I was speaking about federally.
Oh.
The bar for federal indictments is very high. This is the first time the feds have now started to engage in clout chasing. This is the first time that the feds, like Larry just said, and Larry made another point on one of his videos also, and that is when you have the feds doing this kind of stuff, how you know that it's propaganda led and how you know they're clout chasing. Larry made the point in this video. Now we think we're losing. So we're going to leak shit out to the goddamn public. Come on, Carla. Now we want to leak
and then listen, they didn't even leak the shit to CNN and MSNBC. They leaked the shit on social media.
Hold on.
They didn't even leak it to CNN, MSNBC. They leaked it to social media. Leaked.
Hold on, I see you, Cedric, but hold on for a minute. Why you left? Thank you, Queen.
Did the TMZ because they losing in the court of public opinion. Everybody on social media is like outside of Tisa Tales is fucking man. This shit is some bullshit.
TMZ is pro Diddy. They have
I don't know.
Gergo.
Armand Williams is the only one telling the fucking truth. Everybody else
No,
lying.
TMZ is pro Diddy.
No, he ain't pro Diddy.
Yes, they are.
No, he's not pro Diddy.
Their commentary is very slanted.
Well, I don't view him as being pro Diddy. I view him as telling the
Yes,
truth.
Mark Gergo is on there all the time.
Yeah, did you watch the one that comes out every week on Fridays?
You talking about?
Yeah, like they don't wrong about that. TMZ is very creative toward
Diddy?
Huh?
You think TMZ is pro Diddy?
Yeah, Mark Gergo is doing his daughter Tina Gergo.
I'm not talking about TMZ. I'm talking about Armand Williams.
No, I'm talking. Y'all said that they were released on TMZ, and I'm telling you, yeah, they were released on a network that's very pro Diddy. So how do you explain that?
Because he have Nancy Grace on there. She be
Well-
talking him out.
Well, Carla,
Yeah, but it is been confirmed because that they have given very plain views towards Diddy.
well, Carla, I thank you. I'm about to get off of here, and I want to say
Yeah,
this.
I'm because I gotta go to bed. I got
one benefit that I've had from having this conversation with Carla is that I've now realization that there's no arguing this with people who, after seeing what we've seen for the last 8 days, whatever, that could sit and even suggest remotely that the government has met their burden of proof. That you could look at this and even just remotely think or come to the conclusion that they're winning and that they have provided from the testimony, that the testimony has pointed in any shape, way, or form to Diddy's guilt. All we have seen was individuals take that stand, and under cross-examination, they all imploded except the mother, because it was smart for them not to even respond to the mother, because what the mother said, that they were like, we ain't gonna do that, because it's gonna look like we bashing this elderly older woman.
You said
that's what you do. You concede and say, okay, that's fine. You feel me? That's cool. You said he asked you for $20,000, but he gave it back to you. We'll let that ride. But every other witness has been found to be have lied. Their stories changed. So I don't see where. As a matter of fact, Carla, you said something also, and I'm done when I say this. You talked about, well, they're going to bring this person, they're going to bring that person. Cassie was the star witness. Kid Cudi was the co-star witness. After them two, it's over with.
By Friday.
You know why
it's over with.
You know why she's the star witness, and this will debunk anything y'all said about me supporting, because she was not just one of his victims; she was an accomplice.
Man, listen, they
That's
losing
why
so
she's the
bad.
star witness.
They losing so bad.
That's why
the
she's
judge
the
gave them
star
off
witness.
Friday.
That's why she's the star witness. And y'all have a good night. It was nice talking to y'all. I gotta go to bed. Okay.
Yeah, me too. All right, y'all.
All right.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Miss Cookie.
I thank y'all for coming up. I appreciate it. I didn't want to get into the case itself. I wanted to talk about the freak golf and our opinions about Cassie.
Shout out DB Wild. Shout out DB Wild. Where you at? DB Wild, what up, though?
Why is my thing not letting me? So yeah, I wanted to, because I really, Larry, like I said, you inspired me to do this live.
Man,
because when I heard your live, I agree with so much that you said. I'm not saying that Diddy is innocent. I'm not saying he's guilty because I wasn't there. But I do feel like if it was just based on that tape, he needs to be in jail. You know, but as far as the case itself, I don't believe in this RICO stuff when it comes to one man and rappers and R&Bs and athletes. It's just too much for me.
Well, let me explain one thing to you, Cookie. He couldn't go to jail for the tape because it's a state issue and the statute of limitations is on it. The lady got $20 million and then she got busted at the end of her testimony of running back to the hotel, suing them and getting another $10 million. She lied in her civil lawsuit and we found out on the stands that this motherfucker's a freak nasty whore, right? That bashes black women when they was getting their ass whooping. I don't know why all these people got sympathy for her when she didn't have sympathy for somebody that's now deceased that got black kids that graduated from high school this past week. I don't get it. You know, and then she ran off, then she runs off with the fucking white man, okay, that was hired by the black man, you know, and all of a sudden a lawsuit and a motherfucking video gets released at the same time. And now all of a sudden black women is not smart anymore. Like they can't see what this is. This
and
ain't
she
no
threatened.
old,
And
hold on. This
she
ain't
threatened
no
to murder
old play.
somebody too.
Yeah,
she threatened to murder somebody.
She the only person. She the only person in this case. Now all you see is the little angel, mixed exotic motherfucker up here talking about I was afraid for my life, even though I want my legs behind my head and be uncontrollable. I didn't want to do freak offs. But not only is you doing the freak offs, you're leaving the freak offs and fucking other people. Okay? You got raped, but you went on a date 2 days later and then fucked them and said, because we had a good night, and that ain't no relationship shit. This right here is the example where it makes me afraid for my son. It makes me afraid for my daughter. It makes me value my relationship and my wife. And I wouldn't dare want to be out here single having to deal with this shit. This motherfucking lady is a fucking nympho. She's conniving. She's a fucking liar. Okay? Okay? She's a liar. And she staged. The only reason she was with crooked teeth ass, fucked up, big pot belly ass Diddy was for money. Okay? Okay? That's the only reason why she was with him for that motherfucking long. And when she got with that white man and he kept doing yoga and ain't no motherfucking money come in, they came up with a plan to suit him to get some money. That's why she had a tour. She had a book. When she got that money, she canceled all of that shit. She canceled it all. Because it's always been about her ass not being at work. And what make me mad is there's some smart motherfucking women around here. And they won't even look at this shit the way that it's supposed to be looked at. Okay? They won't even look at it the way it's supposed to be looked at. Why else? If we bringing men into the bedroom, right? And none of the men is fucking me, and I'm not fucking them, guess who the man is there for? The woman. And why is I'm bringing her? And the man, one of the assistants testified that this motherfucker had Viagra, high blood pressure medicine, everything. His dick wouldn't work. And motherfuckers act like they don't know about that kind of shit. Okay? He's bringing these women in trying to satisfy this motherfucking nympho. Okay? That's why he brought them motherfucking men in. They in there fucking, he in there watching it. It's some nasty shit that they do. Okay? But to sit around this motherfucker and act like she felt like she had to do the freak offs when we reading text messages. Man, this man was leaving spirit. This man is like, man, you need to get your fucking life together. Why the fuck you guys want to do a freak off? Ain't you on your period? You still want to do it, motherfucker? And some kind of way that's his fault. Now, I asked Carla a great question. I said, what you think about her saying that shit about Kim Porter? What you think about that? What do you think about her saying that shit about Kim Porter? She said that Diddy got ways of manipulating situations to where that happened. That sounds like fucking Angelo Clary. That sounds like Angelo Clary when he was talking about how R. Kelly put makeup on their arms and shit to cover up bruises. Man, listen, man. This is nothing more.
And threw a hand signal in court to make the girl say that.
Signal, man, listen. I don't know. Listen, man. I know what a victim look like. I've been through both sides. You are entitled to change your mind about anything. Like when this first came out, I was arguing with y'all about Diddy is a monster. He's going to jail. We was arguing. Me and the man that's on the phone. You was on that live, Cookie. But as the information comes out and I see what it is, I will change and reassess what the fuck I think. I ain't gonna keep on being, I ain't gonna keep being no idiot. I'm like, hold on, this motherfucker, when you beat and you abuse, the last thing you want to think about is fucking somebody else. Okay? All right. You don't want to think about fucking nobody else when you beaten and abused and all of this shit. And if you on a plane and you get your ass whooped in the back, because that's what they said they saw. They said they saw. If you on a plane and ain't nobody helping you, well, why the fuck didn't you get off the plane in Vegas and run up to a police officer and say he just beat me on the plane? Okay, or when you went back home, or you still went to the club that night. It didn't stop you from going to the fucking club. And if a motherfucker is abusing you and making you do freak offs and all this crazy shit to you, wouldn't you be happy that this motherfucker is fucking with other women? Yeah. Why would you be jealous and mad? Wouldn't you be happy? Like, I don't care.
Give me a break.
I don't care. I don't care. Long as that motherfucker ain't punching me in my fucking nose. You see what I'm saying? So all this shit is a fucking lie, bro.
Because I even gave the example earlier with Red Bunny. It's like, it could be my husband. When I say no and you do something and I said no, that's still considered great, even though you're my husband. So let's say last night you took advantage of me and I felt like you raped me, even if I don't call the police. Tonight, you come thinking I'm still mad about last night. And this is my husband. So if you beat my behind, rape me, you think I want to lay beside you the next day or have sex with you? Even in a week, it might take a minute for me to get over that shit. And I'm your wife. So imagine just a boyfriend of and me and my husband been married 18 years. So I'm a victim. I've been abused sexually by no relationship. But people, I've been physically abused, emotionally abused, financial, every abuse there is, I've been. So I'm not what they call victim shaming, but I understand like that's certain things I see women do and say victim that it don't match up for me.
Well, I think that we all been abused, not sexually, but some people get mentally abused. Some people get verbally abused. Some people get financially abused. This and that. But when you are assessing somebody's life that got kids, they might make mistakes, this and that.
Right.
You can't listen to the government alleging shit against a motherfucker based upon what somebody done told them that could very well be indicted with them. Can't do that, bro. Like, nah, I ain't going for that shit no more. That man need to be at home. That man has sacrificed enough. He been in jail. He paid $30 million. He lost all his businesses. That's enough.
Right.
And yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Miss Cookie. And I'm glad you said what you said, because this is what people are missing. And I'm about to get off of here. It's the true victims of domestic abuse, sexual abuse, those who have really been abused, that should be the most outraged when they see stuff like this.
Exactly.
You understand? That's the disrespect, really, for women who really have been held against their will and shit, and controlled and manipulated and coerced. And there's a lot of women out here like that that's literally been held and shit, and really Diddy didn't even want to live with that motherfucker. He ain't want to even live with her.
Look, nigga, I ain't seen the bitch say no to no dick yet.
Exactly.
Everybody that want to fuck her, fuck her.
And y'all know what my favorite saying is, I'm not saying that, like I said, that he didn't do anything wrong. And I'm not saying you can't be a victim, but you still got to be accountable for choices that you make. Not everything that bad happened to you is because of somebody else's doing.
Exactly.
We have to be accountable for choices and decisions that we make for our lives. And
I ain't never
to say it's his fault because whatever reason. I chose to be with this man. I chose to stay. I don't want to hear nothing about no drugs. Been there, done that. Nothing. At some point, you wake the fuck up.
If she laughs, it's his fault. If she cries, it's his fault. If she fucking say something about a black woman, if she do anything, it's his fucking fault. Like, how the fuck is everything his fault? He don't even live with this motherfucker.
I think it's case closed when you consider how she lied in her civil lawsuit. I
It
think,
should have been.
I think it's case closed.
What the civil lawsuit got to do
when she says
with
no
his
one
charges
knew
now?
about the free
Right
fall.
back.
You understand? It's so many, but I'm still, I'm not baffled anymore. Like I said, which I told Carla, I'm not talking behind her back. There's no sense in arguing this with people who can see what they've seen. To people who observe this trial as it progresses and not say this is a waste of time. This is crazy. Even all of the people that's in the courtroom, the blogger said that the jury seemed removed, tired. Like, what the fuck are we here for?
But Levi, the only reason why I'm defending Diddy in this shit is because I know why they are there. He's one of the ugliest motherfucking performers that he's one of the ugliest performers that we've seen. He's one of the ugliest motherfuckers in the music business.
Absolutely.
Why would Cassie want to be with him? She could be with anybody. Why would any of them? He one of the motherfucking crazy looking. Now he got a big ass belly and every motherfucking thing. Who the fuck wants to be in a relationship with this nigga? So I know why they there. They there for the money. But when court start, you get the motherfucking victim and abuse and calling in all these motherfucking people. And I seen this and I seen that. Well, I know they was there. If you dealing with a motherfucker got $1 billion and you there for money, he know it and you know it. He might just throw an apple at your ass. I don't know.
Right.
He might be throwing darts at your ass. He probably hated them motherfuckers that they didn't want to be with him for him. He know why they there.
Well, I think once again, that's one of my pet peeves. Like, I don't like people lying on people. That's a big thing. Larry tell you that. Like, that's one thing I don't like. Now, in addition to that, I want to say that when you take a situation where someone actually files a lawsuit and lies that's what I want to say. Miss Cookie, all of us have been victimized.
Welcome, how you doing?
I remember when I was about 13 years old, my mother brought me a brand new bike, and I forgot to I put it on the porch, and I said, I'll get it. I ended up falling asleep. Woke up the next morning, brand new bike gone off the porch.
Hello?
Yeah, hey, what's up, Miss Audrey? Let me make this real point real quick.
Can you hear me? Hello?
50 Cent said in his song, when he's recounting growing up in the hood, he said, well, 50, he'll be back, I guess. 50 Cent said, woke up the next morning, niggas done stole my bike. I run away from this bitch if I could. And I laughed when 50 Cent said that when I first heard it, because that's trauma. I remember when my bike was stolen, and it's trauma. What I'm saying to you is that when a person is a victim of a crime, any crime, purse snatching, anything, someone, God forbid, stole your car. One thing about a true victim, when it's time to give a statement about your victimization, how you were victimized, you don't have to lie about nothing. There should be not one inconsistency. I went inside the market, came outside. There was two guys. One of them put the gun in my way, snatched my purse, told me to get in the car. I said, I'm not getting in the car. And they snatched my keys and drove off in my car. Simple. I'm a victim. But when it comes down to telling what happened in that parking lot, if you go to trial a year or two later, you don't have to switch it up. Your police report, the cameras, and what you testified to should be consistent. So this thing where a woman can file a civil lawsuit and say that he had a promoter create a fake flyer. so he can get me away from my boyfriend. And I was coerced, and I didn't agree with it. But then we found out that y'all both came together and came up with an idea so you could leave this nigga that you've been with for 3 years.
So check this out right now, right? I want to make sure no one gets confused, Lord. We can admit that there's some inconsistencies, downright lies, whatever you want to call it, but understand that he is reading from a separate claim. That is the civil lawsuit. That is a separate claim from this criminal complaint, although, in my opinion, it was the thing that jumpstart this damn criminal complaint, right? But we can only go by the criminal complaint. Now, the civil complaint should be inadmissible unless the judge allows it, right? I don't know under what circumstance would the judge allow it, but should be inadmissible, right? Because a civil complaint isn't an admission of guilt. That's why it's inadmissible in a criminal complaint. However, in some instances, civil complaints are admissible. Okay? So, what she said in that civil complaint, what people say on the outside, I know this was a big issue, a big point of contention with the R. Kelly supporters. People were lying. Everybody and their mama know that. But when you get on that stand, and testimony is evidence, I told you that back in 2019, I tell you that as many times as possible. You got testimonial evidence, documentary evidence, demonstrative evidence, and real evidence, right? Which is physical evidence. That's four main. Okay? Once you hit the stand, it is, and I'm just going by the prosecutors, right? And then I'll talk defense. Once you hit the stand, I'm sleepy as hell. Once you hit the stand for the prosecutors, then the defense come up on cross. It is their job to try to make you your testimony not credible, right? They try to make your by saying something like, you can do it by challenging your memory. You can do it by if they have prior admitted statements, right? They can do it by that if the judge allowed that. There are several ways to challenge a witness's credibility. Also, there are items of evidence that are stipulated. We really don't know what those items are until unless we look at the transcripts, right? And even if we look at the transcripts, it's not going to give a detail what was stipulated, unless it's in the transcripts, right? So you have that, meaning that either side agreed with the evidence. Just say if it was a birth certificate of somebody that's testifying, both sides stipulated to that birth certificate going into evidence. So there's no need to argue about it, right? So we don't know what evidence is in discovery. We don't know. But the prosecutor and the defense, they investigate the claims. So they investigate it. She'll tell a story. From that story, they will gather evidence, either from her phone, from what have you, right? Let's go start with her testimony that she gives to the prosecutors, right? The things, and then what she tells them during prep, right before she takes the stand. Okay, so it's going to be, so if there is no another category of evidence, there's no real evidence, documentary evidence or demonstrative evidence, then you're going to have to go with her testimony. So put to the defense to challenge it. When the defense presents its case in chief, the prosecutor they'll flip role, they'll flip sides, right? So the indictment and the jury instructions are crucial. That's the shortcut. Because if you can read, okay, if you can read and understand that this is what he's been charged with, the jury instructions, this is what the judge tells the jury to use as a guide to either find the defendant not guilty or guilty. Okay? The jury instructions and the indictment should coincide with one another. If you get hold to the jury instructions, get hold to the indictment, then you'll see if they are making their case. They have already proved majority of the elements. Now, here's the trick. With the Diddy indictment, the elements aren't as pronounced as it was in the R. Kelly indictment, right? Okay? So, I spoke, I don't know in how many occasions, how many years, because the New York case with R. Kelly started back, in 2021? Right, so I told you how they build the indictments, all right? Understand that Diddy, and this is a repeat, Diddy is being charged with a conspiratorial RICO, which is easier to prove because it's on the indictment. Agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. It doesn't necessarily mean that a crime took place. They just agreed to do it. Okay? His enterprise will be filled with who? People that work for him, people that were doing things for him, friends. Okay? Then that enterprise, there was a pattern of racketeering. To find what they're charging for racketeering, the predicate acts, is in the indictment. It's buried in the indictment. Under count 1. Usually anytime you see an 18 USC code, start looking, reading there. the verbiage in that indictment are also the facts in the case. That's just what they're presenting. All that extra stuff they were talking about, that's neither here or there, because that's not on the indictment. They're not going by her behavior. It's his behavior that's being charged. His behavior. They don't give a damn about her behavior. If they did, they would have given her immunity or so on and so forth. There's nobody with no hidden immunity because the defense has to know that. The defense is probably going to bring that out, or the prosecutors are going to jump ahead of that and bring it out. Just like they brought out, they stipulated to Cassie, fighting Diddy back and all of that. In the opening, they gave a brief synopsis of their history together. Okay? But in the closing, they can only use the facts in the case and the evidence they submitted in their closing. The opening, you can kind of freestyle. The closing, you're going to use the facts in the case and the evidence. R. Kelly had a substantive RICO, meaning he actually had to participate in the 2 predicate acts. The elements of his crime is much more pronounced, right? It's not really. I mean, I know where it is in the indictment, but with the one with R. Kelly, it was, it was sectioned off pretty well, and it was more pronounced, in my opinion. With the Diddy indictment, he has a notice of special sentencing factors, meaning they're asking the judge to consider going outside the sentencing guidelines for an upward departure, right? Which means, hey, they want the judge to evaluate his charged behavior, because there were some special factors they've listed, which are aggravating factors that will increase his time. So the statute may say 5 to 10 years, but the special sentencing factors may signal or trigger like maybe a life sentence. Maybe that's why they keep saying he's facing life. But those 2 things are very important. And I'm just different, right? I try to base my opinion on fact, not a whole bunch of hyperbole, speculation, non-factors. And because we are in a space of information, people click on whatever, and that's what they're, listening for. Most people don't have time to go get no documents and all that extra stuff. And then when they give them, they don't understand it anyway. Right? And my nose gets stuff. This is what happened when I come from my cup, honey. So, you look at his counts, you look at the predicate acts, you look at everything, they pretty much have nailed their elements, in my opinion. Now, what could be a problem for them, is that they played that video too much. They relied heavily on that video to make their case. Just like, I mean, this is not, I mean, other people from other sectors, you hear them talking about focusing on the domestic violence, right? And that it's not a what? A case for RICO and so on and so forth, whatever. The trial isn't, it's supposed to be 6 to 8 weeks. I don't see 6 to 8 weeks, if you ask me. But that tape that they're playing over and over and over and over again, right? That they play over, it kind of, and I don't know who this Gina girl is. I don't know who this other victim is or whatever. I don't know if they're going to continue to talk about this physical abuse. Where now physical abuse is listed in the indictment. But what I'm saying is it may translate to the jury that this is just about domestic violence and some freaky sex. And they may not see a RICO because it's kind of different in the R. Kelly case. Because in the R. Kelly case, you had managers taking a stand. You had somebody going and bribe to get the marriage certificate. All that extra, right? At this point, would you have a bodyguard? Like who has testified, who has worked for Puffy, who was friends with Puffy, who was his manager and all of that? Where are those people? So they need people to fill out that enterprise. But it doesn't have, it's not, just because it is being charged as an enterprise, it doesn't mean that all they did was illegal activity. It can be both legal and illegal. So, like I told you last time I was there, not in New York, because I'm up in New York, but last time I worked for the people, New York had the highest conviction rate, right? Everybody knows that. I don't know what's going on with this indictment. Obviously, my concerns is different from what we've heard tonight. I'm just strictly looking at the case, the paperwork, just the facts. That's what we say in law. Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts. Just the facts. Just the facts. When we say just the facts, we mean just the facts in the case on that paper. Not on no extra paper you're talking about, not no article, none of that. What's on the record? On the record is going to be that indictment, is going to be that transcript, going to be those motions. Anything on that docket. That's what we're going by. Get to that. And it's frustrating because we've already gone over this. And it's not an attack on someone's opinion. It's not an attack on someone's opinion. Because everybody has an opinion. But don't act like no one can say nothing about your opinion. Because my commentary gets commented, whether it's on the slick side or whatever, but it gets commented on. The people that be on my panel gets commented on. So I'm trying to understand what's the problem. It ain't gonna be no problem.
So you can go off with another nigga to fuck. You a whore. You're a deceiver. You're a liar. And there's nothing else to talk about. But, and I'm going to say this and I'm done. It is not about Diddy. It is not about R. Kelly. It's not about Trump. It's not about you, me, or no one else listening or any American citizen. It is about that edifice that is supposed to be serving and protecting the people at a federal level, overseeing our society to make sure that federal crimes are prosecuted, processed properly. It is about the United States Constitution and that which rests upon it, which is the Federal Justice Department. When they start engaging in clout chasing, when those rogue individuals in that Justice Department can read, these people read it, were Azriel Clary's mother and father.
Oh, God.
Meet your father at the corner. Go in the room. Shimmy, dance, sit on his lap, entice him. They read that. He wants to know, can I visit him? Well, we told you to tell him that you were 18. Yes, you can go visit him. They read it, and when they read it, they knew that they were the ones who enticed that minor. They were the ones, the parents were the ones who sent that minor across state lines to have sex with a grown-ass man, and they knew it. But what did they do? Being rogue, being derelict in their duties, engaging in that sort of legal malfeasance that they chose to engage in, they said, even though the document confirms that R. Kelly thought she was 18, even though the document confirmed that they told her to say she was 18, even though the document confirmed that they sent her in the hotel with that grown man after she said she didn't want to go to a hotel, they set it up to set R. Kelly up. Even though the documentation confirmed it, we, as members of the Justice Department, we're going to thwart the law. We're going to violate our oath. We're going to say fuck the Constitution because this is a big case. It has a lot of publicity, a lot of notoriety, and we are going to act in a criminal manner by not only charging him with something that we know by the tangible evidence in front of us he didn't do, but we're also going to cover that shit up and make sure that those parents don't come nowhere near that courtroom.
Okay, that's the craziest shit I have ever heard. I just don't understand none of that. Listen, the parents could be subpoenaed. Ain't nobody told them. See, that's the problem I have. Saying things which there is no factual basis. You don't have a bit of evidence. Just prove it. You see what I'm asking everybody on about anything, prove it. Prove it. Prove it. If you can't prove it, shut up. I told y'all I'm being me. This is me in my regular everyday life. I was being nice online, whatever. Fuck all of that. Okay, fuck all of that. All right, this is an opinion-based society. I got an opinion about your opinion. It's a problem. There ain't gonna be no problem. So Like, where is this information coming from? Once again, we all can agree the parents was negligent, right? Everybody know that. But again, she was under 18. And it is his charged conduct, his charged behavior, not hers, not the parents. Now, truly, I mean, the parent, could have gotten in trouble. But prosecutors have prosecutorial discretion. I mean, they could have gotten in. I mean, I see ways where they could have gotten in trouble, but they didn't. And like they covered anything up or whatever. I mean, they didn't. It's plain to see. They blatantly did it. They ain't had to cover up shit. I don't understand what he said he didn't do allegedly because allegedly they proved, well, not allegedly, I mean they proved that he slept with her across state lines. Well, that's what I'm saying. It goes right back to the indictment. Did they prove he did that? 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 Did the defense disprove he didn't do those things on the elements? Did they disprove it? Apparently no, because he got locked up and convicted of all those charges in New York and half of them in what's the name, right? That's just how it goes. I would say that I ain't got no person against nobody. That's the white guy next to him. Same shit. Who else? They got Gene. That's a tough one. Child, I don't want to talk about that. But I mean, so if I play that call with my cousin, we're talking about Gene. I don't know. Because I probably took it off the damn line. But yeah, I probably took that one down. But shit. So when they use, I'm saying they use that, and I remember when I came out, played all those games and did all that shit, and I kept beating in your head elements. When you listen to any analysis, when you listen to any term, whatever, they always go to the elements. They always talk about the elements and the facts. The elements and the facts. That's it. Now you may not like it, but that's what it is. That's why they have a defense to challenge it. They have challenged it in just about every court, and the Supreme Court turned it down. They didn't find nothing in there where they said the parents was negligent. I'm not saying they weren't negligent. I'm saying they are. I'm saying the courts didn't find it. And you have to understand, everything is done by law. By law. Not personal feelings, whatever. I'm pretty sure when the prosecutor read it, the judge said the parents are what they are. All of that. But everything is by law. Until they change the law, it is what it is. And I think R. Kelly understands the process more than anybody. I really do. And listen, pay attention to what his attorneys do. Read what they do, what they write. They're brief. then you can understand their position and their angle. Read that. It'll be more simplified than the indictment and then jury instruction, because all that is passed. Just all keep up with what they write, because they know the legal arguments. None of anything they saying is legal argument. It's just, I don't know. Oh yes, I am being nice. I used to be nice. Oh, this real me. This me inviting you to the place and getting somebody for you. Yeah, this the real me. Fuck all of that. I'm not arguing with the whole goddamn sector no more. I mean, I will, but because I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna invite you. It's 95 any which way you want to come. You don't like it, just hit 95 or hit the planes. Or better yet, call me up and then tell me about my ass. I'm polite to tell you to hold on. I got something for you. Yeah. I ain't gotta take that damn abuse. Shit. It ain't really abuse, but that was being nice. We don't do that. These men, not around here, but the men in my life, they respect women. They support them. They protect them. They don't let nobody fuck with them. They don't do none of that. I thought about it. I ain't got to share with them no goddamn channel. I just give them the phone. Here you go. Here you go. Somebody want to talk to you. Shit, fuck all of that. Yeah, I'm not doing all of that. That's stupid shit. I don't know what I was thinking about. Maybe they want that want a hot mouth, want threats. Okay, I got some for you. Shit, fuck all of that. That's crazy. Wasting my goddamn time. Then I heard Audra say on one of the channels talking about, yeah, like she comes slides into Jacksonville and be in the hood and like, she bad it. Bitch, let me tell you something. You hit that woman with that motherfucking show. You ain't hitting me with shit. I beats ass. Okay? And I told you, around 35 to my age, I think I can take you. I'm not finna got there with no little 24-year-old, 20-year-old, none of that shit. 35 to my age, I can take you. You coming here looking crazy and shit, talking about some 3 different penis sizes and all that extra shit in the marriage certificate, whatever. I'm gonna bop your ass. I don't have time to be dealing with these goddamn motherfuckers from the Wiz.
We're gonna cover them, cover for them, and hide them. Honey. So this man, Robert Kelly, can be thrust away to spend the rest of his life in prison. Donald Trump, that man is brilliant. And the reason why I say he's brilliant, I find individuals who are able to descriptively point a finger and describe something for what it is in a few sentences. To me, that's brilliant. Wow. That man came on the scene and said, these people are fake news reporters. They are the fake news. That man said that this is the Department of Injustice. They're corrupt. They're corrupt. They're rogue. They do whatever they want to do. They hide the Constitution up under the table and behind their backs as they prosecute individuals for their own personal gain and political gain, and who they are in bed with is all corrupt. The Diddy case, the R. Kelly case, and the Donald Trump case are 3 examples of that, because his prosecution on a federal level, I don't give a fuck how you feel about him, it was politically motivated. That's
okay. So I can agree to a certain extent that it was politically motivated. Yeah. Yeah. But it doesn't mean that he didn't commit those crimes, because he was found guilty on one of them. I don't know about the rest of them, but I got all 4 of his indictments. And of course he's going to say, like, when you have to evaluate Donald Trump's, and this is where profiling comes in. Well, I'm just going from one motherfucking skill to the next. That's where profiling comes in, right? You got to draw a picture of his what? Of how his psychologist said about his psyche, right? How he thinks. He thinks he's untouchable. He thinks he shouldn't be touched. So of course he's gonna have a problem with the Department of Justice. That's a crooked ass man. He's crooked. He ain't stunned y'all. Where is the goddamn pardon goddamn shit? Where's she at with that? I know she's just doing her job, and I know she's got a strategy or whatever. But, you know, he knew R. Kelly was in jail the last time. Them people they don't be worried about shit like that. Y'all don't even have no movement. You know, to make it a national thing. Get it on the news. I'm talking about, you know, the news. And, you know, whenever, remember back in the day, whenever Black Lives Matter show up, the LGBT, they was right there with their calls. When the George Floyd situation was going on, the LGBT was right there with their calls. Because they knew that that's where the focus was. The media. You got to tag along. I'm not supposed to be out there fighting. Lavelle. 2018 was my last fight. Okay? Because some dizzy bitch kept saying I'm the one. I blocked her off of an invite list or whatever. One that I didn't even know she was on. Just because I don't like her. I didn't even go to the party. And the girl said, because the girl came out and tried to straighten it out. She said, if you would have came anyway, but she said, because she didn't have everybody's names or whatever, if you would have came anyway, I would have let you in. What they got to do with me? So you know what I did? I got finished with my job by a little after 11. And I know where she works at. I said, let me go over there. Because I know, like, that's one of them jobs where everybody have to go to lunch like at 12 or something like that. You know, one of them type jobs where everybody got to go to lunch at the same time. Bro. So I said, well, let me see if I can make it over there. By the time she's coming out. And I made it. And I was sitting in my car. I had on my skirt set. Sitting in my car. And I saw her come out. She was like standing up there talking to somebody. And I got out. I said, hey. Then I went to, you know, such. She went to such with me. And I hit her. I was beating her. And I got on the ground. I was beating her. And they called the cops. Child, first thing she said. She's a lawyer. So I don't understand why they lead with that. Like, what that's gonna do? She's a lawyer, gonna get me arrested. Like, what that's gonna do? They don't give a fuck about that. All they do is put me to the side. If they don't know me, put me to the side. Say, you know, you shouldn't be doing that and that type of stuff like that. You know better than that, and whatever. That's all they gonna do. Shut up. He's a liar. He's a liar. Well, you want to write me up or something? Shut up. Just worry about getting off this ground, child. I was sick of her. Because at a certain point, the girl done came out, whatever. You just trying to keep shit going. And I don't bother nobody. That's why I get annoyed with somebody fucking with me. Especially when I ain't fuck with you. Said nothing about you. I don't know you. Girl. Neville, it was terrible. They called the cops on my ass. Now I'm there just beating them. I said, didn't I tell you I had nothing to do no damn list? I ain't even go to the party. Stupid. Making a big deal about that. Told everybody too. I'll be bumping up into people telling me, yeah, such and such said you blocked off the list. Neville, I got tired. So you understand the real me? I tick tick boom off of simple shit. Yeah, I'm going to beat your ass because you keep saying this stupid shit, girl. With them big old titties. I was hitting all in her damn titties. And I was glad my child went with me because she always be stopping me and mom, stop, mom, stop, oh, mom, God. One time, she when she was grown, my daughter got bucked with me. She was like, tired of me, tick tick booming. Well, shit. Hell, tell people leave me alone. I won't have to tick tick boom. Leave people alone. I'll be all in Virginia.
I agree with you 100%.
It was politically motivated. So that's all I have to say, y'all. I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Levi, I want to thank you so much for joining my panel. I feel blessed, and I'm so happy that you came by. Don't be a stranger. I have good conversations too. I don't like to take nobody else's saying, but shits and giggles, I like to have fun.
Yes, ma'am. And let me say this.
I mean, it was fun, but I wanted to have a sex talk. You know, I'm a dirty girl. I'm a freaky girl. I like to go.
Oh my God. But your notification popped up. It normally doesn't. But you know what, Miss Cookie? About a week ago, I thought about you and DB Wild. And I said, dang, I promised them that I told DB Wild I was going to come on his show. And I told you I was going to come on your show. I've been very busy, but at the same time, the notifications, as God is my witness, I don't see them. But this time when I turned my computer, I saw you were on. And that's why I came straight in and said, I'm watching.
Well, it's okay, because honestly, I haven't been doing lives because I had a total knee replacement.
Oh, wow.
Back in March. So I haven't been coming on live. I've been, periodically, but I'm trying to get back to the hang of things. Since my brother Jojo,
Absolutely.
So you're always welcome. Let Larry know I do apologize. Just let him know I apologize.
No problem. And I'm gonna listen to you guys. I'm about to get off. But at the end of the day, I love and respect you, brother DB Wild. I miss the exchanges on JoJo's channel.
Yes.
And also I respect Carla without a doubt.
Oh yes,
and
that's
hopefully I wasn't too abrasive. But at the end of the day, it all must be done with respect, open conversation, open dialogue. And like she said, Larry and I went back and forth about this shit for 3 or 4 months. But Larry would be the perfect juror because he's not partial. He's not biased. And when the evidence points in another direction, I applaud Larry for saying, no, that's not what y'all promised us. You know what I'm saying?
You don't bother her. You don't bother me, Levi. That's what I was about to say. She got strong shoulders. She can handle you, Levi.
All right.
She sent you a message to the chat.
Thank you so much. And It was a very productive conversation. That's all I can say. And I'm gonna get off of here and listen to you. Audrey, you about to say something or something?
Yeah, don't get off. But because you might want to add something to what I gotta say.
All right.
So I wanted to be a little bit more concise with what I had to say. I know you guys have been on. Huh?
Do you have YouTube open?
Oh shoot, I do. Hold on.
I don't hear it.
Go ahead, baby.
No,
Go ahead.
I don't have it open.
I hear echo.
Can you?
I'm gonna push mute. Go ahead.
Is it still an echo?
No, you're fine now.
Okay. Yeah, I had to pause it. I had the YouTube on mute, but I see now you got to pause it to avoid the echo. Okay. So you guys touched on a lot, quite a bit, but I always look at stuff so simple. Like I look at difficult stuff and I break it down and make it simple, you know, so I can explain things to anybody. I can make people see things in a way they didn't see it before, like see an opportunity where they don't see an opportunity. So I don't know if anyone has brought this up, but when it comes to Cassie and these so-called freak offs, right? If you guys pay attention to what she's calling, what she has labeled a freak off, even Diddy, he replied back to one of her texts, something like, so we can freak off, LOL, or so that we can have a freak off, LOL. So I don't know where she came up with the term freak off, but I believe that is a term that she coined. Like you coin a phrase. I think she coined that. And I think she realized what her lane was when it came to Diddy, that she is that freak off chick. Maybe she wanted to be a quote freak hoe, because that is a term that was used in the African American community. And she wants to fit in. She wants to be Diddy's bottom B. She wants to be his main. She believes that she can move those other women out of the way. Now, regarding these freak offs and them testifying in court, that, and this is the other part, with them testifying in court, or her or whoever said this, that Diddy would be a warrior just watching what's going on and not even in the same room. So, and she's the one who's paying these prostitutes. So everyone wants to say they don't see a RICO, but they do see prostitution. But where is the proof? It's a he say, she say. Because if you say you have videos, right? You're the only one that's producing videos, which is really revenge porn. But no one has brought up the term revenge porn. Why does she have these videos? Why doesn't Diddy have them? Not a single video of her has been leaked. You got them of Kim K. You got everybody has a video out. But so
I think they said, and don't quote me, I think they said that when they broke into, now Lord, I said, you know I'm sleeping. When they raided Diddy's home, let me look at the transcript. They found they found that all that freak off stuff on the yes they did, because they showed stills of the freak offs and the bruises and stuff, right? I have the transcripts. What day was that? On the 12th? Okay, let me keyword search it. Video VIDEO. Video. Okay, so they say that they expect you're gonna tell the jury that they're gonna expect to see that video of that beat down many times. First according to the Cassie, the tape shows you In this video is overwhelming evidence of domestic violence. And the video has a second part. Cassie calls security from her hotel phone. Does Combs release the videotapes the government was just talking about? No, he didn't. You'll hear that the government raided two of his homes. You already heard that over a year ago. They seized countless electronic devices. The only freak-off videos you will see or hear about at this trial came from her devices that she kept for 5 years. Okay. It says, so when the government talks about the power and control, who had the power, who had the control? The government did not find any freak-off videos with Cassie on those devices. And so going back during the time of Cassie and Combs' breakup, Cassie's already dating her now husband. She's with him for months as she is breaking up with Combs, all while telling Combs she still loves him. Okay, this is the defense. Okay, so the defense is putting out that the only freak offs that you will find came from her Cassie's videotape. So they said, now during the testimony of both Cassie and Jane, I expect the government is going to put in a bunch of videotapes of the so-called freak-offs or hotel nights or wild king nights, however you would like to call them, into evidence. These videotapes depict what we've been telling you about Sean Combs, one of his girlfriends and a man. These videos, we believe, are powerful evidence that the sexual conduct in this case was consensual and not based on coercion. The reason the videos will be seen by you is because the government has chosen to take possession of these videos and to put them into evidence in a federal courtroom. Playing these videos will feel invasive, but the government has charged him with sex trafficking, and the evidence of the alleged sex trafficking is on these videos. This is why you will have to see them. Okay, okay, that's about the beat thing. Okay, this is about the beating. Hold on. Okay, that's about the beating. Okay. The video for the jury is going to sense potential prejudice. Okay, so they're arguing about the video. All right, so yeah. So what I read to you, that's straight from the transcript. That's straight from the opening statement. And if you don't believe Ma, hold on. See why I highlighted videos? So I was reading about the videos. Okay. I ain't been on her.
When I say break down things to make it simple, listen to what they're saying, break it down. If she's saying they have videos, why is the only video we see it looked like it was AI? We see it was sped up. But when you speed something up, it makes it easier to avoid what was removed.
So you're saying you believe the hotel video is AI? Is that the video you're talking about?
I already had it's not totally AI, but what I'm saying, it was manipulated, it was edited. So it should not be used as evidence at all. Just like the marriage license, it should not be used as evidence. The videotape should not be used as evidence. But if it is going to be used as evidence in R. Kelly case, then look at all 3 sex scenes. Look at the penis, the body parts in all 3 sex scenes. Use your common sense. So when it comes to this Diddy case, where's the videos? If you're saying that Diddy paid prostitutes, male prostitutes, cash money, right? Then show us a video with him actually in the video being a voyeur. That's all I'm saying. Why is no one saying that? Why are they keeping that a secret?
Because none of that's required, girl, to make no case. Damn. Oh. Damn, penis size and all this shit every damn time. Hey.
You're testifying in court on a he say, she say, but this man's life, the rest of his life is on trial. And if they run everything consecutive, then for sure, the rest of his life is on trial.
Well, I'm gonna play Levi's devil advocate and ask you the same question that he asked Miss Carla. Since you think that you believe that the tape is edited or tampered with,
that tape right now has no bearings because number one, that tape is what's called domestic violence. It is a misdemeanor which carries up to a year in the county jail, and most people get 30 days.
Well, I don't like to talk legal because I don't know all the legal.
No, but you got to learn this. If y'all are gonna get on here putting up your opinions, you got to look into the legal, and you don't have to have ever been in jail. All you can just talk to people.
Now that I agree with. That's that little snippet I got out of that. That I agree with. That I wholeheartedly agree with. Again, a message, information should be consistent. It should be. I'm not saying your opinions. Our opinions are going to be different. But when you look at the facts, just take for instance, by Court TV, right? They have several analysts on there, right? When they speak on a case, they are consistent with each other on the facts of the case. Their opinion may differ, but the facts, it remains the same. Just for instance, you can't say that, I'm just making this up, right? I'm just making this up. You can't say Cassie sold drugs or bought drugs, whatever, if that's not a fact in the case, or that's not something, which it'll be a fact. You can't do that. I mean, you can, but you can't. You shouldn't. If I look at that indictment and I say, okay, he was charged with this, charged with that, charged with that, charged with that, charged with that. Okay. Those are facts, because that's what he was charged with. I'm not saying he did it, I know he did it, but I'm not saying he did it, but I'm saying that's what he was charged with. My opinion is that he did it. Facts is he was charged with it. my opinion, based on what he was charged with, he did it. That improved most of them. When you look at the indictment and it says, I don't know, one of them counts, maybe count 4 or something like that, they have all 3 victims in there. In the indictment, they'll tell you under which count victim 1. Victim 1 is left to stand. They are still corroborating her testimony, if I'm not mistaken. It could be, I think mama gone, whatever. I wasn't keeping up this week. So you look at the indictment, boom, boom, boom. That's they established that point, right? Establish that. Moving right along. It ain't that hard. It may be hard to understand, but it really isn't. If you just use an indictment, use them jury instructions, you will learn. I sent DV some paperwork, and he sounds, real well on the what's going on. Except when he get on them cups. When we get on them cups now, I don't know.
People, your family, your friends. We're African Americans. They lock us up. At least 1 in 4 of us have a felony, so you know somebody.
Well, I'm like Mr. Levi on this. I understand it's all about legal because we're in the courts with this, but I also look at things as common sense from the hood.
But how you gonna say common sense when you don't know how to put the dots together because you don't know the law?
No, because I'm not talking law, baby. I'm voicing my opinion. And my opinion is common sense of the hood. I don't talk law.
But I know I'm saying though, if you're saying that's common sense, right? Everybody is talking about they got their common sense, but everyone's saying it's not a RICO, but he should get charged with prostitution. That is a part of the RICO. So your common sense should be, okay, if he paid them, where's the proof? Where's the video of him paying them?
Well,
wait, hold on. The guy Jules, right?
They we don't know what else we may see.
Listen to this. They said the guy Jules was in that room for that video where he beat us behind, right? So why is there no video of Jules going in the room or video of him coming out of the room? See, this is where our common sense should kick in. But we have so many vlogs and I'm not talking about you, Miss Tiki. I'm so sorry it sounds like I am. Because I just left from one vlogger page to Famer. He's outside the courtroom, but he's coming on here calling the descendants of slaves, Blackie, N-word, all this stuff.
This guy Jews, we don't know if they will produce
they can because Diddy was never there. That's why Diddy must never there. He must take the stand. He's clear.
Slow down.
He's not.
Diddy was never where? At the hotel?
These free calls that she's pertaining to, where she paid male prostitute, she's an info.
I can agree with you on that.
So Diddy had his other women. Diddy was busy with them too. You think, and with her being an info?
Well,
you don't think she paid these men?
His bedroom.
Well, DJ, let me say this. I am out of place here. Yes, I am. And I said it. Totally out of place. Don't mean I live the perfect life. This means I'm out of place. Some of you are out of place. This is Nutsville. Yeah. This is the home of some low belly ass caterpillars. Lower than goddamn low. Don't get no lower than low. Bitch ass niggas. Hot faced ass motherfuckers. Yeah, I am out of place. Do any of them people, any of my friends, do they sound like any of y'all? Hell no. Maybe your mom, but other than the ones I fuck with. Y'all know who y'all are. Y'all know I'm still up on the disclaimer number 2 for the month of May. This is nuts. conspiracy theories, paranoid motherfuckers, shit starters, goddamn Mongolian Easter monkeys, all kind of shit. Compulsive liars. Nobody get mad at you because of what? Your opinion about your opinion, huh? I'm out of place. Yeah. We would never be in the same room. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts.
It ain't for me
it's
to
not
try to
his
figure it out.
bedroom. It's called asking pertinent questions. You're just going off of what they said. Ain't nothing you added, taken away, inference on anything. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all running with what they're saying.
I'm not going on with nobody say, baby. I'm looking at what his charges is. What people are saying, but I'm not listening to. I'm having my own personal.
And I'm not saying you particularly mistaken because I ain't heard the whole live. But I heard. I think what's it called? Carla. She was going off of what was said, right? So if we're gonna go off what was said, then we also need to figure out, okay, if they said Diddy was a voyeur, then we need video proof of that.
But you do realize that everybody on every channel that's doing any kind of content is voicing their opinion,
right? And they're all, most of them are not.
Nobody was there.
That's what I'm telling you now. They weren't there, but most of these vloggers are man haters, especially black man haters, African American men haters. Some of them are gay, so they got a reason to hate black men and to hate black women.
I agree with
then
that.
you got those that are not even FBA. So there's a lot of hate going around. If you look at the background of people, even the guy,
yes, something right.
You know what I learned? You never have to worry about who's hating on who, long you stay true to what you feel. Your own mind.
You got to, because they're doing what's called
nobody else think. I appreciate what they have to say.
Right, but they're tainting.
It's not going to change my outlook on what I think and believe about something. No matter how
you have to realize that they're tainting the jury pool, and people that go on the jury are not the brightest people. Your neighbors are not the brightest people in the world. You know, a lot of people that come on these, a lot of people that have channels.
There's criminals. That's why they're in court. I don't know.
No, I'm saying the jurors. A lot of people that have YouTube channels, they are the face of jurors.
No, they're not. They're just people with opinion, baby.
So you don't think people that go on the jury, you think they're not human? You don't think they have?
I said everybody has their opinion, but as far as the jurors go, they're there to do a job. They're supposed to be there to look at the evidence, and they're supposed to be able to decide what's true, what's not true, what to believe, what's relevant, and then they make their decision on that. Sometimes they get it right. Most of the time they get it wrong.
Most of the time, right. So that's what I'm saying. If you're looking at the evidence and there's no evidence, no physical evidence, no videotape, they have videotape about this domestic violence, DV. Worst case, it would have been a 3rd-degree felony, which is the lowest.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people agree that it's domestic violence.
Right.
Yeah.
And even they're trying to even stretch it and say it was kidnapping. But see, with kidnapping, you actually take a person into, he didn't take her into that room. He drug her a little space. He didn't take her inside of that room.
That's not
it wasn't
kidnapping.
Kidnapping. But people are trying to bring that out, which
Well,
if
I
it
don't
were
think
kidnapping, that number one wouldn't even
I
have
don't
a
believe
statute
that
of
they're
limitations
basing
on
that
it.
situation just on a kidnapping. Because if I remember something I might have heard where he beat her so bad and he took her somewhere and didn't allow her to leave until she healed, that could be kidnapping if she did not want to be there.
I agree with that.
Well, somebody testified to it. I don't know. That's why I say I don't get into all the legal stuff and who said what. I wait for the transcripts to come out and hear somebody read it, so that way I feel a little bit more confident on what I'm understanding. But I really don't care to the point to engage. Like I said, this live, baby, was supposed to be about me being. I had a drink and everything, thought I was gonna get nasty. Let me show you. I mean, I don't mind talking about it, but that was not the reason behind this live.
You wanted to do an Aaron Wiggins, what he be doing over there.
You see that right there, baby?
Talking about he want a FO.
I wanted to talk about stuff, you know.
Miss Cookie, real quick. You want an FO, Miss Cookie?
I'm all about freak off, sweetie. Ain't no shame in my game.
You with the golden shower?
I am not, but I have been asked to give them. Ain't nobody pissing on me.
A man, a black man,
I ain't
asked you
trying
to
to
give
piss
it?
on nobody, but I will squirt
Who
your ass.
asked you?
I will
Who asked
squirt
you?
your ass.
No, you gotta answer the question. Who asked you to do that? The golden shower.
Are you gonna know who it is? This is
No,
what
I need to know what type of person that is. A man, a woman, a race.
Girl, I'm strictly. I don't do women now.
Okay, so
I'm
the
not gonna
man,
say I
was
won't
it
tell
a black
you
man, an
my
African American
$20
man?
million. What to Cassie for $20 million?
No, answer the question. Was it African American man, Caucasian, what?
Actually, he was mixed. His mother was white and his dad was black.
See what I mean?
What you
And
mean?
see, that's another thing. We're up here
What you mean?
because it get back to why Cassie does these things. And I think that girl from City Girls, I think she was trolling Cassie because when she held that sign in that awards, High Poppy or whatever, and then Diddy go on the stage and give a shot to Cassie, that was trolling. Her time out, she did the golden showers and she beside Trina.
I thought that would bring you closer.
That was trolling.
Who that right there?
But people believe that girl is not
that's a real person.
Her.
That was supposed to be my backdrop, but I said I might have to.
But the women that black men have told me ask the men to urinate on them are Caucasian women. Now, you guys are men. There's been several men up here. Have any of you men had an African American woman? I'm not saying anybody from the islands, anybody from nowhere else. If you had an African American woman ask you to urinate in her mouth,
they pee on people.
I was just asking.
They pee on people. I know they pee on people.
I'm gonna say this. I don't believe it matters what ethic you are, what religion you practice. You're gonna be who you want to be and do what you want to do behind closed doors. Hello, brother.
What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, so baby. Glad when I get me a black man. Oh, yeah. That's gonna solve the problem.
Do I have echo?
No, I'm gonna mute up everybody because it seemed like whenever
I miss. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I missed some of your.
You fell asleep on me.
Yeah, I did. I had a long. I was driving and shit.
Don't feel bad. I took a nap too.
Yes, indeed. What up, Kim? That Kim up here?
Yes, sir. You have Audra and Kim with us right now.
How you doing, Audra?
I'm.
How he gonna speak and then fall down?
Somebody muted me. I'm good. How you doing?
No, I muted you to block out the echo because you got something playing in your background, sweetie. I don't know what it is. If you got your YouTube up, you need to come out of YouTube and stay on your stream. You see what I'm saying? Did you? Go ahead, Kimberly.
I'm still echoing?
Hello? No, I think you're okay.
Okay.
Am I echoing?
No, everybody seems. No, I'm echoing now. Somebody got something open. I'm trying.
And I champion that. But for people to, and I'm gonna be real specific here. Okay, am I still being heard? Because I want this shit to be heard. But see, I see this bullshit, man. Cookie, can y'all still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Let me ask a specific question for a specific individual. Audra, you got a lot of bright ideas out here. You have tremendous amount of bright ideas. What are you doing to further those ideas that you feel that should be done and could be done? What are you doing to further those ideas? Instead of coming on these panels and saying, Lord, please.
You went out again, brother. I don't know what happened, but I think he might have would have said he's not saying for you not to come on people's panels and voice your thoughts, but he would like to know, with all the good what's the word I'm looking for? Ideas that you have. How are you implementing it in your life or in your community? What are you doing to bring this awareness to your community?
Okay, so if you guys don't know by now, I'm very private, right? So at this point, I choose to keep what I do to myself. If one day I decide to speak out or let anyone know, I'll let you guys know. But no, I keep everything to myself.
So, excuse me. So in general, you can't just say, I mean, we're not asking for details of exact points of what you're doing.
Yeah. But the thing is, it just feels...
I volunteer with young women who've been in bad relationships, or I tutor little kids, or like you say you've been incarcerated, you've been through the system, and you know how it works. You do motivational speaking on it. I mean, you ain't got to know exactly what you're doing. But
I think Cookie JoJo asked that question because of what he put into the chat. Like, I'm not oblivious to what he put into the chat because you put it on the screen, I think, of what he said, like, oh my God, or whatever, she's up here, whatever. And I saw, you know, his girls saying that they don't think I'm that bright. And,
I know,
you know, all I did was mention.
I can't speak for anybody. Wait a minute, let me say this.
So
I can't speak for anybody, but I'm gonna speak for myself. Okay, I think you're very well spoken. I think you are very bright. I think you have a lot to say. I think you also get beside yourself where it's hard for you to stop talking at times. And I believe that, like maybe Miss Carla said, your judgment on people go way to the left.
But what judgment on people? What have I said? You got to be specific.
Like you said, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna educate y'all on because I don't think
no, I never said that. I'm gonna educate y'all on. I didn't say nothing.
I can't remember the exact words you said.
Cookie. I said I'm talking about history, real history that people come on here and they overlook or they don't look it up themselves.
Can y'all
history?
Even if I don't look it up,
and if you're part of that history and you're ashamed of it, talk about it. You know, if your ancestors are part of that history and they did this, is that, and the other, and they passed it down generation to generation. Now you're sleeping with pigs and you're getting urinated on in the mouth. Talk about
it. Wait, Cookie. I mean, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, first let me clear up my thing. You the one who came on here being insulting first, Audra, because you kept was disparaging other people's opinion and saying they wasn't bright. I said to you what you said.
When did I say that? You can play it back. And I never said that
when you first came on here. You said, Cookie, I'm not talking to you, but I heard on the thing, and then you mentioned opinions. I was the one talking. You said that.
I explained who I was talking about too. Then
me.
No. I said
that's what you said.
I said there are people on here that are either they hate black men.
No, you talked about the opinions about the case. You mentioned the thing about the video and talking about people not being bright and not seeing stuff.
But Carla, your comments earlier weren't that bright.
Some of us don't think you are because we have our own opinions, but we don't come in here leading with that and saying that.
Okay,
you can give your opinion without leading with that.
What you said earlier, right?
Whatever I said, that's what I said. Just like what you said, I don't think you're bright by thinking that he wasn't in the video when he admits to being in the video. But you think
Did
that,
I say
and I
he
don't
was
come
not
on
in the
here,
video?
and I didn't say
I
that
said
to
it was
you.
manipulated and
And
edited.
I didn't say that to you.
But you didn't hear all of that.
I
You have
didn't say
selective
that. No, I
hearing.
heard everything that you said. I didn't come on here making comments about
There
what
were
you
some
said.
things you didn't
You
recall
came
in the
on here
trial
making comments
that-
about what I said and being
that
disparaging.
Levi
All I'm
and,
saying to you is that you don't have to be disparaging to people when you give your
that
opinion.
Levi and
That's
Larry had
it.
to remind
Period.
you of or
Cookie,
inform you of.
You
So
have a
you're
good
just
night.
speaking on
You have
stuff
a
you
good
don't
night.
know
'Cause
anything about.
I don't argue with nonsensical. But I just wanted that to be cleared up.
You don't argue with nonsense.
Yeah, did you a lot of things
Ain't
you say
nobody
I
arguing
believe are
with you.
nonsensical. Just like you believe other
You're
people's
just trying to
opinions
over
are
talk
nonsensical.
loud.
I'm
You're
not
not
trying to
making
talk
any sense.
loud. You've been on here talking. You've been on here talking.
Okay, so explain your point.
I don't gotta
What is
explain
your
shit.
point? What is your
I
point
don't
of
gotta
making the
explain
DV
shit.
case into a
But
RICO?
do the replay. Do the replay. I don't gotta explain nothing.
I did. I skimmed through it. I listened. And you're a Cassie sympathizer.
Oh,
you don't look at you don't care about Diddy. It's not even about caring about Diddy. You don't care about rights, about wrong and right.
Oh,
so
period.
Audra.
Yeah.
I used to be one to say they're trying to bring our black men down. Why are we letting them take our black men? I am on you on that one. But not every black man I'm gonna support if they're doing fucked up shit.
Miss Cookie, y'all forgetting, right? I've been through this. I can go into so much
don't
detail.
think that you're the
The
only
system
one, baby.
is not being fair.
That's what we're trying to get you to
in this case.
understand. When
Period.
Carla says that,
They're
you're
not being
not
fair.
the only one that's been through shit.
No, they're not following their own rules in these cases. Just like Levi said, they don't even have a case. And it's also just like JoJo said that regardless of what we do or say, they want him to be found guilty. So they're gonna fix the jury. They're going to do everything in their power to see. Don't you know the government will actually threaten the jurors and their family members? We don't see everything that's going on.
I do agree.
But what I want you to do agree that we live under a racist regime.
I do agree.
But you don't see the magnitude of what they're capable of doing,
I can
what they
imagine
have done, and what they continue to do to this day. Do you really think that they lock up the majority of us in these prisons? That we take up the majority of the population because they're honest, because they follow their constitution? Do you really believe that?
Do you think I believe that?
No, but this case right here, this Diddy case, it's the most simple case there is. It's the most simple, blatant, racist thing out right now.
Are you listening to what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. When we say you're insulting people, you say, do I know? As if I would not know this. I'm 56 years old, sweetheart.
But
56.
Where are
I've
you
been around
from?
for a little while.
It's like some of y'all been under a rock.
No, you.
Oh,
Audra. See, when you say stuff like
okay, so of this case,
we've been here.
Do you think Diddy is innocent or guilty of anything? What do you think he's guilty of?
I don't care.
You
what
said earlier he
I
beat
was
her
not
behind. He
here.
beat her
I'm not
behind.
an
He should be
attorney.
in
I'm
jail
not
for
a
that.
judge.
Okay.
I
But
don't
that's a
talk to
DV
law
case
like
and it's
that.
past the statute of limitations. So what else should he be
He's
locked
guilty
up
for
for?
whooping Cassie's ass. That's all I know he's guilty of because I see it.
Now, don't you think it's weird, right, that he's on trial for that? That's the only video that they're playing.
We don't know.
And it's a DV case.
We don't know what
past
other
the statute of limitations.
We don't know what
So
other
now they
videos-
drilled it in your
we
mind.
do not know what other videos they're going to play because we're only 3 weeks in. So everybody's just voicing their opinion on what they have seen already up to the day he was arrested, from the day that they raided his house, from the day that the tape came out. We're just voicing our opinions.
Okay, but
nobody
people in
knows
these
what
tapes,
the government
their lawyers,
got. Nobody knows what the defense is going to do because we're only 3 weeks.
the people in these tapes, their lawyers are fighting to keep those tapes out of the media.
Well, let's see if they win. Will it happen? We don't know. Because guess what?
But even with the evidence, we do have what we have seen. What
we don't have no
heard.
evidence except for what has been testified to.
That's what I'm talking about. So if they said it, shouldn't they have videos to back it up? We're in 2025. Most people have smartphones.
Is the trial over yet?
No.
Okay, so
but what I'm saying is,
how do you know it's not?
Why would they want to keep that away from us? It's not clicking in y'all head that this is a setup.
Keeping nothing, they holding it. They're gonna play it tomorrow.
But what I'm saying is, no one is speaking on that. No one is talking.
What we gonna speak on what we don't know?
I don't know if it's hard for y'all to believe that we are under a racist regime, but I do find that a lot of African
years or more.
I do find that a lot of African American women, they love Caucasian men. A lot of African American
women I'm trying to get one.
About having a Caucasian husband.
What?
And that plays into your.
Who you hear that from?
I'm not saying you particularly.
I know you.
I'm just saying like this is what is going on around social media, and therefore it's a reflection of the rest of the economy of the United States. It's the reflection of that.
5.5.
I'm just saying. Look at Eve. Who did she marry? Look at Eve. She had a baby with him.
Look, I got too many white babies in my family. Half white, I guess you can call. I ain't got nothing against who choose to love who.
All right.
So you tell me you would never be with a white man? You would never be with a white man?
I can't do it.
Is anybody in your family with a white person?
And they have been, yeah.
Okay, so what's your point?
I could never.
Own, right?
My whole side, my mother's, we're different.
So you tell me everybody on your mother's side, nobody crossed over.
We got raised a little different. My mother taught us you don't have a child outside your race. You don't do that.
Guess what? Your mother may say that, but she ain't got nothing to do with when her son turned 30 years old and decided to marry a 40-year-old white woman.
Yeah, but then you have to teach your kids history. You have to teach them.
Wait a minute, maybe I said that wrong.
No, you're trying to say that's teaching hate. You're negating the fact of the current events that take place in this world. And this is not necessarily the world. You can look at the United States. We can study ourselves. A lot of people don't understand where their tax dollars go. You don't understand that this system, slavery didn't end, it got more sophisticated. If you can't see what's really going on, then you're not going to see what's going on in the Diddy.
Audra, I think I've asked you this before. What do you do for fun?
Miss Cookie, y'all asked me a question. I only came on here because I wanted to bring another perspective.
I want to hear your perspective, but sometimes I don't like to be so serious, baby.
Who out there has said they need to see the video? They need to see video. This guy being a voyeur, but everyone is running with the story that Diddy goes with me and Diddy, but there's been no man that he.
Okay, so yeah, I can agree that there's been no man that they said that he has been intimate with. However, all that men in the room and you want the man semen on his nipples on shit. That right there, that is way too weird, and that to me, that is a little funny. You know, that's some funny bunny stuff, right? And I ain't got no problem, none of that, whatever. But I'm just calling it, you know, like I see it. But even if they had the videos, and they do have videos. So per what I just read, she's still gonna find something wrong with the videos. It's like conspiracy theory town. And you know what else? I think she was one of the ones that spent time in, you know, like when in the little children's home or whatever. Like nobody has a normal raising, upbringing, or whatever. It doesn't mean that you turn out good or bad or whatever. But it does have an effect on your character and some other things, right? I'm out of place. Yeah. And I said it. And ain't nobody can come at me who who begs or whatever you want to call it. Come at me. Can't say shit to me. All all weirded out, whatever. Don't come talking about shit, because I can't do it. Oh Lord, baby, I hope I need my shit to work out real quick, because this ain't gonna
They
get
even
it.
took the stand and said didn't even touch them.
I need my
But
time.
all these years,
You got two people up here that agree with you.
Crazy.
Diddy is not guilty of I don't know, whatever you
but
say.
it's the propaganda.
I'm not against
and
black.
they're doing it to Jay-Z too. He's not immune to
Puerto
it.
Rican, African.
They've been attacking Jay-Z. They've been playing this lady
I
called Sloan
don't
Bella.
mention his name. I don't talk about him.
But they've been paying her, Sloan Bella, to come out and bring up these stories about him. She's also been paid to talk about Extension and other cases that have occurred. Because it's pertinent.
You stop it.
There are people watching these people and hanging on their every word. They believe these people.
Stop it.
Stop what?
That is not under your control.
No,
you
what
can't
I'm saying
stop
is,
Bella, whatever.
If you guys are gonna come out here on these platforms, that's what I'm doing. But you guys are breaking down.
Okay,
you're breaking down what's left
what are
of
you doing to break
African Americans.
To bring us up.
Huh?
What are you doing? Because you say we're coming on these platforms to bring us down. So you come on.
Yeah, you come out. Let's talk about
bring
this.
us up, right?
Okay.
So I'm asking you what JoJo asked you. What are you doing to make a difference? Because you're coming on the platform doing the same thing.
What I'm doing right this minute to make a difference is to give a different perspective.
But you're not. You're talking about other content
creators and what has been said here on this platform tonight.
They're doing, which means you're speaking negativity,
and it's not using common sense. Now, Levi for Kelly and Larry, they have been using their common sense, right? And they're trying to keep it law driven, like listen to the testimony and all that. But at the same time, we have to also think of the fairness of the law. You have the right to face your accusers. You have the right to pull up evidence. If someone is accusing you of prostitution and they're saying that you paid this prostitute, then okay, pull my bank records. Okay. Prove that I paid for this prostitute. Prove that I was even in the room. I'm sure Diddy. I'm sure if Diddy even knew about Cassie doing all of this, he would not touch her. This man got kids. You think he wants his kids born with all these diseases and she had souls in her mouth?
Audra.
No, I'm just saying use common sense. That's it.
What was your question? Do I believe what?
I'm saying break down what they're saying.
Now, what you say about the sores in the mouth?
This girl had STD.
What we talking about?
We don't know if she had STD.
She was being urinated on in the mouth.
She had a UTI.
Yeah.
And she encouraged it.
Oh, Lord, have mercy, Jesus.
Diddy didn't instruct her on nothing. The dang on prostitute said she instructed him. She the one handed him the money.
Okay, well, everybody heard that. So now what do you want us to do?
No, but what I'm saying is
Cassie in jail?
No one is if you guys don't speak out about it, right? Because it's as Levi has finally picked up that the government is using social media to control the narrative, control these cases, and therefore to taint the jury. But I think this jury, Diddy's safe. I really do. Right?
Hell yeah, he's safe.
I think he is. I think he got a good
he's
jury.
safe.
I'm hoping he does.
But I think he's safe because if they did decide to go through with it, the rabbit hole is only going to start from the beginning. It's going to be so much more people that have the potential of being exposed, bro. It's going to stop and end, in my opinion, with Diddy.
Yeah.
Okay, so Audra, what Kimberly just said, more people gonna be exposed. Bigger people gonna be exposed. So what if by setting free and finding Diddy,
Kimberly, is that what you meant? More people? I don't think that's what he meant. That's what you meant, Kimberly?
Yeah, I mean, more people have the potential of being named.
But Kimberly, so that's why I got back. That's why I mentioned that these free calls is what Cassie labeled her relationship with Diddy. She was a side chick.
Okay,
her time spent with Diddy was only sex. They didn't have movies in the park.
Okay, we're gonna go down rabbit holes though, right? Going down rabbit holes.
And if anything, a person can look at this and see what was Cassie planted and came up with the phrase, coined the phrase freak offs. Because who says that? And if you look at what a freak off is, it's just sex. It's just your time with him. You're texting him, you're calling him, when can I spend time with you? And y'all ain't going to the mall, y'all ain't shopping, y'all going in having sex.
So where is the sex trafficking coming?
It's where she paid the prostitutes. And they're trying to say that Jules went from state to state, but Jules ain't even came forward yet. And they said that Jules was in that room when Diddy beat her up in the hotel room, that one video that's been circulating, but they don't have no video of Jules going in the room or exiting the room.
Sex trafficking, not prostitution, sex trafficking.
Right. Sex trafficking is where you transport a person across state lines.
I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm saying in this particular case, where does the sex trafficking come in as far as Diddy?
So far, the only person would be Jules. And that hasn't been proven yet. That I'm aware of. That I hear there's another lady that's supposed to testify, another so-called victim.
Cassie too?
No, because they're actually proving that Cassie wasn't, sex trafficked. This was all her idea. But that Diddy, he didn't sex traffic anyone either, but that he did pay prostitutes. So that's what the vloggers are now saying. They believe he prostituted, because he paid those people. Is what they're saying, that he paid them, but there's no proof that he paid anyone. There's no proof that Diddy was even aware that Cassie was having sex with all of these men. That's all I want people to see. Why is it so hard to wrap y'all head around it? She's saying all this. She's saying that Diddy in another room being a voyeur, that Diddy had her wipe another man's semen on his chest.
Yeah, on his nipple.
Come on, man. A black man? A mandingo? That Diddy? I know black men don't even like to masturbate. That's why they have extra women. What y'all talking about? This is Diddy. Diddy took 50 cents baby mama from him. So
Audra, wait. So you mean to tell me you don't believe that a black man would want? You don't believe that a black man would allow a woman or a man, however it happened, put semen on his nipples?
Come on.
Is that what you're trying to tell me? You don't think a black man would do that?
And he not getting off? He not having an orgasm? Come on now.
How you know he didn't?
Because I'm gonna tell you something, right? How many times can you make a man orgasm? How many times have you? What's the most amount of times you ever made a man orgasm? No, you want to talk about sex? What's the most you had a man orgasm in one sitting?
In one what?
Yes, in 1 hour. What's the most amount of times you done had a man orgasm? I done had one orgasm 3 times. What you did?
That's about right. That's not odd.
I shouldn't have said nothing. Because it wasn't from intercourse. It wasn't from oral either. So you don't even know what I'm talking about. Because you know good and well, come on, man, use your
You don't even like to talk about sex. You don't tell me.
Because I'm letting you know that it doesn't make any sense.
What I'm saying to you,
the answer is 3, girl.
I'm not counting nobody.
Most men orgasm one time. They come, they pump, they go, they done.
What I'm saying,
then they have to get it back up and go again.
Am I gonna have to mute you again?
That's usually not within an hour. I'm just saying, use your common sense.
I'm not counting how many.
It definitely has, the female definitely got some responsibility, because the man might not respond to every female the same way.
Exactly. She got to know what she's doing.
No, I'm just
And
saying,
Miss
like,
Cookie is 60, 70
like
some years
body,
old. She supposed to
but
know
body
these answers.
chemistry
She
too.
don't know.
I'm saying to you,
Body
I'm trying to
chemistry
figure out what the
is
hell you're
important.
talking about, because all I heard, I'm still stuck on you saying that
Yeah,
a
what it
black
do, my
man
guy?
is not going to let another man put his semen on his nipple. Is that what you said? That's what I'm
Does
trying
it
to
make
figure out.
him orgasm? Does it make him ejaculate?
So, okay, I'm gonna ask you again. Are you telling me that
I'm telling you, it doesn't make common
And they
sense.
talking about me.
Wait,
About
okay.
it, and I'm a man.
Okay, wait.
It doesn't make me. Okay, speak up, please, Kimberly. Say something. You ain't gonna say
I'm
nothing.
good. No, I'm good. I'm just listening. I'm enjoying.
No, say something.
No,
please.
wait. Yeah.
I mean, for the most part, I ain't hearing too
You
much
did what
wrong.
the hell's going on and nobody's listening to me all night long. Listen, Kim. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to ask you as a black man. Now I know you're straight, but let's just say you wasn't. Because like I said, I'm trying to understand. That's why it doesn't help for too many people to be talking. You got to listen to when people are talking and hear what they're saying. So she's made a statement, and now I'm asking her to correct herself or get me to understand when she said a black man is not going to be able or let another black man put his semen on his nipple. I'm asking her, is that what you said? Just give me a yes or no, Audra. Is that what you said?
What I'm saying is he wants to get something out of it, which is going to be an ejaculation.
So
and he's got to be stimulated.
Okay.
Now they could say he's into tantra and all that, but them people in another room.
Okay, Cassie was in the room, right?
Not in the room with Diddy.
Okay, so it's just Diddy and the man, right?
Yeah, and they're making it seem like
stop and listen.
Wait, let me finish this part. Okay, so if he was in another room, was this like when you go into a detective room and you got that big old window there where they can't see you but you can see them? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Listen,
you know?
I'm saying
they did say they had cameras in every room when they rated out.
So why didn't he just turn on a porn video? Why didn't he just record her? And okay, I can watch it across the country.
My thing is why you got cameras in every motherfucking room? Every room they say they
you
found.
Do you know how big this man's house is? Do you know how big a room is?
I understand that, but I'm talking about the cameras. Like, what's the purpose?
It's for
why
you
recording? My thing is when you record shit like that, that's leverage. You recorded everything.
I know where you're getting at. You trying to get at where he set up his. You trying to say that he's like Epstein, like he set up his house.
Right. I'm talking about insurance policy shit.
Princes, priests.
Goddamn right. Insurance policy.
Diddy, though. No.
Insurance policy. Damn right.
You might.
This motherfucker. The motherfucker got cameras in every room. And I'm talking about hidden cameras.
And
this is documented.
The government probably thought they could get Diddy on something like that, or they probably pressing him. Maybe they thought Diddy was like Epstein, like he's a blackmailer. Maybe they thought that, but that's not the case, and we shouldn't try to stretch it as such.
I ain't stretching it. I'm stating facts. I ain't stretching shit. I'm telling you, when they raided the house, there were setup of hidden cameras in every room. You can assume whatever. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you in itself, that shit ain't normal.
I didn't hear hidden cameras.
Hidden cameras in every room. Every room.
Diddy tells everybody that you're filmed when you come on his
I hear you. I'm hearing.
Everybody at any of his white parties, any of his parties, they knew they were on camera.
I hear you.
And he had other vloggers, other TV avenues, other people out there getting content to fill up the magazines.
Consent don't mean illegal.
We can make up all the things in our minds about these parties, but for someone that does their mind is just going that far. Explain to me how. But this is a question for Lolita.
like that.
Right?
You
I saw
gonna
you
take that
said
shit
you fight
when
men,
somebody
right?
insult your raggedy
You do,
ass,
right?
bitch.
Okay.
I have
Oh,
made
wait a
you feel
minute.
that way. I'm just saying these are things. There's something in you that made you feel like all black men were monsters, manipulative, narcissists.
You know Carla's black, right?
I can't tell.
Why?
From what she said up here, I can't tell.
What did she say?
She wants Diddy in jail.
And she
Oh.
participates
She's a little
in the
Mexican.
golden shower.
Like my cousin.
What?
I'm not
Carla.
saying she does, but she said that I was insulting when I said that. So I don't know.
Oh, like Carla, let me find out.
Oh God, I don't even know. I ain't hear Carla say nothing about no golden showers.
But that's what I was talking about. And she put in there that speak for yourself. You're being insulting.
That's not when she.
We don't think you're very bright. Yes, that's go back. When she said that, you put it on your screen. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, here she go. You just started again.
Girl, let me tell you something. Something is wrong with your crazy ass. I say no shit about me with no damn golden shower. You need to watch your mouth and what you say about people and the stuff that you put on people when you get your ass on this internet. You say shit about people that you wouldn't want people to say about you, and you try to come on.
You saying stuff about Diddy you don't want them to say about you?
Shit against people for saying that I ain't say no shit like that. Don't you go
back and run the tape
shit like that? You ain't hear me say no shit like that.
Well, then why did you put in the chat while I was talking on that particular subject?
That's what I will do. Piss on your ass. Don't ever get on here and say I didn't say no shit like that.
You from Baltimore, right?
Like that.
Right. I saw you said you fight men, right? You do, right? Okay. So you say you can beat everybody, right? You really think that?
But I
keep believing that, Carla.
About your raggedy bitch ass now.
Keep
Girl,
believing
you
that,
never say no shit like that. Somebody need to piss in your motherfucking mouth to shut the fuck up.
No, because I think you did that.
No, your mama got pissed in the mouth.
My mother. She don't even know how to argue. Burning somebody, mama. What's wrong with you?
No, because you read.
I don't even think the other ladies ever talked about anybody's mama. Like Miss
Lola says she is.
That is childish. Just like from Kim.
Audra, you have to breathe. And you have to listen to what people are saying instead of assuming what they're saying once you look into the chat.
And this is
when she made that comment when you were talking about people not being smart and
read
at the picture, and you were insulting people. You said this lady was white. Now she looks like she could be white. I don't know. The picture's so small. But she says she's 100% black. And even if she wasn't, even if Carla wasn't, does that have to do with anything? Because you might have an issue with back in the day of slavery, what our ancestors went through. I understand. I used to say that when I was growing up too, but now that I look at it for real, that was our ancestors. They went through what they went through. It's not what I'm going through now. It's a whole different kind of story, but we're still there. But I don't know.
If you don't believe that slavery simply got more sophisticated, I really wish that
That's the point I'm making. I do believe that it got more sophisticated, but I'm not. What I'm not going to do is live my life in hatred or anger because of what someone else chooses to be in this day and age and spread hate more.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, That's what I'm saying, Cookie. You guys are, when you negate what Diddy is going through, when you negate that, you are spewing hate towards Diddy and people like him. Your sons, your fathers, your uncles, you're spewing hate.
Do you not believe that you're spewing hate on the things that you stand for?
No, I'm spilling facts.
No.
No, this is true. Because what I say here, I would.
Yeah. Because when
if I'm not saying facts, if I'm not speaking facts, then I would not be able to repeat it in front of a Caucasian.
Girl, that don't even make no sense. And
see, I can produce receipts.
I was reading a comment.
Like what I was telling Lolita, I can produce receipts where we pay more in taxes, and where I can produce receipts where our money goes.
Okay. You produce your receipt. Is it going to change anything? Are we going to?
Girl, you crazy. First of all, we already know she lies. Why y'all lie so much around here? Just lie. And then you be here till doomsday. Pulling up goddamn receipts. I'm sick of you motherfuckers. Y'all can't tell. This is real. What? People just generally don't fuck with me. That know because I don't do all of this here. Now she talking about, and she the main one need to stop talking about the law and any goddamn thing else. Because any nut thinks that she is knowledgeable, whatever they motherfucking have crazy and dumb and stupid too. Now, yeah, I said it. I'm qualified to call you dumb and stupid. The fuck? Cannot being polite? Shit. If you polite to me, I'm polite to you. That's how that works. She the main goddamn one. I mean, just and still spewing the same shit about the marriage certificate. I did a whole lot about the marriage certificate. We done did marriage certificate, broke it down, broke it up, broke it around. Still come out with the same thing. And she is programmed like a fucking robot. That is annoying as hell. That's annoying. And here's another thing, right? This is another thing, right? When you don't know your shit, when somebody comes up and try to challenge you and tell you all this extra shit, whatever, and then you be all soft on your stance, on your answer, that pisses me off too. Stand on your shit, get your shit together and stand on your shit. That way you can shut down motherfucking bad information from being passed along the goddamn airwaves. I can't stand it. It irks my goddamn soul, and I could kill the two people who got me on this goddamn journey. I was over there messing with Dale Earnhardt. Lord have mercy. I love the NASCAR. I love the stock. I love them stock cars. Formula One cars, Indy cars. I love that. I'm being me. Y'all don't know everything about me. I love that type of stuff. I got friends that like that type of stuff. I ain't got time for this. This girl crazy. She batshit crazy. She go and study stuff and then come back and then have it formulated in her mind. And somehow it's all a conspiracy. Somehow it's the people. Y'all crazy than a motherfucker. It ain't always the white man, the people, and all that shit. Most of the time it's us. Most of the time it is us. She is out there fighting from the comfort of her motherfucking goddamn home for the damn black man. And that's fine if they're in the right. But if they're in the wrong, then we need to address that. We don't just make excuses for it. And being victimized. You motherfuckers can't even support Diddy, whatever, and not victimize the alleged victims. Like, what does it do for you not to say anything bad about people? Stay out of people's business. Leave people the fuck alone. Huh? Somebody come beat your ass? Is that what it takes? All these big bad, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it. Shit. Don't talk about it. Told you, 95. The fuck out of here. I want to give my opinion. Fuck you, bitch. Broke ass motherfucker.
Stop paying taxes? Are we gonna stop paying more taxes than white people?
Yeah.
What?
Well, they're trying
What is it gonna
to
prove?
eliminate property taxes because now they fumbled all the money we've given them. So they're trying to. But I didn't have any problems with Hispanics being here because I was hoping they would stop locking us up and, you know, lock some of them up and start locking us up. But that's the way I saw it. You know what I'm saying? But they still they lock them people up.
So you sound just like the white people they say about black people.
No, what I'm saying is I didn't have no problem with them being here. Because I'm thinking, okay, good. I mean, they got somebody else they can lock up instead of us.
So,
I saw it.
Lock up anybody but us. So you don't care about other people going to jail who may be innocent.
What I'm saying is, okay, look at the tax. Look at our neighborhoods, right? Just take a good look. Compare our neighborhoods with their neighborhoods. We're packed in like sardines.
All races.
You have the projects in our neighborhood.
If they ain't got no money, they in the motherfucking ghetto too. I know white motherfuckers, Hispanics, and Arabs that live in the fucking hood because they broke.
I try not to be rude, Lola. I try to let people.
What I'm asking you, Kimberly, look at our neighborhood compared to their neighborhood.
I mean, but that's so broad. That's so broad though, because now we're talking about economics. So when you're thinking about neighborhoods, what do neighborhoods consist of? Communities. What are those communities? Right, communities. Right. So yes, economics build neighborhoods because your class determines where you stay.
So explain it to me.
I'm real.
Would you rather?
What FBA is? What that mean?
Would you rather
assholes?
Would you rather a single mother buy a house, receive down payment assistance, meaning it's less expensive for her to buy a house than to rent an apartment? It takes less money for her to buy a house, to close on a house, than it does to rent an apartment. Would you rather her live on Section 8 or in the project, or would you rather her buy a house?
I'd rather see if that single mother is eligible.
And how does she become eligible, right? You need to be on your job for 2 years, right? Make enough, be on your job for 2 years. Okay, a full-time job, 2 years, right?
More than a job for 2 years.
Hey, what's your credit? What's your credit looking like?
Right. And you have to have a certain credit score, 580 or better. That's
right.
It.
What's the down payment you got to put on this house?
Right.
What type of house you get?
Wait, say that again.
What is any collateral that you have with the bank? When
okay.
What
That's where
you have any assets?
All right. Now listen. My first house. You know how much money I had? I was $2,000 in debt.
Yes.
And I had $2,000 in my bank account. I only used $350 cash, plus $100 for my survey, plus $100 for my inspection. $300 for the appraisal.
So did you have a first-time home buyers? First-time home buyers.
That's all they need.
Yeah, the first-time home buyer, they have programs. But you have to qualify for those programs.
Cookie, you're echoing.
That's not me, baby. Yeah.
It is you. Somebody echoing. Is it me? That's weird.
Oh, shit. You know the loopholes.
Why would I teach them?
You know the loopholes.
I'm not abrasive.
You know the loopholes. Listen, in order to change something, you have to change it within. You cannot create your own rules if you want to play the game.
But you just can't explain it.
Listen, bro, you have to change the game from the inside. You have to know the rules of the game and use it. You can't complain about the shit. You gotta change it.
Do you pay sales
Fuck
tax?
that complaining, bro.
Do you pay income tax, sales tax, employment tax?
I have a 501.
So you have a nonprofit.
Thank you.
And that makes you sovereign?
I'm an exempt because I'm the allodial title. I have a sovereignty of the state. I am a native. I got my paperwork. I do this shit.
Oh Lord.
I'm a native. I'm an Indian.
Okay. And did you receive any reparations?
No, I didn't receive a reparation. But listen what I did receive.
Hello,
my tribe received a settlement. My tribe received a settlement. You can't. I didn't get any reparations. This was a tribal matter. So they said they settled out. They cashed out. Me, my grandma, my aunts, my sister, and we got a few acres. But what I'm telling you, there are loopholes in the government that our people are not privy to. They don't know. So what I'm saying, instead of complaining, man, teach our people the stuff you know, Audrey. I heard you reciting this stuff. You know it. It exists. So let's educate our people.
Lord have mercy. They really think this girl is,
because it's possible.
I gotta get the hell out.
But we have to understand, in order to succeed, if we want to be in the game, we have to change the game from inside. We have to play by the rules.
Okay.
And use it against them.
You just mentioned a allodial title, right?
Right.
You are aware that people are losing their property, acres, like hundreds and thousands of acres.
Hey man, yo, there's nothing that is perfect. So everything that you can say, there can always be something. There's nothing foolproof, man.
Sometimes it's not back taxes, because sometimes on land you might only pay.
I just sat here and told you how you pay tax, and you gonna try to figure out a way how to be argumentative.
But when you say you have an allodial title, I'm the only one that said anything about that. Why is that? Y'all forgot? Come on, man. They tried to bring charges against this man's son.
You don't think that they were deserving?
Why?
He what's the word?
So you telling me, Miss Cookie, you believe all of this hoopla? You believe all of this?
I'm saying I don't care.
But you have a reason that you're believing that. Either you see
No,
him as a monster.
I'm doing what you do and listening to news reports, content creators, and I've seen Donald Trump. Everything bigger than us. We know that. You're not telling us anything.
It's not fair.
There's a few select words that you cannot say. And if you know of the words you just said that you pronounced, you know what it is. So just be careful.
Just listen to what other bloggers say. They say great.
Girl, I'm not talking about all of that. I'm just saying be careful. So you guys, good night.
Girl,
good night.
You're smart.
Bless you, sweetie.
Okay, God bless you guys too. I'm gonna step down, Cookie. I just want to come up and say that, okay?
Thank you, sweetie.
Okay.
And then when we speak out with them, they get their freedom. What they I don't think she's coming after you, but you're ready to just have
No, I'm finna go. I'm gonna leave.
It's not.
Okay. No, because you're trying to talk down on me.
I'm not.
So
I just told you I'm not being smart when I say
no,
this.
because you're not being respectful of me. You said be respectful of you, so now you're trying to be condescending.
No, I'm telling you what I know.
And I was talking about Diddy's case, not my own case.
Through it. That's why I can tell you from. I said it's coming.
You act like you ain't been through nothing, and you live in America, and you black, dark as night.
You don't. You must.
But I'm gonna let you go and live how you live.
That's why I say you don't listen.
I hope never.
What you say you dark as night?
I hope you don't go through anything.
I have gall.
I can read my cat.
So for you,
what happened?
What does that mean?
You engaged.
Hold on.
Thinking that everyone around is, I'm sure there are
Everyone around you is what your thing is breaking up.
because that's why I keep muting you. You can take it off. Everyone around you is not stupid. People know what they need to do to better their lives. For whatever reason it may be, rather it's grant, taxes, whatever, all the things that you mentioned. So because some people may not have that in their, future or interest, does not mean they're stupid.
Listen, if you feel like I feel like you're stupid,
I never said that you said you feel that I'm stupid, and even if you did say that,
I think you suffer from colorism issues.
I'm talking about everything you mentioned, Audrey. You keep talking about people don't know this. People don't understand this.
No.
They
When it
are
came to the
blind.
Diddy case, I said use the information that they gave you.
Ask for proof. What if they don't want to?
There on your platforms that you want to see Diddy actually in the room. Show proof that Diddy actually paid prostitutes, not just the he say she say. We've dealt with.
Audra, I just told you I don't know how many times the trial's only 3 weeks in. So I don't need to ask nobody to show me anything because the trial is still going on. As far as I know, it could be shown.
But you have the mindset, the mentality that our government is not corrupt.
What part of you not understand that the trial is still going on? And they got about another month and a half to present their case, both sides. So why would I care to be worried about what I haven't seen yet when it could be seen?
If they were corrupt just a little bit, you don't think that they're completely corrupt? They were corrupt in the R. Kelly case.
Okay, we are in a whole different case.
Talking about that.
We're on a whole different case. We're on a whole different case. We can't go. I don't live in the past. We can't change the past. Yeah. So if you want to fight for R. Kelly, go on and fight for R. Kelly.
If it's full of BS, if it's full of BS,
life
and
is
why even watch the trial? Why even give it your attention?
At the end of the day, you can't take a person serious. Okay. Okay. Who has okay. My whole point is I'm just saying, Audra, taking this stuff too serious in your life. For real, I'm being honest.
What is that? At the end of the day, what does that mean?
I'm saying.
I said, what does love tell? What is that?
You know what I'm saying? I don't know how you live your life in the real world. Okay? I don't know. Maybe I don't think so. I don't know. But when you come to these platforms,
I love Kels. What does that mean?
You engage in these conversations and you don't let up. No matter how
you put it on your screen. Who is you talking about?
What are you talking about now?
The statement that's on the screen. What is A Love Kels talking about?
That part.
At the end of the day, you can't take a person serious who has been caught in a movie theater exercising obscene misconduct.
I'm just saying. I don't know. That's why I can only read it and until she explains more, because I don't know what movie she's talking about. It don't apply to me, so all I can do is highlight it because maybe somebody else knows what she's talking about. But if you don't know what she's doing, don't worry about it. She's not. I don't think she's coming after you, but you're ready to attack her.
I don't know she ain't coming after me.
Well, I'm just saying you're ready to attack
while I'm talking.
Because everybody that wrote in this chat is not talking about Audra, but Audra.
I know.
You can't
shouldn't you post what it's about? If we're gonna have questions on it, you post it. You put it on your screen.
Well, no,
I'm not looking at the chat.
You have private conversations in the chat with each other. Hey girl, how you doing? They see you in a while, miss you. But they're still listening to the live, but they talking in the chat. They miss them. I'm saying, Audra, that I'm getting hoarse.
Anyways, but basically what you're saying is I made no valid points.
No, see,
when it came to the Diddy case.
No, what I'm saying is sometimes in a person's piano, have a little fun. Don't be so serious. Uptight and legal, and law and I'm making you hungry. Law and what people don't know.
When you're going through it and somebody in your family going through it, then I don't want to hear, I need sympathy, I need empathy, I need your concern, I need your help.
Just listen, you and DB are a perfect match.
Me and DB?
Yes.
No.
We should do a show together.
I want to do it.
I know.
But I don't ever get the notification. So.
Huh? Got a notification?
Yeah, I didn't get your notification. It was on my YouTube.
You know, that was shady as hell. You know, I remember Cookie saying that she was like, people may say I'm fake and all this, that, and that. And I was like, people say I'm fake and all of that. I'm like, well, who is calling her fake? You know, this was early on because I hadn't heard anyone call her fake over here and then over on Georgia. I never heard of call her fake or whatever. And then, I go to profile later on, I was like, you know what? Maybe, I may be wrong. Maybe somebody in her real life called her fake. You understand what I'm saying? So, and I can see that. I can see why someone would call her fake. And if someone in her real life called her fake, then, they probably, have some evidence as to why they're calling her fake. So I didn't know why. Had never heard nobody call her fake around here. But, let's see.
Channel, the page, like the front page, and it was like a post that somebody made, and so I clicked on the post.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you were able to click on the post. I'm just saying, the one thing that irks me, if anything on YouTube irks me, people talking over each other. People not respecting other people's opinion. People thinking that they're smarter and know more than other people. We're all in this together, right? So we're all in this together. We have to learn to respect one another and listen. Not just
but Ms. Cookie, what I'm saying is, if someone came to me and they told me something about you, like said whatever they wanted to say, let's just say they said everything that girl said about Diddy, and them people said about Diddy, and they said it about you. Okay, I'm just gonna listen to what they said. I'm supposed to just listen to what they said about you.
Yeah, because if I'm not worried about it, you shouldn't.
But your
people always have something to say about Audra.
What I'm saying is your facial life improvement. So trust me, people talk about me all the time too, right?
Yes.
But I'm not facing life imprisonment. Now it really did hurt me when I was facing prison. It really hurt me. It still hurt me to this day. But what I'm saying is life imprisonment. Now he's got a stigma to walk around with.
Listen, I don't want to keep having to mute you like that. I think that's where a lot of your issues come from, Audra, for real. And I'm not being smart when I say this. I'm really coming from the heart. Trust me, anything that I'm going to say is not to be mean to anybody. It's coming from the heart because you understand. When you go through something as you have, which we have all gone through something, sometimes it's so hard for us to get over it. Because maybe we didn't get the counseling or the therapy that we need. get past it. And because you went through every case that you read up on and look at and study, you're seeing yourself, as you put it, the misjustice that you feel was placed by
No,
the
it's called
government.
experience. But I'm gonna let you guys go.
Don't listen. You don't listen. You just have
No, I'm finna go. I'm gonna leave.
It's not.
Okay. No,
Okay,
because you trying to talk down on me.
I'm not.
So I'm
I
finna
just
leave.
told you I'm not being smart when I say
No,
this.
because you're not being respectful of me. You said be respectful of you, so now you're trying to be condescending.
No, I'm telling you what I know. So
and I was talking about Diddy's case, not my own
went
case.
through it. That's why I can tell you. I said it's coming.
You
from
act like you ain't been through nothing, and you live in America, and you black, darkest night.
You don't. You.
Who just said
I'm
you
gonna let
darkest
you
night?
go.
I know I
and
heard
live
that.
how you live.
She's smart
That's why
now.
I say you don't listen.
I hope
I'm the
you know.
first one to tell.
I hope you don't go through anything.
I have balls.
Bye, Kimberly.
Not
Bye,
perfect.
Kat.
So for you to say something like that shows me you don't listen.
You said you darkest night.
I'm telling you, if that ain't Diddy's wife, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Yes, baby. Hey.
Hey, I'm tripping off of her because it's like if it's either y'all hear her or it ain't nothing else to be talked about.
Exactly.
And it was like the whole time she's over talking, she's cutting in, it's like she's not listening to understand, she's listening to respond. And at the end of the day, she's only frustrating herself because you're not being a participant. You see what I'm trying to say? It's like you're in the game, but you're only in it for your own benefit.
Right.
And that's why she dropped off the way that she did.
Yeah, because I said it's coming from a good place.
Exactly.
You know
but
what I mean?
see, she was so consumed with trying to be heard, she couldn't understand the message you was trying to convey to her.
Right.
And that's what you call pure ignorance. And it's really sad because we're all adults and we should all be able to have a dialogue without all the hoopla. You see what I'm saying? And it was like, I just had to come back up here and say something because I'm sitting back here laughing, not to make fun of her, but it was funny. Cause it's like, girl, like you're on a hamster wheel. You trying to, you know what I'm saying? It's like I can't. Like, you guys, I just had to come up there and say that I'm getting off. But yeah, Cookie, don't let anybody, excuse me, get under your skin. Sometimes people be on this red app just to meddle and to mess with people and to get a reaction out of people because they get kicks out of it. And unfortunately, it seems like she's one of those type of people.
And I understand that. And Shelly B, I would like to think that it takes a lot
Mm-hmm.
to really get under my skin.
Right. Okay, that's good.
Well, you know, I know she likes to come to people's channel and drop other people's names and other people's channel. What happened somewhere? Look, anybody that knows me, if you are for you want to come at me, then that just tells me who you are. But I just don't. I don't understand how you talk about the same thing over and over and over about somebody that people you don't know.
Well, you know, it's entertainment for some people and it's recreation for some people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's sad. You know, I just wish she had a little bit more couth about herself and a little bit more patience to, as far as her comprehension goes, you know, her attention span, is just shot. Like, that's the only way I could describe it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she has a good, you know, she's a good conversationalist, but it's just the way that she articulates herself is just so unfortunate because I mean, she has what it takes to, you know, keep a dialogue going, but at the same time, it's just her. Yeah, no, I don't have nothing else to say, but yeah, I just can't. hear you guys.
And that's why I would never not let her up because I do like how she talk. I do. And just don't listen. She don't want to hear nothing about
Exactly.
I'm like, oh my God. And I still I am not I will let you talk.
All right.
But at least answer a question when I ask you something.
Man, look. Once she learns how to, you know, excuse me, stay in her lane and, you know, wait for her turn to talk. You know what I'm trying to say? Her. Huh?
I was telling Just V, man, Audra struck again.
Hey, Just V, right. So it's like, you know, once she learns how to, you know, have some patience about herself and to wait her time, it's like stay in your lane. Everybody has a time to speak. You get what I'm saying? Everybody can't talk at once. How are we gonna be able to have a positive dialogue if you're too busy trying to talk over the person that's actually speaking at the time? Like, where's this conversation going? And then she gets frustrated and she wants to make it seem as if she's being attacked or she's being, you know, talked about. Or no, it's not that. It's you doing it to you. Like, who wants to participate in that kind of activity? But who am I? I'm gonna go down now, y'all. I just had to say something.
I think we share similar experiences.
Right, Kim. Yeah.
Why wouldn't I think your experience would be just as valuable as mine?
Hello.
That's all I was trying to tell her. I'm like, girl, you are definitely intelligent. Like,
yes, she is, and I won't take that away from her. But her patience and is shot. Like, it is.
There's no critical thinking at all. Like, you cannot have the approach that you are the only one who has something to contribute and don't nobody else have no experience.
You better say it. You better say it. what all else said?
She said, stop fooling her. She's a tired. I can't say that.
Man, and it's like nobody's poking fun at her or anything like that, but it's just like, girl, like clearly you're still wet behind the ears, and I'm not saying this to, you know what I'm saying, like to talk about her or make fun of her or anything like that, but it's like you're sitting here getting literally working yourself up and getting frustrated because of your lack of participation.
And what I mean by that is people who raise awareness but don't have any solutions.
Yep.
Are sidelined. They're not in the game for real.
Exactly, Kim. Exactly. And to be how they say, how that saying goes, to know is to be aware, to be aware is to know. Y'all know what I'm saying.
Right.
I sure do.
And she needs to apply that to herself. Like,
application is key.
Hello. You know, but hey, you live and you learn, and one day she'll get tired of hitting her head against the wall. That's all I'm gonna say. But y'all, I gotta go. I gotta be up in 4 hours for work. It was nice hearing you guys' voices and seeing y'all faces, and I hope we
Saturday or Sunday. Oh my goodness.
Crap, she did. And she literally won't take arguing with the law enforcement. Come on.
Oh my God. Oh my, see, Kimberly, this is why I say I don't like to have these controversies kinds of lives. You know, as much as I love Kels and was for him, once I did have my, I mean, I talked about it on other people's channels, but when I got my own, I just, it's just too diverse, you know. Oh God, please don't come up here with nothing crazy. Yes, sweetheart.
Hey, Audrey.
Hello.
I just want to add, child, like your delivery, but I want to address what A Love Kells put in the chat that she saw me at a movie theater or something. I have not been to a movie theater since 2004.
Huh?
If she's saying she saw me in a movie theater or anywhere cursing out law enforcement, that can never be me. Because where I live is Imperial County, and I have seen Caucasian men jump on a blue-eyed, blonde-haired, petite, 6-month pregnant, pot-belly Caucasian woman. I would not argue with the police anywhere. So if you're talking about, you need to figure who you talking about, who that was.
Why are you talking?
No, I'm just letting her know that she felt something that I was in a movie theater, and I ain't even been inside of the movie theater since 2004.
She said she didn't say she saw it.
Oh, well, I don't know what she put up, but she put up something else and highlighted what she said before. And that's what she put up, the crap she did in the movie theater, and she's literally on tape arguing with law enforcement. Come on, crazy. First of all, that wasn't me. And whatever video you have, please play
Okay,
it.
so if it wasn't you, that's what I mean by Audra. Just
No, I knew what you put before. I know y'all are behind y'all scenes trying to locate me. Who am I? Who's Audra? But I'm just letting her know that you have the wrong person.
Who's low key behind this screen, baby? I don't.
But my address, Kels, is public, and you're more than happy to come by. All right? Y'all got that? Everybody understood that.
Yeah, we got it. You gonna
now I'm gonna say good night because I have to be to work in the morning. This morning in a few hours.
Good night, on.
Girl, I doubt you anywhere.
So back to what I was saying.
Another episode.
And this is what happens, Kimmy. I think it was last Friday when I told you I would be back Saturday or Sunday. I be needing to check myself in some places, you know.
I was at work, so when I came on, I was just getting off. I got to be back working in a few hours. But...
Oh God, grow little boy. Hi, baby. I'm so sorry.
Man, that motherfucker ain't gotta be at work. She gotta put them keys back. For whoever working this shift found out she got out. Man, listen. Whenever this is a PSA. Whoever is listening right now, when you it's a PSA. Whenever I come on the platform, if you call that motherfucker on the platform, I'm leaving immediately. Like I can't be involved in that. My doctor said my blood pressure be high. I be driving and shit. Hello?
See, I'm smarter than a third grader. I figured that out, and that's why I'm saying I apologize. Go ahead.
Hell yeah. I have to move around. Yeah, I had to go. But what's going on, man? I'm still listening, but I'm driving. I'll be driving all night. I'm still listening. What up, Kim? What up? So what now?
They say everybody good in your family, man. You straight? Everybody good?
Man, hell yeah, I'm moving up, man. I'm just moving on. Bought me a brand new truck.
Come on, now.
Got my authority back. Yeah, I'm gonna reveal it. I got my logos, everything. I'm thinking about putting some more shit on here. Yeah.
That's great.
But everything been going pretty good, man. I ain't gonna lie. God is good all the time.
Yeah, like I just I do want to apologize, but I do thank you for coming through. I hope it won't be your first and last. But you were the inspiration of this pod. It just wasn't supposed to be a serious pod. It was supposed to be, I was gonna put you behind on the spot about some, because I watched all your lives since you've been back. And I thought,
y'all. Thank you for watching. And you know.
Y'all, I love y'all, man.
Hey, who phone is that? Who phone breaking up?
For you. Girl,
Who phone is breaking up? And who background is breaking up? Is that mine?
No, I believe that is Kim. Kim, what happened?
Oh, he got off. He got off. He probably gonna come back on.
Yeah, I hope I didn't do that. I would call myself muting him, but I hope I didn't hit the wrong button. Cause yeah, I think I don't know what it is, but sometimes his speaker or something acts up. But yeah, I just wanted to thank you, because I agree with a lot what you said the first night you came back on, and it gave me the idea to do a man's panel. Right. And I was like, okay, but how am I gonna get in touch with these? So I finally caught up with JoJo and let him know that night on your live, I need your assistance with this. Because I want to get with y'all guys.
Well, it's shit is getting out of hand, man. Like our community in a whole, it ain't just Diddy. It's like shit just getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. All the murders and the indictments coming down. It's like business on social media. Everything with us is displayed on social media, but everything with every other race is not plastered all over social media. We need to do something about that. It's like now they going in our bedrooms. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like it's a lot of people in the chat right now or whatever. You might be into some freaky crazy shit we ain't never heard of. Shit, that don't mean you're supposed to go to jail, and the other person can't participate and then come back and say, "Hey, I don't like that he did this to me. Lock his ass up." That's crazy.
Right. And that's my problem with it. Even when it came down to Kel, no matter, like I said, I'm not here to say who's guilty or innocent because I wasn't in those people's bedrooms. But what I do know, ain't nobody else got no business in those people's bedrooms or minds.
Well, R. Kelly made one mistake. He made one mistake. When the documentary came out and he personally, only him, he knew 75% of the shit. He didn't need to go on Gayle King. He didn't need to have a crisis manager. All he needed to do was grab his cell phone and go live and tell everything, and that would have messed up any investigation into anything. Right. Because he thought that the truth was gonna come out in court. A lot of these people think, but man, these prosecutors lie, and they help people lie, and they hide. You got Brady material. That means that anything that they find over the course of the investigation, they gotta turn it over if they plan on using that person as a government witness, a government 3500 witness, right? But how they get around that is just say I ain't gonna have the whole person there. So if I'm not using them a witness, then I don't have to turn over their testimony. And that's what they did to him. Right. They did to him. It's a lot of things that should have came out in court, and he still would have been, I think, guilty of some things, but I don't think he would have gotten no 30 years or no 20 years. Because one case would have affected the other one. One case would have affected the other one if you could prove in court that it's possible that I didn't do all the crimes and that I was set up in one of them, it taints the rest of them. And that's why I don't think that he would have got 30 years, but like a lot of people know, he hard-headed, he don't listen, he think he always in control. So, we gotta live with it.
This understanding how you feel about Cassie. I'm not sure if I understood too much on.
Well, this is what I say. I told you, I ain't always been in a relationship, and I have had a lot of money in my life on 3 different occasions. I had more money than the average man, and I've dealt with Cassies. Maybe not to that level, but I dealt with Cassies, and I know how vindictive women can get when they are supposed to have everything given to them, and you don't. Or you treat them a certain way when they used to getting treated another way. I know how they can use their baby face and they'll, use their soft voice and their baby face, and they can bring in other people and manipulate things and get with dudes and tell a sob story. Like if you just go to Kid Cudi said on the stand, they were like, "Well, what did Cassie tell you? This she just told me she was being abused." See, I don't like people who don't tell everything. So she
Right.
went to Kid Cudi and basically was like, Diddy kicking my ass. But she didn't tell him everything. She didn't tell him everything. You see, and then she also didn't tell him she was still fucking him and that she was still talking to him. He was just under the impression that this is new girl and they in a relationship, but really she's just playing games with Puffy.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And she needed money. You gotta understand that she ain't working. She just getting high and fucking doing freak offs and shit. So she
Yeah.
go fucks with Kid Cudi. He ain't the prettiest motherfucker in the world. He probably buying shit, gave up $50,000. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about from a nigga perspective. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right.
Think I look, I'm somebody that had a lot of money. Okay. So chick call you up, yeah, how you been? Been doing that, like, yeah, I'm over here sitting over here. This nigga beat me up, this and that. Now I ain't got no money. I can't pay my rent. You feel bad? Well, look, I'm gonna shoot you something. You shoot some, pay the rent, this and that, and then she gonna call you trying to be nice. You just paid the bills and shit. Why don't you come to my mama house up here for Christmas and New Year's? You go up there for New Year's, Christmas, slut her out. Y'all holding hands, the family there. You thinking you in a fucking relationship? Like, damn, I just to say this bitch from abuse, paid the bills. She sucked me off 4, 5 hours. I'm bragging to my friends, like, yeah, think I got Cassie now. Man,
Right.
the whole time Cassie playing games with the billionaire. Yo, 50,000 ain't mean nothing. She just need her condo played. And this nigga that blew up my fucking car some kind of way. Man, these hoes is crazy. These hoes will send your ass around the rip, man. Listen, and it is a such thing as the big man get caught up. You see what I'm saying? And this is a case between $1 billion and a pretty face. And so far, that pretty face got him fucked up.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This nigga got $1 billion, powerful as hell. Relationships, everything. I'm talking about solid in Hollywood with white people, and a pretty face got him on death row. So, to all these niggas that don't understand, man, the power of a motherfucking pretty face is more powerful than $1 billion. At least right now it is. Maybe he get out of this shit, go get his money back. He ain't gonna never get his reputation back. This
So do you
motherfucker,
think he's gonna beat the case?
I think he gonna beat the case. I think they gonna come back and indict him or something, maybe 5 years, and he's already been in there for almost 2, and he'll get, you know what I'm saying? I don't think 8 men is gonna convict him and send him to jail for the rest of his life when it's been proven that she a lie. Cause one thing dudes know, if you lied about one thing, you lied about something else. You see what I'm
But
saying? And I
what do
just
you
don't
think
think
they will find him guilty of?
I don't know, man. It's gonna be something they're gonna find him guilty of. They gonna find him guilty of nothing. I don't think it's gonna be no daddy's little girl where they cut the, Daryl McDavid where they cut the, cut the band off when he walk out of court. I don't think that. You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
do you think that if things keep going the way they're going, and maybe if things start stacking up against him, and they offer him a plea, do you think he would take it?
No, I don't think he'll take a plea because and I understand why he wouldn't. He can't allege guilt, and she can't walk back what she put in that civil lawsuit. So they both in a tight spot, him and Cassie. It's a lot of other things in that civil. If that's a lie, it's a lot of other things that's a lie in that civil lawsuit. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't think he should have paid her or apologized. If you ain't do something, you ain't do it. Like, yeah, put that shit out. I ain't
Do you
getting you
think
no
it's
money. And
something that he's gonna have of her without him
so what
being
now?
involved?
Say what now?
Do you think there's gonna be some tapes that the defense will show with
No,
him not
no,
being in it, but just of her?
no. The defense. Oh, you talking about the defense? Hell yeah.
Uh-huh.
Listen. Diddy ain't R. Kelly. He got smart friends. He's a smart person. He got smart friends. He's gonna have people that's gonna come in there and that been around Cassie that's gonna take the stand. He gonna have people that's gonna take the stand on a lot of this shit. He gonna have people that explain shit. He gonna have previous girlfriends that he had gonna take the stand. They already flipped one of the sex workers. They're no longer testifying for him. They're testifying for the defense. So it's gonna be people that's gonna get up there and that's gonna tear down
Is
Dunn,
that true?
Kid
Anybody
Cudi,
know?
the rest of them tear their character down. These are the government's witnesses, and I expect them to be wrapped up by Friday. I don't think they got shit else.
Really?
I don't, I don't think they got no more victims, and I don't think they got no more. All they got is forensic experts, agents, people to come up there and say that they seen him punch Cassie in the stomach or some shit. I don't think they got no more bombshell people that's gonna come out, like they was doing in R. Kelly, like, yeah, he picked her up, or he put her in the basement, or she couldn't talk to her family. I don't think that. I think this is an isolated incident, and they tried to turn it into, basically him being a monster, like he just been, yeah, like this nigga been having freak offs all his life. Man, this nigga done dated some prestigious white women and friends with some prestigious white women. A nigga friends with Ellen and all of that. Like, come on, dog.
So what do you think about when they talked in the beginning, because that's the thing that gets me, after the raid, they talked about all the stuff that they confiscated from his homes. And then they start talking about the white parties. And then they start talking about the celebrities. So you're thinking that, and now we know we got the tape for Cassie. I don't understand how we're not seeing these so-called tapes of the white parties.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
That's what I thought the freak off was with the celebrity.
I'm gonna tell you that was to revoke his bail. That was to hold him in jail on bail, so they can go around and threaten everybody that know him to be witnesses for him. So this is what they do. They go to a grand jury and they allege a bunch of things to be able to secure the indictments. And then the investigation begins. They go and they raid the house and they lock you up, and then they put your ass in jail, and they go to court 15 times and present all of this shit that's not true, so the judge don't let you out. So who
that person is? Who was that? Okay, so I'm almost at 12 hours. I don't know if y'all want me to come back and do another little hour. Oh, damn, it's almost 4 something in the morning. Girl, I don't know, child. I got to get back to my damn. Well, let me come back real quick because I got something to say. I'm gonna come back. I forgot how to start the live up in here while I'm up in here. But let me shut this down. I'm going to come back and finish this off. Okay? So y'all wait for the link. I'll be right back.